2 and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years.
But I always wanted to be a Marine, and I always wanted to experience war.
Just glorious, the best of the bunch. You know, the day you went in was the day you were stamped. You know, you were able to shave. You were a man.
He's a Catholic, a Hindu, an atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist and a Baptist and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will kill. You for me, my friend, and me for you.
We lost, they lost, the people that lost their lives, whew, too bad.
There were more United States Marine casualties in Vietnam than there were United States Marine casualties in the entire Second World War.
The day I left, you know, it was like, geez, you know, I mean, somebody's pulling me out of hell.
And he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA, and he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan, and he thinks we'll put an end to war this way. And he's fighting for democracy, he's fighting for the Reds. He says it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die. And he never sees the writing on the wall.
I've been through the anger, I've been through the rage and the sorrow and the depression and the alienation and everything. I'm just bitter right now.
We're not the heroes at all. We're the fools.
He's the universal soldier, and he really is to blame. His orders come from far away no more.
Hey, America, look at these guys. Hey, America, understand what's happened.
And brothers, can't you see? This is not the way we put an end to war.
The war isn't over, but it is ending. It is ending not because of the Paris talks or the demonstrations at home. It is ending because the largest and wealthiest and most powerful organization on earth, the American Army, is being challenged from within. From the very cellars of its pyramid, from the most forgotten, the most brutalized, and certainly the bravest of its members. The war is ending because the grunt is taking no more bullshit.
I just can't take too much pressure from the Army.
What happens to an unpopular officer?
A friend of mine, captain, kind of got shot in the back.
I made that film with director Charles Denton in 1970, at the height of the Vietnam War, which I remember as a constant Halloween night, always growing brutally real. On patrol, tripwires made each stone and twig a threat to life. Pulling leeches off each other was a ritual that relieved the hours of waiting for the seconds of terror. And with each step calling for a superhuman effort to reclaim a boot from the sucking mud, a hand would reach back, followed by a reassuring voice. Come on, man, let's go. The voice would come from a street corner in the Bronx, a rural town in the Confederacy, a steel mill in Pennsylvania, Little People's America. Last year, a poll found that 62% of Americans believed that Vietnam veterans fought in the wrong war, in the wrong place, at the wrong time, and were suckers. This is a film about those suckers. They made up the greatest volunteer army in history. They came home not to parades, but to a purgatory of silence, shame, indifference. Or they came home in plain wooden boxes, marked this way up, unviewable. Today, there is not a single national monument to their dead, as if America's longest war didn't happen. The right wing insists the war should have been won and blame the veterans for not winning it. Those on the left see them as baby killers and dupes. And those in the middle regard them rather like last year's car, obsolete. This film is about that great invisible army and what has been done to them in order to forget and to rewrite a period of history justifying its repetition. For the echoes of that adventure, in which perhaps 1 million civilians died, are being heard again today in another Vietnam, where only the geography has been changed and the appetite for war without heroes remains as voracious as ever. This is a Purple Heart. You won 2 of them, Jay, and these are your dog tags and other bits of memorabilia from Vietnam, including photographs. What do these evoke for you? What memories do they bring back?
I can't say I'm angry. I'm not necessarily angry, but it brings back a lot of bad memories, an entire bad period. Not only Vietnam, but my whole military service and years since then.
You were in the Marines. Did you always want to be a Marine?
Oh yeah, you know, it was just expected. You had to go in the military. I mean, I wasn't forced to go, but it was just, you know, it was expected. Of course, you go right into the military out of high school. It's the best thing for you, you know. Make a man out of you. Then if you want to go to college, you can come back and try that or whatever. But I always wanted to be a Marine, and I always wanted to experience war. I was raised on it. Every birthday I got cap guns and helmets and canteens, played war all the time when I was a kid. The television was always war movies, Sands of Iwo Jima, Back to Bataan, and I got used to that John Wayne idea. To be a Marine, that's how you become a real man, is become a Marine. Because John Wayne never served a day in his life in any military service, but he's the greatest Marine we have. So when Vietnam started to heat up when I was like a sophomore in high school, I was just, oh boy, this is, you know, now there's a war for me. I can get in there, I can, you know, I wanted to serve my country, it's almost bizarre to think about it now.
Did you enjoy Vietnam at any stage? Because you had been brought up to love war, and there you had your war, your very own war.
Well, see, on television, when somebody would get shot, they would, oh, and they would fall down. There was no blood. You know, I just, when I first got there and I saw people torn to pieces and blown in half and shot through the head, and I went into shock. I know I did. I know I was in shock the first 2 weeks. I was in active combat. But that, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that that's what it looked like. And it was actually that nasty. And I came back from Vietnam. I had a heroin addiction. I was just in the beginning stages of becoming an alcoholic. I had, my opinion on life itself had, completely changed. I was just disgusted with everything.
How did you become addicted to heroin?
When I first got to Vietnam, I ran into a guy I'd gone to high school with. And he was the first one that said, if you go out to the bush, which I was going to the bush in a combat outfit, you can't drink out there. If you get drunk, you can't function. When I got to my unit, it seemed like everybody was getting high, one way or another, some sort of drug, and I fell right in with the wrong people. I hate to use that term. They were the right people for me at the time, but they were all shooting dope, and it was easy to get, very accessible, and I just started from there. I think I continued with it. It's hard to, it's the boredom, the loneliness. I had never been out of Pittsburgh before in my life, other than to go to boot camp and whatever. And I was rushed through all that so fast, I didn't even know what happened. And I couldn't stand what was going on. It was a way of blocking. It was a way of forgetting.
Some of the atrocities that went on in Vietnam, some of them really shouldn't be told.
This is Alonzo Gibbs, wounded by mortar fire in Vietnam in 1966 and decorated for bravery.
Well, some of the things that really pissed me off is I was in Company B, 2nd Battalion Infantry. And there we had, in our battalion, we had a commander that didn't know how to call in airstrikes.
Did not know?
He did not know how to call in airstrikes, and he was too proud and too pompous to let his forward observer do it. And he called in airstrikes, and a third of his company was either wounded or killed. In order to cover up that fuck-up that he did, they gave him a Congressional Medal of Honor, which really just completely pissed me off, and I had friends to die in that, friends to be wounded in that. And some of them are right here in Philadelphia, crazy as bed bugs. The treatment that some of the people did to the actual people that we were fighting, I couldn't go along with. I saw people interrogated, and because they wouldn't answer, they were thrown out of helicopters.
Did you see that?
I've seen that. These prisoners that were captured one time, they've got a substance called detonating cord, det cord. Okay, and I've seen them wrap the det cord around 3 guys, and because they wouldn't answer the questions, they ignited it and blew their heads off. We had a battalion commander named Colonel, I believe he's General now. I believe he's a sissy. But anyway, he issued all of his hatchets and offered a case of whiskey for the first person to chop someone's head off. Okay, and this happened. Someone actually did get their head chopped off, and this happened in Bencat. And this was the latter part of 1965. And the dude that did it, his name was from 2nd Platoon, B Company 2nd Platoon. And he went in there and he's so hyped up and actually chopped off a Vietnamese's head. You would see some of the guys walking around with ears, you know, as a symbol of the kills that they had did. And this isn't, we're supposed to be the American fighting people. We don't do this kind of thing.
Vietnam was a teenagers' war. The average age of an American soldier was 19. They were bred mostly on a lethal innocence, which needs simple Hollywood heroes and simple Hollywood bad guys. A faith that says their nation is more virtuous than any other nation. I remember the mother of one veteran saying that she thought her son had gone to fight somewhere near Cuba, where there were communists real close and threatening. When her son finally came home in a box, she hung the flag upside down, and people said she was a crank. And when the surviving veterans came home and began to tell the secrets of Vietnam, that it was really a war of rampant technology against people, that collateral damage was a military term for the slaughter of civilians, people didn't want to listen because it broke the faith. And for this, the veterans have paid a price. 60% of all combat soldiers are alcoholics. 40% are drug addicts. 60% of all black veterans can't find a job. Thousands are in prison, and their divorce rate and their suicide rate is the highest in America. The report which gives these facts was suppressed by the government because what it says breaks the faith.
The politicians never said the war was right or wrong. The politicians never had the guts to come out and either declare war or get the hell out. They were hoping that the war would go away in time, and they're treating the veterans, the social war of the Vietnam veterans. That stigma of the war has now eroded onto the veterans. The responsibility of explaining the war has fallen onto the veterans' shoulders. Those politicians are now retired with big paychecks. Now, who's asking them anything? What guilt's on their shoulder? What responsibility? The problem of the war, the stigma of the war, now falls to the veterans. America's uncomfortable with the Vietnam War, but you got to heal from that war, just like a wound. You got to scrub it, you got to debride it, you got to examine it, and you'll cleanse from it. What they've done with the Vietnam War, and because of that, it's fallen on the Vietnam veteran, is taking the wound and putting it in the closet. What's happened is it's festered. It's festered, and it's hurt the Vietnam veteran. Do you realize we've had 55,000 suicides, as many people as we lost in Vietnam? That's an atrocity.
55,000 suicides
55,000 of Vietnam are veterans, yes. Now, my God, how many people have to commit suicide, kill themselves? You know, it's myself, my own brother, he spent 1 year in combat, 3 years with a chemical warfare unit in Vietnam, 4 years total. I was the casualty of the war directly. I came home in a stretcher. I got shot in the back, both legs, stabbed in the left arm. I was paralyzed in my right hand with a piece of shrapnel. I was wounded in the neck, the head. 40% of my body was burnt with napalm. I was hurt. I was crushed. Could I explain the war when I come home? No. I remember the New York Times calling me, talking to me, and they said, Captain Christian. What was my philosophy on the war? I only graduated from high school, so I didn't know what my philosophy was supposed to be. I told him that I feel as though we should either fight a war to win or get the hell out.
Yeah.
With that, I was restricted to my ward, just restricted to my room as a hospital patient. And here they'd bring me out one day to give me a medal, and the next day they'd keep me under restrictions. It was sad. So that was how a captain faced the war. How do you think many of the enlisted guys faced it? You look at it, you look at the thing, you think, geez, was there a method for them coming back one at a time? Not like in World War I, where everyone came back in mass and they formed their veterans organizations. Was there any real madness to the politicians in bringing them back and letting them infiltrate back into society, one day in a war, one day back here?
How simple it all seemed when General Pershing's doughboys marched home from Europe in 1919. The military parade at the end of war has always been a grand illusion, especially in countries themselves not ravaged by war. Like television movies in which blood and gore are never seen, the parades of the past were great demonstrations of vital, victorious manhood. Vietnam changed all that, perhaps forever, and the longing of some Vietnam veterans for parades and flags can never be realized because they brought home the truth of war. Imagine a parade for them, led by human crabs without limbs, men without faces, men with minds and testicles blown away, frail young men addicted and dying from cancers caused by chemical warfare, and behind them, in endless formation, Vietnamese women and children and old men zapped by the friendly fire of napalm. And who would take the salute for such a parade? The generals? The politicians? The arms manufacturers? Not likely. Last year, the 52 American hostages were welcomed home from Iran in one of the greatest parades of all. It was nicely made for television, in which commercials for Pepsi and Japanese cars were certainly not out of place, because broken bodies and impermissible pain were not on display. Of course, they were officially approved heroes, who would embarrass no one with confessions of guilt or failure. Victory in their case, having been bought conveniently with money.
Well, what does a city as big as this now provide for the veterans?
The city directly, actually nothing.
Nothing?
The mayor appointed one person
What's he do?
to be the commissioner of Veterans Affairs, but he doesn't have an office, he doesn't have a staff, and there's nothing he can do.
I never met Bob Mueller in Vietnam, but I vividly remember him being thrown out of the Republican Party convention in Miami Beach 9 years ago in his wheelchair. Bob, a Marine officer, was shot through the spine and is a decorated hero in the John Wayne tradition. But alas, there he was, spoiling it all by shouting at President Nixon that the war in Vietnam could never be won. Bob Mueller now runs Vietnam Veterans of America from a seedy office in New York and with barely enough money to pay the rent, in contrast to the government Veterans Administration, whose enormous budget goes mostly to those who went to war and came back winners.
Bob, some veterans have told me that people have blamed them for losing the war.
That really hurts. Let me give a sense of perspective on this, because it's very important. You know, the whole fervor with which my generation was willing to go fight is totally misunderstood. With the Vietnam era, more than 80% of the guys that wound up in the military enlisted, okay? More than 80% enlisted. In the Second World War, 2/3 of all of those were drafted.
So the truth about soldiers who went to Vietnam was very different from what people understood. They understood it to be a drafted war. In fact, you're saying that 2/3 of those who went volunteered to go, like yourself.
Yeah, more than 80% enlisted.
Right.
You know, that point is totally misunderstood. There was a time in 1964, in 1965, 1966, and 1967, where every evening we had Walter Cronkite on CBS Network News extolling the virtues of our fleet in the Pacific and our presence in Vietnam. We had Lyndon Johnson saying, hey, we're just about there. We had your Robert McNamara's, we had your General Westmoreland's. America supported our involvement. But everybody only remembers when the Tet Offensive came in '68 and, wait a minute, how come the Vietnamese are able to come into the U.S. Embassy in Saigon when the American casualties were continuing to increase? That America lost favor with its involvement in Vietnam. So we only remember '68, '69, '70, and then we really started to extract ourselves after that. But they forget that for all of those years, it was rah-rah America, rah-rah involvement, and we, accordingly, those of us who came of age in that period of time, went as we felt our obligation as a citizen in this country required. Of course, now that history has had some time to come by, that's all changed.
When GIs came back from World War II, they had the GI Bill, which was almost revolutionary. It gave them special privileges in housing, health, and all kinds of things. Now, why haven't the Vietnam veterans had something like that?
It's a lot of things, but I'll try and reduce it to its essence. Number one, we did not have a willing base of support to meet our needs, okay? We had spent, I think, $165 billion in pursuing our war in Vietnam. Guys come back like myself, and I required a lot of medical care in the hospitals, a lot of acute medical care. Neurosurgeons were involved, therapists were involved, I needed equipment, I needed a lot of things. The hospitals in this country for the veterans had long ago stopped being hospitals for what we came back from Vietnam with in the way of medical needs, acute medical care. The hospitals are populated now by veterans of the First World War and the Second World War. They have become glorified nursing homes. But beyond direct medical care, the GI Bill, the education program that was afforded the veterans of the Second World War, was very reluctantly brought back by Lyndon Johnson. He said in 1966 that he was going to veto the bringing back of the GI Bill for the Vietnam veteran because it cost. And the way they did it was, back in Korea, the GIs were getting $110 a month back in 1955 when they stopped with the Korean veteran. They brought it back in 1966 for the Vietnam veteran at $10 less, a flat $100 a month.
That's all, $100 a month.
$100 a month, even though a decade earlier it had been $110 for the Korean War veteran. They couldn't afford it. We had spent a lot of money in fighting the Vietnam War. When we used to petition for health care, for the GI Bill, for employment programs, they would cry poverty. They'd say it was fiscally irresponsible. In 1972, when Nixon vetoed the Veterans Medical Care Expansion Act, he said, I am vetoing this bill because it is fiscally irresponsible and inflationary. All right? Now, can you imagine what that does to a guy like me? I was a Marine infantry officer. I had the battleship New Jersey fire in support of me once when I went into the DMZ. I had jet strikes, one after the other. I had an hour and a half of heavy artillery, many, many times. It was routine for me to spend $100,000 a day to kill people. Then I get shot in the process, come back home, and my government tells me that it's fiscally irresponsible and inflationary to provide adequate medical care in the hospital, to get a GI Bill that's anywhere near what was given to veterans of the Second World War, or even Korea for that matter, that we can't get an employment program so that we can be on parity with those of our generation that didn't stop their life to take 2 or 3 or 4 years into the military. You always hear before the Congress, a veteran is a veteran is a veteran. The bullets were the same on Tinian or in Europe as they were in Saigon or the DMZ. Nobody's arguing that a bullet isn't going to kill you just as dead in the Second World War as it did in Vietnam, but what we're saying is all that goes around the fighting, all right, that which you've got to look to justify it, to understand it, to be able to live with it, it's not there for the Vietnam veteran. And that's why a veteran is not a veteran is not a veteran. It's a different experience. We're just not there.
When I got out of the service, I was 20. And I had a big old fat old doctor sit there and tell me it's nowhere in the world that someone 20 years old could be disabled.
But how does he work that logic out if you just spent 2 years in Vietnam?
I don't know, but this is what was told to me.
You ended up, let me just jump ahead there. What compensation, what is the total compensation that you now have for all your injuries?
I get $48 a month for my injuries.
I'll just put that into sterling, $48 a month, about 20 pounds a month you get. That's nothing.
Right.
Peanuts.
No, nothing at all. And I just got that in the last 2 years.
You've only had that for 2 years, and you left Vietnam 14 years ago.
Yes. Yes.
What happened to the other 12 years? You've had nothing?
I've been fighting for compensation all that time. The Veterans Administration isn't for the veteran. It's not for the veteran, it's for the system. And they give us nothing at all. All Vietnam veterans have been shafted. You know, we've been screwed well, and we'll continue to be screwed.
Regardless of whether they're black or white?
Regardless if they're black or white or Chicanos, because there was a lot of Chicanos there too. A lot of minorities were there, and we're all being had.
They had no real programs for the drug addicted or drug abusing veteran coming back from Vietnam. Their whole idea for the drug addicted veteran was to get him some tranquilizers, put him on a 21 day lockup or detoxification, and put him back in the street. And that was fine, that it helped you clean up a little bit and get your health back together again, but there was no counseling, there was nothing at all in that. You know, it was just a period to come in and try and regroup and then go back and start all over again.
You were wounded, weren't you?
Yeah, I was during the Tet Offensive 1968, and I got hit in the back and through the arm.
I started working on a statue about 2.5 years ago, and I was asked to build it, and it was to make the statue of it. It took 2 years, and out of the 2 years, literally about 13 months of the 2 years, I had worked night and day on it, which was driving my wife nuts.
This 7-foot sculpture is Mike Solsona's gift to the memory of his comrades. Mike lost both legs and has received no compensation for a lame hand and deafness. He uses his artificial legs, often just to conceal the fact that he fought in Vietnam, and he walks with pain. The funny, bitter story which Mike and his wife Beryl tell about his battle to park his car says much about an attitude which all the veterans have to face.
How many parking tickets have you had?
How
many does this represent?
$7,000.
$7,000 parking tickets. $7,000
worth of parking tickets.
When did you begin this
as soon as I got home. As soon as I got home, as soon as I had to drive,
Yeah. So what would happen? You would get a parking ticket, refuse to pay it,
or not even bother sending it in.
Yeah.
And then I'd go down the next year when I had to register the car.
Yeah.
And I'd tell them I'm missing both legs, blah, 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 this and that, and do a little double talking, and then they'd give me my registration.
Yeah.
So after about 9 years, the tickets just kept on building up and building up and building up until last year when we went in, you know, we gave them the plate number, it went in the computer and came out.
Yeah.
People, you know, you gotta be crazy, you know? You wanna register your car, you owe us, you know, the parking tickets are worth more than the car.
Yeah.
So we went back and forth, trying to negotiate for about an hour, and then they said, well, look, just get out of here. We don't need you. We're trying to help people over here. Just get out of here. So I says, my car's not registered, and I'm missing both legs. Don't you understand? And they just kept on going, and so I took my legs off, and it was at a desk like this. I took them off.
In the judge's chambers.
In the judge's chambers. And the judge and his secretary they just turned red and left, you know, and I took them off and I put them on the desk.
On the judge's desk?
Right, and I was sitting there in my underwears, you know. And they came in and they just tried to explain to me their situation. I understood their situation, but they didn't understand mine.
Well, they tried to say pay us even $5 on that, and we'll give you your registration. He said, I'm not paying a penny. I shouldn't have to pay parking tickets. Yeah. So finally they came in, they said, okay, you can have your registration. The parking tickets stay. He wanted all the parking tickets removed. Yeah. I weakened, and I said, let's do it, Michael. So everybody's talking to him and saying, this is your best deal. You're not going to get another deal like this. So finally, we left with the registration at about 4:30. All the offices were closed. The place was deserted. And we're wheeling him out in an office chair because he couldn't put his legs on. And after that, they removed, well, that day they removed the parking tickets down from 7,000 to 1,000. And then in subsequent talks with them, they removed it down. I think it's now down to $75, all those tickets.
That's a great victory.
And next year, we'll get it down to nothing.
Down to 75. Yeah.
I had a lady at the parking violations. I told her, I said, look, I'm a Vietnam veteran, this and that. And she said, unfortunately, you were in a war that nobody really cared about. Now,
she said that?
She said that to me. Not that it didn't really bother me, but
so that
but keep it to yourself, lady.
Yeah.
You know.
I was hitchhiking back from Philly Naval Hospital, and I had a cane and my uniform on, and I had my braces on. I had some brace on my arm and all. And a van went past me, and then they stopped about 20 feet past me to pick me up, and I ran up to the van, and just as I got up to the front of the van, they threw all over my uniform. They had Coca-Cola and ketchup and whatever. They threw it all over me and pulled away.
I think I have a silent sense of rage, the need to scream at everyone and tell them, wake up. They're home, they're here, they love, they cry, they feel. They're in pain, and why doesn't anyone care?
The first time that I went outside of a hospital, and it was a business day in the middle of the week, and I'll never forget how stunned I was. And I felt like just shouting, wait a minute. It's business as usual. Everybody's going about their jobs. Don't you understand there's a war going on?
1, 2. This is Bob Mueller at the Republican Party convention in Miami Beach, 1972.
We feel that it's our patriotic duty to stop this war as Vietnam veterans we served over there. So we're going to read this statement to President Richard M. Nixon. We have fought in your war and lost. We have been maimed and crippled for the rest of our lives. We have lost many of our brothers in this war. We have killed men, women, and children. Every day we ask why. We cannot live with this. Now is the time for all good presidents to come to the aid of his men. 4 years ago, you ran on a peace platform. 4 years have passed, and this corrupt and immoral war still goes on. You have lied to your country.
We now strip ourselves of those medals for courage and heroism, those decorations for wounds we suffered. We cast these away as symbols of dishonor, shame, and inhumanity, and dedicate ourselves now to the peace and brotherhood this nation once held as its heritage.
There was much shallowness and rhetoric then, but the view of authority, the so-called consensus, against which all other opinions are measured as biased or politically tainted, was challenged as never before, both by those who fought and those who did not. For many people in America and Britain, that was the true meaning of the Vietnam years. An alternative to corrupt power and war was seen as practical as it was idealistic. People who went to prison for a principle were no longer eccentrics, but genuine moral heroes. So too were those soldiers I knew who deserted not out of fear but in disgust, who refused orders and fired intentionally over the heads of an enemy they respected more than their own. But where is that moral outrage now? Oh yes, Bob Mueller in his wheelchair was briefly fashionable. Indeed, he was invited to meet Henry Kissinger and the big names in oil and banking and war. David Packard, one of the richest men in armaments, told him, Bob, we're going to help you, veterans.
It's almost a year to the day since I had that meeting. I've written him no less than 5 times. I've called his office no less than 10 times. And I have never gotten even the courtesy of a reply or a return phone call. Total, absolute silence.
And he promised to help.
He promised to help. But for a guy like that, who was Undersecretary of Defense in the Vietnam War, who was one of the 10 richest individuals in the country, who made his money on defense contracts, and who today is still in the papers all the time talking about the need for a stronger national defense in this country, to absolutely reject any accountability, responsibility, or anything for that generation of soldiers that he was a principal part in sending off to war is, to me, beyond belief.
President Carter, when he first came into office, February 1977, he promised in his first fireside chat,
the top priority in our job training programs will go to young veterans of the Vietnam War. Unemployment is much higher among veterans than among others of the same age who did not serve in the military.
And what's happened?
They've been dismal failures.
Do you say you're a veteran when you go for a job?
I did it one time. Now I try to delete that part of my life because I think that it works against me to say that I was a veteran in Vietnam.
The first time Bob Mueller was invited to the White House, President Carter did not appear. His media manager later described it as a no-vote situation.
Last year, they had National Vietnam Veterans Week, and I think it was about 400 who were invited to the White House. And one young man, I think, summed it up, and he said, "We're just getting lemonade and sandwiches. The POWs got a big dinner."
What did the president say to you?
We love you. That's what he said.
In August 1980, during the presidential election campaign, Ronald Reagan said this: "To me, it's the height of hypocrisy for the Carter administration to repeatedly tell us how much we owe our Vietnam veterans and then recommend a stingy 10% increase in the GI Bill. We have been shabby in our treatment of those who return. They deserve our gratitude, our respect, and our continuing concern. Our war was a noble cause." In March 1981, President Reagan asked Congress to cut programs specially designed to help Vietnam veterans find jobs, finish their education, and be treated for drug addiction and alcoholism. A few years ago, after long struggle, 91 veterans counseling centers were established in the poorest parts of cities and towns, where most Vietnam veterans live. They've become a small salvation for those for whom the noble cause remains a nightmare. Mr. Reagan wants them all closed down.
They want America to open up their arms and say, "Don't go away. Tell me about your pain." Bobby's never talked to me. I think the most he has said was, in October of last year when you saw the Life magazine. There was a Life magazine article on, I think it was six men who were photographed 10 years ago, and they were photographed again in '79. And we were looking at the photographs. We were in a football field, and Bobby just started to cry, and I didn't understand why. And he said, "Virginia, just look at their eyes. The pain is still there, the horror. They're 10 years older, but the pain is still brand new." I didn't know what to do, so I just let him cry, because that was the first time I had seen the pain.
The only reason I believe we've had success in organizing the Vietnam veteran is because of one issue, and that's the chemical that was used in Vietnam to knock out the jungles. And that we can finally say to every single guy that served in Vietnam, "Hey, listen, you better pay attention to what we have to say, because your life might well depend on whether or not you were affected by this and whether or not you're going to get cancer or a kidney problem or liver dysfunction or have a child with a birth defect." It was the defoliant. It's called Agent Orange.
It now seems possible that at least as many veterans and their children may die or suffer deformities as were killed or wounded during the war as a result of a chemical herbicide used in Vietnam. It is Agent Orange, and contains a poison called dioxin, which is 1,000 times more destructive than thalidomide. Britain still permits the use of this poison as a weed killer. Almost 11 million gallons of it were dumped on Vietnam. This is Cu Chi near Saigon, which I remember as thick forest. Today it's a wilderness with the soil and water poisoned for generations. The spraying was called Operation Hades, and when the first birth deformities appeared, all they did was change the name to Operation Ranch Hand, and the spraying continued. These terribly deformed children were filmed in 1979 by director Michael Beckham and a World in Action team. It was the seeds of this unique horror that the GIs brought home with them. Most of the Agent Orange was made here in Michigan by the Dow Chemical Company, best known for napalm. The company is being sued for billions of dollars compensation by veterans. And although the company says the onus is on the veterans to prove their case, it has brought its own lawsuit against the US government, claiming that the Pentagon failed to protect its soldiers against the effects of the chemical.
That's what I looked like when I had hair before cancer. In April, it'll be 2 years that they gave me 2 to 5 years to live. And, you know, I eventually end up paralyzed and blind. And they projected neurological regression till death.
Charlie Hartz was a soldier exposed to Agent Orange. Charlie's imminent death is certain. His 4 children were all born with birth defects.
Is there likely to be another Vietnam?
Could it happen to this country again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ask Americans today, what defines our foreign policy? When is it that we're going to draw the line? And you're going to get a different response from everybody you talk to. If we don't know where we're going, is it any wonder that our allies, as well as our potential adversaries, are confused and with their confusion nervous?
This book is a collection of New York Times front pages which trace the American involvement in Vietnam, and reading it now is an eerie experience. The same headlines are appearing today, the same jargon such as escalation and light at the end of the tunnel, the same delusions. Delete Vietnam and write in El Salvador, and the stories seem almost identical. Like the politicians then, Kennedy, Johnson and Nixon, the politicians now, Haig and Reagan, see the world in the same arrogant, simplistic terms, speaking of dominoes as if nations are mere blocks of wood, not societies riven with their own differences and animosities. Today, as before, honest men pay with their careers. The American ambassador to El Salvador, Robert White, has said that the war in that country is caused by social injustice, and the real terrorists are the regime backed by Mr. Reagan and Mr. Haig, and supported, of course, by the British government.
The security forces in El Salvador have been responsible for the deaths of thousands and thousands of young people. And they've executed them just on the mere suspicion that they are leftists or sympathize with leftists. Are we really going to send military advisors in there to be part of that type of machinery?
For speaking that truth, the ambassador was sacked. Here is an announcement of US advisors going to Vietnam and of US troops going to protect them. The advisors have already arrived in El Salvador. As in Vietnam, the people who are dying in the streets and jungles of El Salvador are nameless stick figures on the television news or between the commercials in a rerun Hollywood movie. The American veterans of Vietnam have much in common with them, for they too have been declared expendable. Here in El Salvador, that fabled line is being drawn again to keep out forces which mysteriously threaten the most powerful nation on earth. Or from the point of view of the people of Central America, there is a feeling that change at last is possible after years of looted economies and American-backed tyrannies. For the US advisors, this might as well be dear old Saigon. As it was in Vietnam at the beginning, the advisors are to shoot back only to protect themselves. But then it's likely that US troops will go in to protect them and to prop up a hated government as it was in Vietnam. Mr. Reagan and Mr. Haig say Moscow is fueling international terrorism, but a report by even the CIA says that is nonsense. The Russians, after all, have their very own Vietnam in Afghanistan, where napalm and gunships and other horrors developed in Vietnam are being studiously copied. And that's yet another brutal irony. For America, the real aim in its latest Vietnam is to stand firm, hang tough in a country where the option is soft, as Mr. Haig would say, and the fodder is plentiful. This is film from Vietnam and El Salvador. Can you tell the difference?
Now that you're talking about going to war again, now that you've got a draft registration brought back, now that you're talking about drawing the line in terms of when does America go to war, for what reasons does it go to war, who carries the burden of going to war, you've got to talk about us because we're the last ones that responded.
Missing from this film are the other witnesses to the Vietnam period, the Vietnamese. We hear very little about them these days, and the American veterans speak little about them, perhaps because what was done over there was so terrible that only the victims can afford to speak about it. Such has been the politics of vengeance, that the people of Vietnam are now almost completely isolated, with only the waiting arms of the Russians to turn to, whom they rightly distrust as much as they distrusted the Americans, the French, the Japanese, and the Chinese who came to their country selling noble causes. So here is the news from Vietnam. In the wake of the war's devastation, there is now famine. Rations are less than even during the war years, about half the food needed for a healthy survival. There is no milk anymore for children over the age of 1, and unexploded mines and bombs kill children every day. Like its refusal to help its own victims of the war, the American government has denied all help to the people of Vietnam, and so too has the British government. On the other hand, both governments are building the greatest military machine ever, in preparation for a war that may well end all wars. And for that one, heroes need not apply.
We were so psyched up during the training that people were begging to go to Vietnam.
I believe the domino theory for what they, you know, if Vietnam falls, then Laos will fall, and then Cambodia, and, you know, eventually they'll be, you know, hitting the beach out, you know, out in L.A., but, you know, that's all I knew about Vietnam.
How do you feel about that now?
Oh, it's absurd. That's ridiculous. I don't think anybody believes that anymore.
A lot of people died for it.
They certainly did. Isn't that a shame?
A soldier came down from Dien Bien Phu with silence in his eye. He told of many a night when fire was the sky. Told of many a morning when the bravest of men would cry, knowing that through Satan's earthbound magic many more would have to die. Many more would have to die, yeah. Many more would have to die. Many more would have to die, yeah. Many more would have to die. Many more would have to die, yeah.
In the beginning of weapon history, there was the word, and very little more. Then progress set in. Through the centuries, man has increased the effective range and efficiency of his weapons as rapidly as his science would permit.
Они открыто провозглашают планы развязывания ядерной войны. Эту борьбу мы не можем ослабить ни на один день. И будем вести ее до тех пор, пока опасность не будет отодвинута, пока не будет обеспечен прочный мир.
It is time for us to start a build-up, a rebuilding of the military might of America. And it is time for us to build that to the point that no other nation on this earth will ever dare raise a hand against us. And in this way, we will preserve world peace, and we're the only ones who can do it.
On August the 7th, 1945, President Truman announced the atomic bombing of Hiroshima with these words. The experiment, he said, has been an overwhelming success. 3 days later, the destruction of Nagasaki was officially described as having achieved good results. These announcements, and especially the words used, experiment, success, good results, to describe the unique and horrific carnage of nuclear war, were the first public examples of a new kind of propaganda. By using reassuring, even soothing language, language which allowed both the politicians and us to distance ourselves from the horror of nuclear war, this new kind of propaganda created acceptable images of war and the illusion that we could live securely with nuclear weapons. Even those first two bombs on Japan had nice comic book names, Little Boy and Fat Man, and soon bombs were no longer bombs at all, but devices and hardware, with names like Mule and Sow and Little Bambi. Bigger and more lethal weapons were called modernized systems. Above all, we were conditioned to accept a so-called strategy for possessing nuclear weapons called deterrence, which no one could explain rationally, and which blurred the fact that a massive nuclear arms race was well underway. For 15 years of this arms race, up to 1980, the British Parliament did not once debate nuclear weapons. Such was a secrecy aimed not so much at a potential enemy, but at the British people. It was all very simple. Our side were simply the good guys of the West, and the other side were the bad guys, a dark threat, seldom portrayed in human terms. Surely, what has been overlooked is that we are a democracy, unlike the Soviet Union, and that in a democracy, secrecy and propaganda ought not to control how we think, especially in matters of national survival, and that principle is assumed throughout this documentary. Today, for many of us, the unthinkable, nuclear war, has become the thinkable, although we may not be aware that we have been led across this threshold. Today we are guided by new reassuring words, like theatre nuclear war and limited nuclear war. That is, a nuclear war limited to Europe, a nuclear war in which victory is possible. But victory for whom? The good guys or the bad guys? Today, in nuclear weapons, there is the equivalent of 4 tons of TNT for every human being, enough to wipe us out 30 times. Or is it 50 times? The official truth, or propaganda, is that the deterrence of this nuclear arsenal has given us a generation of peace. The unofficial truth is that a total of 36 countries now either have the bomb or the capacity to build it, and that nuclear war between the superpowers has never been closer. The nuclear arms race began with the war against Germany. In 1939, the physicist Albert Einstein urged President Roosevelt to speed up uranium research because he feared a German atomic bomb. Under J. Robert Oppenheimer, scientists were assembled at Los Alamos in New Mexico, their assignment to build an atomic bomb. This was the Manhattan Project. By 1944, special Allied agents, codenamed Alsos, had proved beyond doubt that Germany did not possess an atomic bomb. This vital information was classified top secret. It meant, in effect, there was no longer a need to build the bomb. But the military head of the Manhattan Project, General Leslie Groves, was obsessed by one consuming fear, that the war would be over before his bomb was ready. Even after Germany surrendered, Groves said, "We must not lose a single day, for there was still Japan." A rebellion broke out among leading scientists. Einstein and Leo Szilard sent a petition to the White House pleading for the bomb not to be used, but this was still on Roosevelt's desk when he died in April 1945. The distortion of language, thought and culture was now well underway. The word bomb was not used. Officially it was a gadget, and the first explosion was to be called a trinity. And if this bomb was successful, it would be called a boy, and if it failed, a girl. Partly to cover up the growing dissent from Einstein, Szilard and others, which might have stopped the atomic age, Oppenheimer and his inner circle on the Manhattan Project were asked to become propagandists. In this remarkable propaganda film, they act out the last minutes before the first test explosion.
The automatic controls got it now. Rob, this time the stakes are really high.
It's going to work all right, Robert, and I'm sure we'll never be sorry for it.
Minus 10 seconds. Minus 5 seconds. Now!
Incredibly, dance band music was played, and an official report rushed to President Truman said, "The explosion had a beauty that cannot be described, the beauty great poets dream about." 21 days later, a plane called the Enola Gay took off for Hiroshima, in spite of the fact that the Americans had broken the Japanese code and knew the war was all but over. Military Intelligence Director Alfred McCormack said later, "We were secretly mining their harbors, we had command of their skies, but still the bomb was dropped." Daily Express correspondent Wilfred Burchett was the first Western journalist to reach Hiroshima after 80,000 people had died in the first nuclear fire.
First of all, I'd seen plenty of bombed cities during World War II, but this was a very eerie thing. At first I thought there was nothing left at all. It just seemed as if, I think as I expressed it in the story I wrote at the time, as if it had been a city steamrolled out of existence. There was not rubble in the normal sense of the term. There was dust. There had been pulverized. The city, there was red dust where there had been brick. There was grey dust where there had been concrete. It seemed to me that there couldn't possibly have been any survivors at all, because all there was a great waste. People were, they were really dazed. Nobody stopped to speak to anybody else. They were human beings, but you felt that somehow or other they'd become dehumanized human beings. They were sort of robots. Occasionally people were scratching away with their hands in ruins to try and find some bits of family possessions.
Burchett was on his own, while other reporters were being closely shepherded by public relations officers. Victims were carefully avoided. Hospitals were off limits.
A bunch of correspondents arrived. They were Washington correspondents who were flown out and were assured they would be the first ones to visit Hiroshima. And I met this group, and the public relations officer in charge of them were furious to find that there was a correspondent already wandering around. And he actually held a sort of a press conference, a press briefing for his colleagues in Hiroshima at the prefecture. And he dwelt exclusively on the great success of the bomb and the great power of the bomb, dealt with the physical effects of the bomb, but none of those correspondents visited the hospital. None of them, they were not interested. I mean, they were briefed not to be interested in what actually happened to the victims. So the question of radiation sickness was absolutely suppressed.
It is not surprising that Burchett's story was publicly denied. For 3 times as many people died in the 5-year period after the bomb fell on Hiroshima than on the day of the explosion, most of them from the effects of radiation. What we in the West got used to seeing was physical damage in Hiroshima. Even film of what really happened to the victims was suppressed. The film on the right of the screen represents what we mostly saw on newsreel and television right up to 1968. This film was shot by Japanese cameramen in the only hospitals operating. The Japanese film was confiscated and shipped to Washington, where it was classified secret and not released for 23 years.
The deputy head of the hospital, Dr. Katsube, explained to me, specifically, we don't know what we're dealing with. People come in, the symptoms are standard symptoms of dizziness, loss of appetite, hemorrhage, internal hemorrhage, diarrhea, and then later there are spots, and there are the final stage before death is the hair falling out and bleeding from the nose, from the mouth. And the symptoms are similar to that of acute vitamin deficiency. Whatever we had available, we started giving vitamin injections. But where we put the needle in, then the flesh rotted.
The first target in Japan, decided a secret Manhattan Project committee, should be one that has escaped earlier bombardments, so that the effect of a single atomic bomb can be ascertained. Official truth? The bomb was dropped to end the war. Unofficial truth? It was an experiment. In Tokyo, the military held a press conference to deny Burchett's story about the new dangers of radiation.
The officer giving the press conference was Brigadier General Thomas Farrell, who was Deputy Director to General Groves, who was in charge of the Manhattan Project. And he was denying flatly that there was any such thing as atomic radiation, that people were suffering from this. He conceded that maybe the people that are dead there, they have died through bomb and through blast effects. He said there may be a few who suffered from radiation from the gamma rays released at the time of the explosion. That's normal. But there are no residual radiation effects. There can be no residual radiation effects. The bomb was exploded at sufficient height to avoid that. I assured him what I'd seen in the hospitals and what they had told me in the hospital, that people who had not even been in Hiroshima were dead and were dying. In the end, all I can assume is you fallen a victim to the Japanese propaganda.
In fact, for all of Japan, the rate of leukemia suddenly increased by 50% and stayed at that level until the 1950s, although this was not reported at the time. The official truth was quite different, and even as propaganda was extraordinary. Here, in the New York Times, the War Department denies categorically that the bomb produced dangerous radioactivity. Today in Japan, they are still dying. This is the atomic bomb hospital in Hiroshima, where last year, as every year, more than 1,000 people died from cancers resulting from that one bomb. In 1945, the unthinkable was acted upon. As a result, perhaps 500,000 Asians have died, often slow and terrible deaths. What is truly unthinkable is that it now might happen to us. This was America after the Second World War, victorious and rich and untouched by war. This was Russia at the same time, victorious and utterly devastated. In 1946, former Vice President Henry Wallace revealed that he had warned President Roosevelt that the US military were planning what he called a preventative atomic strike against the Soviet Union. In 1949, a Russian bomb was exploded and arms technology soon dominated both American and Soviet economies. In America today, the military-industrial complex helps to keep alive some 22,000 major corporations. New weapons mean an endless cycle of competition and profit. In the Soviet Union, the military is the most modern and national and respected of all institutions, to which much of the nation's resources are mortgaged. In both countries, nuclear weapons like space technology are linked in the public mind with national prestige and progress.
Over here on the floor is a Poseidon missile. That one happens to come from the James Madison. And this one is going to be replaced by the new Trident that's just being built. They have a much longer range than the Poseidon over here. They will have a range of about 4,000 miles, I think. Now, if you will come over here, I will show you how we launched the men to the moon.
This process of conditioning us to accept nuclear weapons and a nuclear arms race really got underway with a lie called the missile gap. The missile gap dominated headlines in the late 50s and 60s, especially following the launch of the Russian Sputnik, the first satellite into space in October 1957. And hysteria swept over the three American services. Sputnik, they said, proved that the Russians were ahead in missile technology. But this was not true. Indeed, the very notion of a missile gap was ridiculous, as every American scientist working on missiles now concedes. Dr. Herbert York, one of the most distinguished and key figures in the early development of nuclear weapons, wrote this in his book Race to Oblivion. By 1955, the principal inter-service battle had become a power struggle over who would get the juiciest and sexiest roles and missions in long-range missiles. When Sputnik went up, each of the services hoped to take advantage of the public confusion and consternation over Sputnik.
Sputnik did not really represent a big technological lead on the part of the Soviets. The two programs at the fundamental level, that is the American missile program, missile and space program, the Soviet missile and space program, were rather evenly balanced. In fact, the American program was bigger and somewhat ahead in terms of technological base, but the Russians put up the first satellite, and so for the man in the street, that was what counted, and not more detailed questions about what the technological, how the two technological bases compared.
As a result, an unprecedented missile building program began in the United States. This arms race was fueled by intelligence reports which credited the Russians with all kinds of technological wonders, including an elusive atomic-powered bomber. Again, to quote Dr. York, "Today it is quite obvious that no such nuclear aircraft ever existed in the Soviet Union, and that stories to that effect were simply one more very clear attempt to generate what may be called self-serving intelligence." Admiral Jean LaRocque, United States Navy, was number 2 at Strategic Plans Division in the Pentagon. That means he was a senior nuclear strategist. Before that, he was Admiral commanding the Mediterranean Nuclear Task Group.
We have been 3 to 5 years ahead of the Soviet Union in the development of every strategic weapons system that has come down the pike since we developed and exploded the atomic bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the hydrogen bomb. We deployed our ICBMs first. We had the first jet aircraft to carry the bombs to the Soviet Union, the first nuclear-powered submarines, the first solid propellant missiles in our submarines. We went to MERV 10 years before the Soviets came up with their multiple independent re-entry vehicles.
When you say that the United States is 3 to 5 years ahead, that flies in the face of everything that we've heard from the White House, from Whitehall, everything our governments tell us.
Well, you just have to look at the facts, John. We have more strategic nuclear weapons than the Soviets have. We have 9,200 today. The Soviets, at the highest estimate by our government, is 7,000 strategic nuclear weapons. We have a bomber force of about 400 strategic bombers, all of them very fast, jet-propelled aircraft, the F-111s and the B-52s. The Soviets have only 140 strategic bombers, and of that, 100 are still old propeller planes. We have most of our nuclear weapons at sea, where they're secure. We have 5,000 nuclear weapons in our submarines. And we keep 3,000 nuclear weapons off the Soviet Union, day in and day out, and have done so for 20 years. The Soviets, on the other hand, have only 1,000 nuclear weapons in all of their submarines, and they keep 200 nuclear weapons off of the U.S. coast. By every criterion that you can think of, the United States is ahead today in absolute terms, and we're building in such a way that we are going to stay ahead, no matter what the Soviets do.
Professor Lawrence Freedman is head of war studies at King's College London and formerly with the Royal Institute of International Affairs.
I think most people would accept that in quantity of military power, whether one's talking about conventional or nuclear forces, the Soviet Union has more numbers. It, say, has 1,400 ICBMs to the American 1,000. With multiple warheads. The Americans may have more warheads at the moment, but they're losing that lead too. So I don't think the argument is quantity. Quality is relevant. The United States certainly has been the pace setter in some ways on quality. But even then, I think the qualitative differences are not as great as they once were. The Soviet Union has, with enormous effort, caught up, and it's very proud of doing so.
For impartial analysis, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute enjoys a rare reputation. Its 1982 report says that America is up to 5 years ahead of Russia.
We believe in the Russian army. We believe in the skill of the Russian generals.
Birmingham, where in the shadow of the Queen Victoria statue and beneath the red flag, a vast crowd listens to a fighting speech by Lord Beaverbrook.
And we believe in Stalin's leadership. Yes, in Stalin's leadership.
I'm very, very glad to have met you. Very glad indeed.
Official truth, or propaganda, often depends on the image of a people whom our government wants us to regard as an enemy in order to justify its own foreign policies. As Lord Beaverbrook, wartime cabinet minister under Churchill, made clear, the Russians then were good Russians. Now take, for example, the Germans. These were bad Germans, although they were the same people as Willy Brandt's good West Germans, who live next to their communist countrymen in the East, who are, officially, bad Germans. All this may sound ridiculous, and it is. But conditioning us to fear and mistrust an entire nation of human beings is vital if we are to regard them as a threat. Remember the bad Chinese, the Red Guards, the Yellow Peril. Weren't they then the embodiment of the evil threat? And what are they now? Now, they're the good Chinese. When I last went to the Soviet Union in 1977, I interviewed many of those called dissidents, people who dared to speak out in a police state. Simple Democrats, you might call them, like the courageous Volodya Slepak, now in prison, and Irina Ginsburg, now in the West with her husband Alexander Ginsburg. What I learned from these people was this. When international tension is relaxed, détente we used to call it, the Soviet bureaucracy finds it more difficult to justify open repression. And as a result, there is a dialogue, private and cautious certainly, but a dialogue on matters of war and peace, and in a country ever mindful that 22 million of its people died in the last war. Eventually this dialogue finds an echo in the Soviet leadership, burdened by military spending and unable to feed its own people without imported American grain. When tension is relaxed, these reformist elements have influence, and the result has been a partial test ban treaty and strategic arms limitations. But when the West rattles its missiles, there is no dialogue and no echoes, only a state of siege, only danger. In the 1950s, at the height of the old Cold War, John Foster Dulles, then American Secretary of State, said, "In order to make people bear the burden, we have to create an emotional atmosphere akin to a wartime psychology. We must create the idea of a threat from without. The manipulation of statistics, sometimes known as disinformation, is one way of creating this wartime psychology."
If you read a statement by the American Secretary of Defense about the number of Soviet divisions in Eastern Europe, you'd probably take that as a hard fact. And if you read a statement actually issued in the same month by the chairman of the American Joint Chiefs of Staff about the number of Soviet divisions in Eastern Europe, you'd probably take that as a hard fact. And when you found out the Secretary of Defense said there were 31 Soviet divisions there, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said there were 27, which was what they said in 1978, then you start by realizing there are no agreed facts.
Can you develop that from those diagrams with the tanks lined up against each other? Now, what's been left out of those?
The age of the tanks, for example. Some of the Warsaw Pact tanks are nearly 30 years old, much older than NATO tanks.
So they're not as efficient?
They're not as efficient. They break down more easily. They don't have as powerful guns. Their guns aren't as accurate. They can't fire on the move, and all other kinds of questions like that. Anti-tank weapons are left out. NATO has got about 250,000 anti-tank guided weapons, and it's got numerous other weapon systems which are capable of destroying tanks with quite extraordinary and really rather nasty efficiency. And so if you see this comparison of tanks, I suppose the first question to say is, are these facts? For example, if you compare the number of tanks, that in a sense is a half-truth, because you must throw in the number of anti-tank weapons when you're making that kind of comparison. From half-truths one moves on to distortions, and from distortions one goes on to downright lies.
In 1979, a secret committee of NATO decided to base 572 American cruise and Pershing missiles in Europe. 160 of these would be based in Britain, mostly here at Greenham Common, near Newbury. The official truth was that the cruise missiles would balance Russia's SS-20 missiles, which are aimed at Western Europe. The unofficial truth is that the cruise was designed for a nuclear war in Europe and will be controlled by the United States. Parliament was never consulted, nor were local people who received this Ministry of Defense brochure.
This is the soft sell for nuclear weapons,
Yeah.
and as you may know, 96 cruise missiles are coming to Greenham Common. So this is a brochure by which they try to persuade local people that they should welcome this new development.
But of course they say that in a time of tension, as they put it, the crews will be moved around, and that the Russians really won't strike Greenham Common and Newbury.
That is the whole rationale for them of siting crews here. But for us, I mean, there is the problem of actually transporting these things, even if that should happen, and clearly there's the risk of accident. But more importantly, since they made that statement, we now know that one flight of cruise missiles is to be permanently armed when on the base.
With nuclear weapons?
Oh, indeed, and they are building super-hardened silos in order to protect those armed weapons. So we think it's a nonsense that they will be moved around. When they feel that they ought to tell the people something, then the propaganda is extremely crude, just as crude as one might think it would be in the USSR, And this is a blatant example of that.
In January 1980, Francis Pym, then Defence Secretary, reassured people living near the bases that the cruise missiles in no way endangered them. From the air, one can see clearly just how close danger would be. In September 1980, a civil defence exercise was carried out based on what British intelligence understood would happen in a nuclear attack. The first 3 nuclear bombs fell here. Greenham Common and Newbury were wiped out.
When I first saw this, I noticed the subtitle, which is a vital part of the West's life insurance. And it struck me that I was being sold a life insurance policy. And I suppose, in a sense, the thing to do is, as one does with any advertising that one's thinking about carefully, if you want to buy a life insurance policy, you really start asking some hard questions about it and take that package apart. To begin with, it's headed the balance of longer-ranged, land-based theatre nuclear forces. I want to know why they're only talking about land-based forces. Britain has got its Polaris submarines, the French, if one were to count them in, have got their submarine-launched missiles, and the Americans have earmarked 40 to 45 missiles carrying 400 warheads to NATO's use, which should be included in this category.
Well, I think it's quite simple, really. It's expected that the ordinary member of the public will look at these tall pink blocks, USSR, and the low blue blocks, NATO, and come to the conclusion that NATO is miles behind the USSR. But this is only one category of weapons, and so this is an extremely dishonest presentation.
And then when I look and see that on the NATO side they have referred to just 2 types of aircraft, when in fact based in Western Europe there are half a dozen types which are capable of dropping nuclear weapons on the Soviet Union, then this really does become rather a worthless piece of advertising. I regard this as quite low-quality propaganda.
The brochure also says, nuclear weapons have been stored in this country for many years, and at no time has one been involved in an accident. In July 1956, a United States B-47 crashed into an atomic bomb store at Lakenheath Base in Suffolk. Roads jammed with people escaping in panic from the base. President Eisenhower ordered all mention of nuclear weapons cut from the accident report at the time. 23 years later, a retired American general said that part of eastern England almost became an atomic desert. Today, nothing has changed at Lakenheath. It is still a nuclear base.
It also says there's been no leak of radiation. Not far from where we're standing is Aldermaston, where there have been leaks of radiation, and where indeed 70 people are known to be contaminated as a result of working on nuclear warheads.
We can't use that cruise missile in the United States. We can only use the land-based cruise missile in Europe. We fought World War I in Europe. We fought World War II in Europe. And most of the Americans would like to fight World War III in Europe if we have to fight another world war. The United States, for many years, really since World War II, has had this concept of a forward-based system. We want to keep a forward-based system in the United Kingdom, Europe, Southern Europe, that whole tier, so that if we do become involved in a war with the Soviets, we can fight the war there and not fight the war in the United States.
Britain has more foreign bases on its soil than most countries, all of them American and many of them Soviet nuclear targets, according to British and Soviet information. At Lakenheath, walls are 2 feet thick with special air filters to protect their American personnel from radioactive dust. Hardly any of these American bases are directly committed to the defense of Britain. Instead, they are here to provide America's front line.
Now let's play a new television game called Find the Missing Bases. In June 1980, Bob Cryer, the Labour MP, asked the then Defence Secretary Francis Pym to provide a total list of American bases in Britain. Mr. Pym obliged with a round dozen, so our score is 12. But there were, he added, a few storage, logistics support, communications facilities. So a month later, Mr. Pym was asked to list these extra bases, and the dozen suddenly grew to 53. Then, a month later, Mr. Pym was asked to list any omissions from his 2 earlier lists. Well, yes, there were 3 more bases, including, as it happens, the largest American underwater spy base in the world. So that makes 56. But that wasn't all. The journalist Duncan Campbell of the New Statesman found and listed another 47 bases, making a grand total of 103. That's a long way from Mr. Pym's dozen. This is the Ministry of Defence in London, where we have sought cooperation in making this documentary. We did get permission to film at 3 British installations, and a Ministry Public Relations man offered us government film, some of it 14 years old. The British public, he said with a laugh, would not know the difference. I asked to interview the Secretary of State, Mr. Nott, but this was refused. Instead, I was offered what is called an unattributable briefing. Sorry, I've broken rule number 1 in telling you that. As my colleagues and I were led upstairs by the public relations man, Mr. Ian MacDonald of Falklands fame, Mr. MacDonald laid out the rules. You cannot, he said, name the man you're about to see. You cannot report to anyone what he tells you. You cannot say it came from the government. You cannot say it came from a Whitehall source, or a NATO source, or a Western source. Later I asked him, "Are you saying this briefing did not happen?" "You've got it," he replied. Fylingdale's early warning base in Yorkshire, where they are trained to give us an early warning of a nuclear attack. 3 times a week they play a game here which seems to be called Confidence High. The people at Fylingdale's refer to it as the all-singing, all-dancing show. If the game had been a reality, there would now be about 8 minutes to impact of the first nuclear bomb to hit Britain.
Quiet test details, bearing 060, range 800 miles.
UK and ISIS.
This is the SPO. Confidence report now. Confidence report now.
MIP confidence high, sir. My confidence high.
Thank you. High all air check. Confidence high. Inform missile warning. Inform centres.
Hello, missile warning. This is Fylingdale's. We have an IRBM in the system, and our confidence is high.
This is the SPO. Confidence report.
Roger, Whiskey Echo Echo.
UK senders informed.
Missile warning informed, sir.
Thank you.
"5 minutes to impact. All they can do is wait. And in all probability, we would know nothing about it." Early morning London, now only 1 minute to impact. A child of Hiroshima wrote, "It was a nice day. I was playing outdoors when I saw a sudden flash. Fire broke out everywhere. Our house and gate were burned down before I knew it. Then we went under a bridge. There were many people there dying from burns. When I came back, Daddy was dead. A few days later, Mummy died too. My sister and I cried to ourselves." This diagram, inspired by the book London After the Bomb, shows you second by second how London would be destroyed. Immediately after detonation, a flash of light will blind anyone looking at it. Within 3 seconds, clothes are burned off, all exposed skin is charred. Within 12 seconds, there are winds of up to 200 miles an hour. Cars are tossed about like toys, and people like dolls. Survivors are crushed or trapped inside their houses. As far away as 8 miles, people are blinded and receive second-degree burns. And this is the effect of only a 1 megaton bomb. And such a small bomb, it has been calculated, will make a crater large enough to swallow 10 Wembley stadiums. Of course, the only real evidence we have are the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
The whole city was on fire. Their faces were so badly burnt, it was impossible to tell whether they were men or women.
I noticed my face was swelling, getting so big I couldn't see, and my hands swelling like balloons. I couldn't grasp anything, couldn't reach the children.
We looked for survivors, dragging them from the wreckage, but their skin was so badly burned, it was actually melting. Limbs came away in our hands.
Got it all a-going, got my savings growing, got the Abbey habit with Abbey National. Got something behind me now, got it growing safely now, got the Abbey habit with Abbey National.
Nuclear war is becoming big business, a rare growth area. Indeed, you can now get a building society mortgage for a fallout shelter. Unfortunately, there is no guarantee that it will work. Some people, of course, won't need a mortgage because we have already paid for their shelter.
Well, going right there, isn't it? Going.
What about us?
Beneath these flats is a nuclear bunker in South London, typical of cosy bunkers throughout Britain. It is not for the use of people living in the flats, which will collapse in a nuclear attack. Of course, the bunker is designed not to collapse and is only for police, military and public servants. The government's published civil defence plans, called Protect and Survive, tell you to tape up the handles of your toilet and get in lots of tin soup and put your head in a bag. Like being snowed in at Christmas, nuclear war sounds almost fun. However, there are no evacuation plans, and this means that most of the population is to be sacrificed and that the establishment will outlive the people. Parks, commons, even your local golf course have been secretly designated areas for mass graves. What all this reveals is that civil defence is simply a propaganda term and that preparing us for war is the real aim.
The most widespread danger from nuclear explosions is fallout. Fallout is dust that is sucked up from the ground by the explosion. Fallout can kill. Since it can be carried for great distances by the winds, it can eventually settle anywhere. So no place in the United Kingdom is safer than any other.
In this Home Office film, the buildings are miraculously untouched, and of course nothing looks like Hiroshima. Its main aim is to pacify us and to keep us literally in our place.
Stay where you are. If you leave your home, your local authority may take it over for homeless families. And if you move, the authorities in the new place will not help you with food, accommodation, or other essentials. You are better off in your own home. Stay there.
A Home Office circular to local authorities states that the first aim of civil defence is to control public dissent. With a nuclear attack imminent, the Cabinet will approve Queen's Order 2, the suspension of Parliament and democracy. In the Police Manual of Home Defence, a restricted document, priority is given before an attack to detention or restriction of movement of subversive or potentially subversive people. Lowest on the list is advice to the rest of the population on how to survive. This is the Land Battle Tactics Manual of the British Armed Forces for the year 1960. On page 12 it says this: nuclear weapons of varying yields will be used in large but not unlimited numbers. In other words, the planning for a limited nuclear war in Europe began at least 22 years ago. But hadn't we been led to believe that nuclear war as a practical military option is only a recent development? And was there any debate at the time in Parliament and the press? No, there was not. It says here, restricted. The information given in this document is not to be communicated either directly or indirectly to the press or to any person not authorized to receive it. And that meant almost everybody. Except, of course, the generals who play war games every autumn.
You are NATO's fire brigade, ready to assemble and move on short notice to either flank, to act as our alliance's collective deterrent force during those ambiguous days of rising tension. When you and your comrades return to your bases, you should be able to look back with pride. Pride in your performance, pride in your unit's achievements, and pride that you in the military uniform of your country serve the most noble of causes, the preservation of peace with freedom for your countrymen. Good luck, man. Have a good and a safe exercise.
Through early morning fog I see visions of the things to be, the pains that are withheld for me. I realize and I can see that suicide is painless. It brings on many changes, and I can take or leave it if I please. The game of life is hard to play. Gonna lose it anyway. The losing card I'll someday lay. So this is all I have to say. Suicide is painless. Suicide. It brings on many changes. And I can take or leave it if I please.
Welcome to the integrated battlefield, a new improved concept in war. Now, if you don't know what that means, well, neither do I. It's what the military call this battlefield in Germany, where a limited nuclear and chemical war is at present being fought. Remember, it's only a limited nuclear war. The enemy are, of course, those evil non-people, the Russians, and their Warsaw Pact allies, including the bad Germans. These are known in this war as the Orange Forces. Our side are the Americans and their NATO allies, including the British and the good Germans, and these are known as the Blue Forces. Now, in this limited nuclear war, nasty old-fashioned terms of death and destruction have been done away with, and not before time. Horrible bombs are now systems. Soldiers are human assets. Civilians, that's innocent bystanders, are now called support structure. And dead civilians, always a rather emotive term, have been replaced with collateral damage, that old favorite from Vietnam. This morning, both nuclear and chemical systems were activated without degradation. That means they are fired without a hitch. And all the human assets, that's the soldiers, changed into their protective noddy suits. Noddy suits is another military term. Unfortunately, no noddy suits were available for the support structure, that's the civilians. In November 1980, the Ministry of Defense discussed with Washington the possibility of acquiring American nerve gas weapons for Britain. Here are our NATO boys, after a nerve gas operation, playing a game called decontamination.
Come on, sit down right here. Sit down? Come on over here and sit down, both of you. Facing you? Yeah, face me, okay? You take your right boot off, you take your left boot off, okay? After you take your boots off, do not let your right boot touch the ground. Put it over that, okay? Take your left boot off. Take your right boot off, Ortegon. Now, when you pull that off, do not let your boot touch the ground. Put it on the other side of the bin. You understand? Boots off. Now do the same thing with your right boot.
Latest scores in this limited nuclear war are not yet in, but it does seem likely that our side has won, proving that a nuclear war can be fought and contained in Europe. Fortunately, it's all a game, a NATO war game. But such nuclear games are being played regularly in Europe as dehumanized rehearsals for the kind of limited nuclear war endorsed by NATO in December 1979, when the decision was taken to accept American-controlled cruise and Pershing missiles. The unthinkable is now the planned and the practiced.
Through early morning fog I see visions of the things to be, the pains that are withheld for me. I realize and I can see that suicide is painless. It brings on many changes, and I can take or leave it if I please.
One of the means of conditioning you, the public, to accept a nuclear arms race is secrecy and duplicity. That is, you're told one thing by government and the very opposite happens in secret. When the Labour Party was returned to power in 1974, its manifesto was clear on one issue. We have renounced, it said, any intention of moving to a new generation of strategic nuclear weapons. Indeed, Mr. Callaghan, on becoming Prime Minister, promised a full and informed debate on nuclear weapons. During 1978, a series of extraordinary meetings took place in the Cabinet Office in Whitehall. These meetings were convened by Mr. Callaghan and were attended by Foreign Secretary David Owen, Chancellor of the Exchequer Dennis Healey, Defence Secretary Fred Mulley, and senior civil servants from the Foreign Office and the Ministry of Defence. Parliament knew nothing about these meetings, nor did other members of the Cabinet. So secret was this committee that it didn't have a name or a number. It took the decision to spend £1,000 million to massively increase the British nuclear arsenal in what was called the Cheveline programme. This £1,000 million was buried without trace in civil service accounts, and no one questioned it. And of course you knew nothing about it.
Trident 1, a powerful new three-stage missile with a range of 4,000 nautical miles, capable of delivering multiple warheads to widely scattered targets.
Britain's new so-called independent deterrent grew out of the Cheveline programme and is to be based on the American Trident missile. Trident is not a defensive nuclear weapon. It's designed to attack first. The Trident will cost around £8,000 million. The Ministry of Defence official who briefed me said, with Trident, you get more bang for a buck. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union cannot feed itself and conceals the growing poverty and hardship of its people.
In the United States, unemployment in cities like Detroit and in the black ghettos is more than half the adult population, with malnutrition now officially recognized as a disease. In Britain, many of this generation may never work, and the closure of hospitals and schools is no longer news. In the 1980s, having nuclear weapons gives you more bang for a buck.
If the United Kingdom had no nuclear weapons, I think they'd be in a much stronger bargaining position. Now they're captive appendages to the United States' strategic and other nuclear weapons systems. You're just a little adjunct here of our total nuclear capability in the United States.
Well, there are contingency plans in the NATO doctrine to fire a nuclear weapon for demonstrative purposes, to demonstrate to the other side that they are exceeding the limits of toleration in the conventional area.
In November 1981, US Secretary of State General Alexander Haig revealed that NATO had a plan to fire a nuclear warning shot in a time of tension. In NATO's 1977 exercises, General Haig, then Supreme Commander, ordered a first nuclear strike. Only a dry run, of course.
I can never figure out from a military point of view or an economic point of view of why the Russians would want to make an attack in Europe or on the United States. The Russians are very late imperialists. They're lousy imperialists. They come in with a heavy hand and they blunder all over the place. I don't think they're going to be successful. But dumb they are not. And they'd have to be dumb to make a frontal attack in Europe. It'd be suicide for them, and they know that.
August the 17th, 1982, the Guardian newspaper reported that the Pentagon had completed a strategic master plan to give the United States the capability of winning a protracted nuclear war. August the 23rd, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger wrote to newspaper editors complaining that the media had got American war plans all wrong.
I wrote the letter to get an unfiltered and, from my parochial point of view, correct statement of what you're actually about in Washington. I was concerned because, rightly or wrongly, and without in any way attacking the credibility or accuracy of the press, I was concerned that the impression was being given that we had a large unit in the Pentagon that was assigned to fighting protracted nuclear wars, and that is totally wrong. We have not changed the American policy, strategic or otherwise, basically at all, but the Soviet capability has changed, and our policy has always been the same, that is to maintain an effective deterrent. And an effective deterrent against nuclear war has to be one that is correctly perceived by the Soviets as being strong enough to discourage and totally deter any kind of a nuclear attack. As their capability increases, we have to strengthen and modernize our capability, and that is the only policy in which we're engaged, and it's exactly the same policy on which every American government has been engaged since the end of World War II. It ought to be kept in proportion. We allocate something under 15% of our budget to strategic weapons and nuclear capabilities. In keeping with the unanimous agreement at the Bonn summit, we are spending the balance of our budget on strengthening and increasing our conventional capability. Again, not with the idea of launching a war or getting a protracted war or anything of the kind, but with the idea of deterring every war. It's the paradox of our time that all of the things we are trying to do in the Defense Department are focused totally and completely on preventing a war through deterrence. And if I'm completely successful in everything I'm trying to do, we'll never use any of the things we're trying to persuade the Congress we should and need to have.
Can I just follow that
Surely.
up? Because the fears in Europe arose particularly around last October, didn't they, when President Reagan was quoted as saying he could see where you could have the exchange of tactical weapons against troops in the field without it bringing either one of the major powers to pushing the button. Now, that sounds very much like nuclear warfighting. At the same around the same time, Secretary Haig talked about a demonstration shot of nuclear weapons.
I think you should set that in the context in which it was said. And the context in which it was said was a hypothetical question by a Midwest editor at a group of editors meeting at the White House. And the president, as always, is trying to be very helpful in responding to all of the questions. And he gave a perfectly honest opinion, which I don't think anyone can had any particular quarrel with. It's the raising of the subject that seems to cause so much problem. And I noticed one article recently that was critical of my letter because it said I shouldn't be discussing the subject at all. Well, there's a great temptation not to discuss the subject, but sadly others aren't quite as self-restrained. The subject is being discussed, but it's being discussed, frankly, as I said in the letter, inaccurately.
The policy of nuclear deterrence, wrote Mr. Weinberger, has been approved through the political processes of the democratic nations it protects since at least 1950. That is a fine example of official truth. It implies that the West's nuclear policy evolved through the normal democratic checks and balances, when in fact the policy was conceived in utmost secrecy. Typical of this secrecy is the directive for plans to fight a protracted nuclear war, which, says the Guardian report, is part of a top-secret national security decision document that was drawn up in the autumn of 1981. President Reagan's strategic doctrine goes further towards accepting nuclear war as a practical option, in that it specifically states the goal of winning a protracted nuclear war.
The decision to use nuclear weapons in Europe is purely a U.S. decision. One of the great myths that's been perpetrated in Europe is that somehow the NATO countries, Chancellor Schmidt or Prime Minister Thatcher, will have something to say about whether or not the U.S. uses nuclear weapons. They will not. Now, we may consult with them, and we may take their advice, and we may not. But if we decide to use nuclear weapons, there's nobody in Europe that could stop us.
Is the West our way of life?
The 1979 decision to deploy cruise missiles was to counter Soviet SS-20 missiles. That was the official reason given. What is seldom mentioned is that on the integrated battlefield of Western Europe, there is already nuclear artillery and nuclear mines and all manner of small, convenient nuclear weapons.
The purpose of having a war, let me rephrase that, the purpose of battle, whether we like it or not, is to destroy the enemy and keep yourself from being destroyed. Now, you want to have as efficient a weapons as you can in order to accomplish your mission. You keep pressing the technological and scientific community of your country, you see, find us better ways to be more efficient on the battlefield to accomplish our mission. Now, that decision of 1979 reflected NATO's determination to do several things. One, to close the gap which we had in the spectrum of forces which we need in order to implement our strategy of flexible response. And secondly, to deny to the Soviet Union a sanctuary from which she could launch these kinds of weapons against Western Europe without fear of having retaliation upon her own soil from Western Europe.
First of all, these are American weapons under American control that are coming. But number two, they are a direct breach of the Khrushchev-Kennedy agreement, where it has been said there should be no such weapons stationed on the soil of allies. And these weapons, Pershing II and cruise missiles, have a completely new quality and cannot be compared to the SS-20 in our feeling, and will reach deeply into the Soviet Union. So in fact, they are there for first strike capability. And we feel that we have enough already on overkill in Europe, enough not land, but sea and air-based systems to combat any threat, even conventional forces. We feel this is completely an excess on nuclear weapons, and we also feel it's a whole new weapons generation, which we as Germans and as Europeans reject, because it will mean limited nuclear war in Europe, and we will be the first victims.
General, why do you think increasing numbers of Europeans are frightened by the presence of NATO nuclear weapons in Europe?
Well, that's difficult for me to explain, you see, because I happen to believe that if we're going to deter, we have to deter at all levels, as I've said. And it seems to me that they tend to be more frightened of our stationing weapons or modernizing our weapon system in order to accomplish that mission of keeping them from being used by the Soviet Union, more frightened of that than they are frightened of those weapons which cause us to have to modernize in order to deter.
We reject all mass destruction weapons, also the SS-20, quite clear, because they endanger us, they point at us. But the Soviet Union is confronted, in fact, by two systems, by the intercontinental system of the United States and very soon by the medium-range missiles from Europe, whereas the SS-20 cannot reach the United States. It is just affecting the Allies. So there's a total imbalance.
Don't you understand the fear that people have for another increase in the number of nuclear arms?
Listen, young man, don't talk to me about fear of war. I've been in them. And let me tell you, as I've told you before, this group, it's a stupid way to do business. It's a folly, it's a waste. And nobody wants to go back to war. None of us. So all of us have that concern. But because we fear that there might be a war, doesn't mean we shouldn't take the steps necessary to keep there from being one.
All that which is claimed to defend us is going to destroy us. Because those weapons which are now being placed in Europe will in fact, perhaps that's my fear, call for a preemptive or preventive strike by the Soviet Union, because they are threatened outside of their own borders very much. And I believe the Americans make it a little bit too easy, because they can very much shove the problem away and say, we can make surgical strikes. These weapons are made for small strikes, for surgical strikes, and thus you could try to limit war, which is to me insane.
Historically, we put nuclear weapons in Europe, the United States did, in order to deter a Soviet ground attack, and in a sense to compensate for what we considered to be the superiority in numbers of Soviet troops over NATO troops. But when the Soviet Union developed the capability to provide nuclear weapons in Europe, it negated the capability of our nuclear weapons to deter a war. It put us into a war-fighting situation.
Soviet people are just as much afraid of us as we are probably of them. And yet we in Germany have a historic and moral mission, I believe, because we have started too many wars, and we have also made too much damage in the Soviet Union. 20 million people have died there because the Germans have started their war, have marched in. So we feel the mission must come from the people to start having another picture of these people. Because every time we're confronted by the Soviet Union, we see women, men and children. We do not see armies. And we do not believe, truly do not believe, that the Russians will march in here overnight. We don't believe it. And if they did, we know we have enough conventional weapons, enough air and sea-based systems already in NATO to confront any threat. This total overkill capacity is totally insane, and we must start somewhere to stop it.
These are pictures from a BBC film called The War Game, made in 1965 and banned from showing on television. Then almost all the press supported the official reason for the ban, that the film was too horrible to show. The unofficial truth is revealed in this letter by Lord Normanbrook, then chairman of the BBC Governors, who wrote that the war game on television might have a significant effect on public attitudes towards the policy of nuclear deterrence. For many years afterwards, the nuclear debate languished. But last year, the greatest peaceful gatherings of people since World War II took place in Europe and the United States. Last June, almost 1 million people transformed New York. 72% of all Americans, said a poll, wanted a halt to all nuclear arms building. Those who accused European campaigners of being anti-American would now have to level the same charge at millions of Americans who, said one newspaper, are reclaiming our American democracy. Paul Warmke was senior negotiator in the strategic arms limitation talks known as SALT. You're one of those who have sat down over a long period of time with the Russians negotiating. Could you give us a glimpse of how the Russian leadership thinks?
I would say that I see them as being very interested in controlling nuclear arms. Not because of any sort of philanthropy or anything of that sort, but because they are genuinely afraid of nuclear war. As a matter of fact, nuclear war to them is perhaps a more real threat and a more real danger than it is to us.
Why is that?
Well, one thing, because of the fact that The last time there was military action on American territory was 120 years ago, and then it was Americans against Americans with muskets and cannonballs. Whereas the Soviets, of course, were major casualties of World War II.
Soviet overtures to us are invariably described as propaganda.
Yes.
How do we receive them? Are they to be believed, or are they, most of them, propaganda? How do you see them?
Well, in my own opinion, what we have to do is to find out whether they're serious or not. If it's a bluff, we ought to call the bluff. It might very well turn out not to be a bluff. But if they make this kind of an overture, and we do nothing in response except to say that it's propaganda, it seems to me what we do is to sow division within the Western alliance.
How could arms control in the 1980s be put into practice, in your view?
Well, really, I see nothing wrong with the process that's been going on, except for the fact that it's taken an inordinately long period of time. SALT I froze the number of strategic launchers. SALT II was designed to put an actual numerical ceiling, to begin reductions, and to begin the process of qualitative restrictions as well as quantitative restrictions. I say the only difficulty is that it's taken too long. Now, it's entirely feasible, entirely realistic, to say, okay, at this point, make a few cosmetic changes if you feel that you have to, so that you can call it SALT 2.5, or the Reagan Treaty, and ratify it. And then move on, because once you've got that framework in place, then the opportunities are really vast. You could have, for example, a negotiation on theater nuclear force reductions. That could go on concurrently with negotiations on a bilateral basis between the United States and the Soviet Union to have further reductions, to extend the term of the treaty. By the end of 1981, the limit was supposed to be 2,250, which would require, as I've said earlier, that the Soviets eliminate some 250 to 300. Well, by the end of 1984, why not get down to 1,800? By the end of 1985, get down to something like 1,700 and extend the term of the treaty for another 5 years. You could have a negotiation of a ban on the flight testing of new missiles. We could proceed at the same time to complete the comprehensive test ban that would prevent any explosions of nuclear devices. At the present time, that just involves the United States, the Soviet Union, and England. But it could be expanded to bring in the French and the Chinese. And just in terms of proliferation, if the major nuclear powers could agree to a total stop of any nuclear explosions, that would, in my opinion, be the most powerful inhibition against anybody else getting into the nuclear weapons business. So that it's an entirely rational agenda. All we have is the question as to whether we have the political will to go ahead with it.
And does this U.S. administration genuinely want to negotiate?
I'm sure that there are some in the present administration that would genuinely like to see serious and effective arms control negotiations. There are, regrettably, others that think that it's a waste of time and that the only thing we can do with the Soviets is to outcompete them. And what they favor is what I've referred to as the arms race theory of arms control. That what we do is just go ahead as fast as we can with as much as we can in the expectation that they won't be able to keep up and that we'll get arms control by default. Well, I don't know of anybody who has been a serious student of the Soviet Union or of Russian history who believes that that would take place. They would do whatever is necessary in order to match us, so that the race for strategic superiority is a recipe for disaster. We'll be bankrupt if we aren't obliterated. How many doctors are going to survive? How many urban hospital facilities are going to survive? What do you do with all the bodies? What are the epidemic consequences? What are the fallout consequences? The idea that you can fight, survive, and win a nuclear war is calamitous nonsense.
This arms race has gone on for a long time, and I think we need to slow it, stop it, and reverse it. And I think the time for that is right now.
People are beginning to ask questions about secrecy, about security. and beginning to feel that if we are a democracy, then we the people ought to be able to say what sort of defence policy we want.
When we set out to make this film almost 2 years ago, opponents of the nuclear arms race were still being dismissed as outside the popular consensus, as extreme or naive or even pro-Soviet. Today, opinion polls show that a clear majority of the people of Britain are against cruise missiles on our soil. These are to be deployed throughout Western Europe this year, and we may have no control over them, and they may well undermine our last chance of avoiding a new and final stage in the nuclear arms race. But are governments listening to the common sense of their own people, or are they merely concerned with spreading new propaganda, as if wanting peace now is somehow unpatriotic? We were told we went to war in the Falklands over the issue of sovereignty. Is not surrendering control of missiles on our own soil also surrendering sovereignty? Even the so-called dual control is a propaganda term, designed to make the missiles more acceptable, but no safer. Certainly, more and more people are asking, impatiently and rationally, why over the years we have allowed this country to become a prime target, and more people, regardless of their political beliefs, are understanding that the Russians, like us, have every reason not to fight a nuclear war. You heard Paul Warnke, the American strategic arms negotiator, say that a rational agenda of disarmament was not only possible, but would work, and that to dismiss out of hand the overtures now coming from Moscow would only bring us even closer to war. In America recently, an historic motion to freeze the nuclear arms race was only narrowly defeated in the Congress. In spite of our own insidious propaganda and secrecy, we live in a democracy and the Russian people do not. Surely then, it is we who can and should take the initiative. Nuclear weapons were never an act of God. Nothing is inevitable.
This is an image of war from Vietnam. This child, burned by napalm, is the focus of television and press cameras. What is the role of the media in wartime? Is it simply to record, or is it to explain, and from whose point of view? The military, the politicians, or the victims?
General, how would you assess yesterday's activities of the embassy? Trying to get the
straight from the Joint Chiefs of Command, high-ranking South Vietnamese.
This is the common face of war. Atrocity, indignity, suffering, inhuman squalor as a life ebbs away in mud. But apart from those who were there, who suffered, the images of war remembered and celebrated are often far removed from the squalor and as such are acceptable. Lists of names in splendid marble, moving ceremonies at the homecoming, and a large, ugly box bearing the remains of wasted young men, disguised by the bright colours, not of life, but of a symbol used to rationalise war, a flag. In the summer of 1854, the editor of the Times received an urgent message from one of his foreign correspondents, an Irishman called William Howard Russell. "Am I to tell these things or to hold my tongue?" wrote Russell, to which his editor, John Delane, replied that he should go ahead and tell the truth. It was a rare moment of glory in the history of war reporting. Russell was the Times man at the Crimea, a war which Queen Victoria described as popular beyond belief. It certainly wasn't that after Russell had got through with it. He reported the charge of the Light Brigade as the disaster it was. He reported the waste and the blunders and the carnage of the whole British adventure. A government fell because of what he wrote. The establishment grew to hate him, and Prince Albert called him a miserable scribbler. According to his epitaph in St. Paul's Cathedral, Russell was the first and the greatest war correspondent. Whether or not he was that, his readers certainly got the facts of war faster in the age of the horse than you, the television viewing public, got the facts of the Falklands War in the age of the computer and the satellite. And of course the truth of that war is still coming in. Indeed, the Crimea was the last British war before censorship. This film is about the reporting of truth in wartime, an important subject because it can often determine how those who govern us can justify other wars, regardless of the lessons of history. Before the Crimea, the military reported its own wars, with generals informing the public of their great deeds, often months after a battle was won or lost. Wellington, for example, reported Waterloo.
The Times then experimented with hiring a junior officer, but that didn't work either, much the same reason. And then, 1852, they decided the thing to do was to send a civilian for the first time. And of course the army hated it.
Russell described himself as the miserable parent of a luckless tribe, the tribe being war correspondents. He wrote in a deeply personal style. He didn't aspire to objectivity as a holy grail to be worshipped at all cost. He wrote the truth as he saw it. He described the brutal neglect of ordinary British soldiers. He described the absurd privilege of officers and their entourage of wives, chefs, and gentlemen friends there to watch the war as they would a cricket match. He accused the expedition and its leader, Lord Raglan, of incompetence, ignorance, blunders, folly. General Sir George Brown would physically shudder at the very mention of the Times. And not surprisingly, Russell was called a traitor, which of course he was not. Like so many of the luckless tribe, he never questioned the war itself or the institution of war. The advent of the telegraph during the American Civil War changed almost everything. Now it was possible to get news straight from the front, and the first circulation battles were based on war stories, any war stories. The editor of the Chicago Times sent this message to his reporter: "Telegraph fully all news you can get, and when you can't get news, send rumors."
If you were a general, you rapidly learnt that you could buy a war correspondent for $50. If you were an artillery officer and you wanted to advance your career, then $50 would get you a war correspondent who would say that you were the best artillery officer in whole of the Union Army.
Instant hero.
Instant hero.
Had censorship begun then?
No, you could write what you liked. There was no possibility of censoring you anyway, because immediate access to the telegraph meant that the story was in the papers before the generals knew what you'd written.
A few, but only a few, reported the bloody futility. Ned Spencer of the Cincinnati Times made no name for himself when he wrote, "As I sit tonight writing this epistle, the dead are all around me. The knife of the surgeon is busy at work, and amputated legs and arms lie scattered in every direction. I hope my eyes may never again look upon such sights." There are two divisions in the world, wrote Kipling, Germans and human beings. The First World War had begun. Life was so cheap that the Daily Mail in 1915 gave only a few lines to the latest casualty figures from Germany, 2.75 million dead. The great American crusading journalist I.F. Stone once wrote, "All governments are liars, and nothing they say should be believed." He exaggerated, though I wonder by how much. World War I is a prime example. It was the big lie. There was a deliberate, state-run conspiracy to lie to the British people about the futility of the war and its carnage. But what was significant was the extent to which the press and the reporters themselves took part in the conspiracy. Philip Gibbs was war correspondent of the Daily Chronicle. He later became Sir Philip Gibbs, knighted by a grateful establishment. "We wrote the truth," said Gibbs, "apart from the naked realism of horrors and losses and criticism of the facts, which did not come within the liberty of our pen." In other words, Gibbs was admitting that the correspondents wrote not what they knew to be true, but what they were told was true. There was no need for censorship, said Gibbs, for we were our own censors. Has that changed, I wonder? In 1917, with millions dead and more recruits needed, the editor of the Manchester Guardian, C.P. Scott, had a private conversation with the Prime Minister, David Lloyd George. Said Lloyd George, "If people really knew the truth, the war would be stopped tomorrow. But of course they don't know and can't know."
Post-World War, it was very common to use the sporting analogy. Going over the top was portrayed as being the start of a rugger match or beginning of a cricket match. There were even stories that the war correspondents wrote of officers who were going over the top, tossing a cricket ball from hand to hand, or leading troops in a charge, kicking a football across no man's land. And that sporting analogy tended to take away the actual horror of the event that was being described. And of course this infuriated the troops to read that they regarded going over the top as a great game and couldn't wait until they were charging down the mouths of the German machine guns, and that their officers were sort of captains of a team that were about to embark on a great game of a sporting game with the enemy. It infuriated them because they knew the better analogy would have been them baaing like sheep as they went to the slaughter.
So efficient was the machinery of British propaganda during the First World War, fueled by a policy of total censorship, that according to Philip Knightley, Dr. Joseph Goebbels based Nazi propaganda in World War II on the British model. During the Second War in Britain, censorship was tight, except for those American correspondents who often painted what one of them called a hearts and flowers picture of all Britons pulling together. This, of course, was true up to a point, but there was another side, such as the efforts of the well-off to send their children abroad, and the support among some MPs for negotiations with Hitler. During the Blitz, money and position could buy you a better place in a better shelter, and those jolly Cockney images of life in the underground were not completely true. The tube became a terrible stinking slum and a health hazard. Not a single British correspondent was at Dunkirk, and yet a romantic version of eyewitness heroics obscured for many years the full story, a story of military incompetence and disaster. The Korean War broke out in 1950 and was described by the journalist James Cameron as a prep school for Vietnam. It was a racist war, and many correspondents were under instructions to play down the suffering of the Korean people.
They are a hardy race and can exist on a much lower sustenance level than white troops.
Instead, the war was reported, by and large, like the World War that had preceded it, as a boy's own annual saga of good versus evil.
Air and ground, we bring you the most dramatic air attack pictures of the war.
Dramatic, yes, but what was the truth about Korea? During the war, Robin C. Miller, an editor of the United Press, said this: "There are certain facts and stories from Korea that editors and publishers have printed which were pure fabrication. Many of us who sent the stories knew they were false, but we had to write them because they were official releases, even though the people responsible knew they were untrue."
New deadly weapon, belly tanks loaded with napalm, also known as jellytol. It's a highly inflammable jelly which is fused and dropped to spray flaming death on enemy foxholes and guerrilla positions.
Napalm was a new American weapon, and Rennie Cutforth of the BBC believed it important to describe its use. "Over this scene of silent desolation," he reported, "crept a reassuring smell that immediately took me back to Sunday dinners in Britain, the smell of roast pork, for that's what a napalmed human being looks like." This dispatch was never used, and the BBC never satisfactorily explained why.
And rockets hiss down with terrifying accuracy onto the Reds below.
These Reds below were so-called political prisoners. They included innocent civilians and children, victims. James Cameron, in Korea for Picture Post with photographer Bert Hardy, witnessed their brutal treatment by Britain's South Korean allies. After a futile protest to United Nations officials, Cameron wrote an article illustrated by Hardy's pictures. "The prisoners are roped and manacled," he reported. "They are compelled to crouch in pools of garbage. They clamber into trucks with the numb air of men going to their death. Many of them are." The Cameron article was on the presses when the proprietor, Edward Hulton, instructed the editor, Tom Hopkinson, to scrap it. Hopkinson refused and was sacked. Cameron resigned in protest. Telling the victim's story, decreed Hulton, would give aid and comfort to the enemy. It might also have given that war a bad name.
Flight, which brought man terror, also gives him life, hastening the wounded back to base.
In the 1950s, few questioned the objectivity of this newsreel style of reporting. But today we look back on it and smile, for it was clearly our propaganda. So how will the news of the Falklands War be regarded in 30 years' time? Or more to the point, why do we have to wait that long to find out?
To the badly wounded, blood from their homeland brings life, replacing the blood they so freely gave that freedom might live.
In contrast with this diet of propaganda, the people of Britain and the United States never knew that the atomic bomb was almost used twice in Korea.
Being bought with lives, the young American said in death, "There must be better ways to settle a dispute." Korea has given his answer. When all the people of the world will it, man will live in peace and die honored in his own bed.
This was Vietnam. In 1967, a Gallup poll revealed that half the American people had no idea what the war in Vietnam was about.
It was the first war that had been covered without censorship of any kind, American war. And it was the first war on television. And for all of us, that was a first, really and truly. In the kind of graphic detail that we were able to provide because of the extraordinary assistance of the Army of the United States. They wanted that coverage. They wanted that relentless coverage. They thought they were going to get something else.
Instead, they got a confusion of images of a war in which progress was measured by something called a body count, or, as in this extraordinary film, an aerial turkey shoot.
Okay, no problem now. There it goes. Ah, look at it burn. Look at it burn.
Okay, we got more napalm coming down here. We bombed first of all, and then the napalmers come across, and we strafed immediately in front of them, see, to keep their heads down. We were receiving heavy ground fire. You can see the tracer bullets coming up past us. Fantastic, and we really made them run. That's outstanding, because when they get out of their trenches in the open, we can really hit them, and that's what we like to do. That's what we're here for, and boy, it's outstanding to really catch them out in the open. We don't do that very often.
It wasn't only the media that invented the image of the Vietnam War, it was the CIA that virtually invented the war. Ralph McGee spent 25 years in the CIA, much of it in Vietnam, and retired with a Medal of Commendation. He is an expert on the CIA's manipulation of the media.
The CIA is not an intelligence agency. The CIA is the covert action arm of the presidency. And in that capacity, it supports or overthrows other governments, and it utilizes the techniques of disinformation as part of its covert action responsibility. And I claim that Vietnam is its longest and most successful disinformation operation. It is not an intelligence agency, it is a covert action agency.
Mm. Well, could you explain what disinformation is to the layman, and in particular related to Vietnam?
Disinformation has many, many ways of coming about. You have the techniques of white, gray, and black propaganda. White propaganda being virtually a government statement. This is the U.S. government saying this. Gray propaganda being, well, you don't know quite who's saying it. And black is where you speak in the voice of your enemy. Say, the Communist Party of China is saying this when actually it's be the agency doing it. Black propaganda, in the case of Vietnam, they have a famous example. In early '65, they wanted justification for sending American troops in to participate in the actual fighting. And they wanted to begin bombing North Vietnam, but the story that was being told to the American people was the war was an invasion of South Vietnam by North Vietnam. But they had to have evidence of this. They only had a couple of North Vietnamese soldiers that they had captured, so they needed some way to document this. So the agency loaded up a North Vietnamese junk with communist weapons, and the agency maintains communist arsenals around the United States and around the world. They loaded the weapons onto the junk. They floated it down off the coast of central South Vietnam. They shot it up, made it look like a firefight had taken place. Then they brought in the American press, the international press, and the International Control Commission, said, here's evidence that the North Vietnamese are invading South Vietnam. Based on this evidence, 2 Marine battalion landing teams went into Vietnam and began actual combat operations. And a week after that, the American Air Force began the regular bombing of North Vietnam, sustained bombing in what they call Operation Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder was reported as a coal statistic. Bridges, trains, and industrial complexes were reported bombed as if Asian Pittsburghs and Birminghams were down below. But an industrial complex was more than likely to be made of straw and contain children. Films such as this seldom appeared on television screens during the war. It is from the other side, North Vietnam, whose moonscape I first saw as if I'd stumbled upon some great and unrecorded disaster. The terror and suffering of these people was seldom reported. They remain simply the communists, the statistic of Rolling Thunder, the body count, their towns and villages marked as industrial complexes on Air Force maps and bombed back to the Stone Age with the craters now merged into swamps. Not a single dollar in reparation or aid has helped them to rebuild their homes and lives. A town I saw called Ham Long, just like this village, ought to have been as famous as Dresden because it was bombed much more than Dresden or London almost every day for 4 years. But few knew about it then and know about it now. Its people were, and are, only victims.
what's the principal illusion that you think everybody is still subscribing to?
That it was an invasion of invasion of South Vietnam by the North Vietnamese. That there was no popular support for the communist government when there certainly was. That whatever government we happened to be backing at the time was the popular government. So that when we sent the American troops in, we were in there to fight for the people, when in fact, we were fighting against the people. Those illusions still exist.
In 1965, American Marines entered the village of Cam Ne and burned it down with Zippo cigarette lighters and flamethrowers. Reporter Morley Safer and a camera crew from America's CBS network were there to record what was one of the first television atrocities.
It was a shock to me. I'd been in, in battle before, and I'd covered other wars in Vietnam, but I'd heard of this sort of thing going on, and the war in Algeria went on all the time, but I'd never seen it. Where this simple punishment, as it appeared to me, of a village.
Only 3 or 4 houses had been burned down, said the military. In fact, reporters counted up to 400 houses destroyed. The presence of bunkers, said the military, proved the village was a Viet Cong stronghold. But reporters knew there wasn't a hamlet in Vietnam that didn't have a bunker to protect it, often from American bombing. But even without censorship, it took almost 2 years for the full story of the massacre at My Lai to get out, long after one man, Lieutenant Calley, had been charged with the murder of 102 civilians in March 1968. The reason was not lack of evidence, but a resistance to the story on the part of the media itself. The word atrocity implies something out of the ordinary, but the massacre at My Lai was nothing unusual. The smashing of this home and the dislocation of these lives was also nothing unusual, an everyday atrocity. But unfortunately, refugees, victims, are seldom newsworthy.
It's part of a long historical process in which the civilians have become more and more the target for military hardware. I mean, let's go back to look at the parallels between the Boer War and Vietnam, for example. Just as the Americans tried to do in Vietnam, the British government tried to remove from the Boers, the Boer guerrilla forces, their major source of sustenance, the Boer civilians, by putting all the women and children into concentration camps. So that anybody who was out there in the wilderness still must be a Boer supporter and therefore became a legitimate military target. Much the same thinking of the Americans in Vietnam. Already in the Boer War you begin to get the idea that civilians are legitimate military targets. Second World War, that's continued as a deliberate act of policy. I mean, the British government's or the Allied government's policy in the Second World War was to bomb, area bombing of civilian housing. Now, we denied it at the time. We said we were bombing purely military targets. We were bombing areas of Germany, large civilian populations in German towns, the aim being to break German morale. Then you reach what was probably the ultimate in attacks on civilians. We bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They weren't chosen as targets in which there were large military installations. The principal reason was to break Japanese morale by showing what a large number of your people we can wipe out. So by the time you get to Vietnam, the idea of civilians being killed in war has become acceptable. Large numbers of civilians suffer in war. So it's a natural progression to now we're in the ultimate where the sole target in a nuclear war will be the civilian population. The purpose of dropping nuclear bombs on Russia or the Russians dropping nuclear bombs on the United States is not to wipe out part of it's to wipe out the retaliation, the retaliatory capacity, but you're not aiming at their industrial complex or the major military targets, you're aiming at the civilian population. The civilians have now become the major targets.
Considering the likely nature of the next World War, should not the facts about it be reported now? there won't be much chance to debate the rights and wrongs afterwards, and honesty now may help to prevent it. The Vietnam War, which I reported, was often regarded by the American military as a war between cowboys and Indians. It was rampant technology against the peasant people, cluster bombs and chemical bombs against an enemy in rubber tire sandals, and innocent civilians known as gooks or dinks, or by the military term of collateral damage. In most of the news agency offices in Saigon were pictures that were never published or never sent. Pictures of atrocities, the real face of that war, of any war. Protecting your compassion, the most precious thing next to your life, became more and more difficult the longer you stayed, the longer you contrived to remain aloof from the suffering and the criminal stupidity of it all. There is a myth that the media lost the war, but was the war ever winnable? And regardless of the relentless media coverage, why did it take American public opinion 10 years to tire of the war? In 1967, a Newsweek survey found that television actually encouraged people to back up our boys and support the war. 5 years later, during some of the heaviest bombing in history, another survey showed that people had developed a tolerance to all those little pictures of horror and fireworks from far-off Asia. Had they simply merged with the fireworks of Kojak and with the soap operas and the soap commercials? But just as the media did not lose the war, neither, of course, was the war maintained simply by the coverage on television. What was often missing was an attempt to explain the truth, past and present, of what those pictures really meant. An historical perspective was needed, any perspective, other than merely the news of the day. And when the truth finally came out, it was too late. Millions had died, yet again. Millions were maimed and dislocated. A beautiful land ravaged. And the punishment of Vietnam continues. On June the 21st, 1983, the European community decided to block food aid to Vietnam as part of the embargo initiated by the United States. Stockpiles of dried milk have never been higher in Europe. Young children in Vietnam are hungrier now than during the war. Such is the indifference towards Vietnam today.
No one believed in that war. And that's the tragedy, really, of Vietnam, to me, that it was as thought out as the Children's Crusade was thought out. So, we look for scapegoats.
Yeah. Perhaps the place to start looking for a credibility gap is not in the offices of the government in Washington, but in the studios of the networks in New York.
In Britain, pressure on the media is less obvious, more subtle.
I think that after Vietnam, in fact I know that after Vietnam, the British government had a very close look at the effect that the presence of television cameras on the battlefield and that the free reporting, newspaper reporting, of a war could have on the aims of the government in that war. And I think there was a symposium at the Royal United Services Institution in which somebody said, I forget who it was, one of the participants said, we will have to very carefully consider whether it will ever be possible to have television cameras on a battlefield again. This was the lesson they were looking at from Vietnam. And then from that moment on, the MOD had a plan of how they would control the media in any coming war in which Britain would be involved. And that plan was put into operation for the Falklands.
Well, I think the key difference between reporting in the Falklands and certainly all other war situations I've been involved in is that we, the hacks who were down there, were totally prisoners of the Ministry of Defence, in the sense that they controlled our access to the outside world. We had no independent way of contacting our newspapers or radio stations or television stations. Now, that's not normally the situation.
Well, I suppose that the Falklands War was the most managed story in the history of journalism, managed by the people who managed the war. The most extraordinary piece of news management. Hand-picked correspondence, no foreign correspondence, total control of communication, absolute control of communication. I mean, it's a censor's delight. I've spoken to various Vietnam diplomatic and military people during the Falklands War, and they just were green with envy. Oh, if we could have run Vietnam the way the British ran the Falklands. I think they're deluding themselves because Vietnam went on a few more years than the Falklands.
I think the real issue that came out of the Falklands, and indeed I think if you go back and look at Vietnam and Afghanistan, is how do you deal with a sophisticated public? How do you deal with an ever-growing mass of media communications which record things instantly, transmit things instantly? And, you know, what impact is this going to have on a war, both in terms of military security and sustaining popular morale? And the two things actually do go together. Because I don't believe any democracy can win a war unless it has active public support.
Does the current war in Northern Ireland have active public support? The answer would seem to be no. But reporting the undeclared war in Ireland has special pitfalls, especially for television in Britain. For example, the guidelines of the Independent Broadcasting Authority say that any plans for a programme which explores the views of people who within the British Isles advocate violence for political ends must be referred to the authority before filming. However, any programme giving the views of people who use violence outside the British Isles for political ends may go ahead without first consulting the authority. The point is that life is made extremely difficult for a British journalist reporting any British war in Ireland or in the Falklands.
The original idea was there should be no reporters at all with the task force. Total control of access, nobody there at all. And like an American censor said during the Second World War, when asked what should we tell the people, he said, tell them nothing until the war's over, then tell them who won. That was the MOD's original plan. The task force would go down, one day it would be announced that it had been successful and the Falklands were once again under British sovereignty. But under pressure from Downing Street, they modified the plan so as to allow some reporters along. But it was no accident, for example, there were no neutral reporters. There was no room, not even for one American correspondent. Not one Frenchman. No neutral correspondents at all. 16 to 18 British correspondents only. Nobody was known to be too anti-war, too radical, too against British involvement was allowed. There was no room, for example, for Donald McCullin, one of the most compassionate and best war photographers there are. No room for him because they said they couldn't squeeze it, they couldn't find any accommodation. And as McCullin pointed out, they had room for 3 million Mars bars, so surely they could squeeze one more photographer on board.
The great catch-all that they could use to restrict anything that you said was this phrase, damaging to morale. Now, you could argue that more or less anything could be damaging to morale. There was, for example, when we were sailing down to the Falklands, there was an incident on the Canberra when, after an evening's drinking, a few paras climbed into one of the lifts. Too many of them got into the lift on the Canberra, pressed the button and the lift broke and it fell 3 or 4 stories through the ship. A couple of the paras were quite seriously injured. We were not allowed to report that because it was felt it would be damaging to morale if it was seen that British troops were getting drunk and were having accidents on a ship. This was before we'd even got to the Falklands.
the Ministry of Defence lost credibility, particularly with foreign correspondents. And there are several examples of major news organisations in the States saying that they put no basis at all on what the British press was saying about the war because they regarded it as a propaganda job. So I think internationally one saw a turnaround of support from being very pro-British to being far more neutral. And certainly Argentine sources came to exercise much more influence than they had done at the beginning.
Offensive land operations are at this moment in progress in the Falkland Islands. You will understand that I cannot at this stage go further.
Well, in the Falklands, Mr. MacDonald, giving a press conference, knew that anything he said with the absolute confidence that no one in the room knew more than he knew, or knew the truth if he was telling a fudge. In Vietnam, the poor old briefer knew that everyone in the room knew more than he knew. So that, because at least those of us who'd been out of Saigon at all, and I would be less than honest if I didn't confess that we used to love to go and tweak the briefers, whether they're the military or the civilian briefers, because if you came back to the story and you were an eyewitness or you spoke to an officer in the field, got the story, filed it, went to the briefing, the so-called 5 o'clock follies, and at that point the only purpose in going was to find out, now that you know what happened, to find out what the government says happened.
The absence of foreign journalists helped to narrow our perspective on what was going on. Probably reporters from any country are peculiarly involved in a war which is affecting their own country or their own countrymen. But obviously the presence of foreign journalists would help to give you a wider view of it. I think it would have made things a lot more difficult. I don't think that any of the American reporters I've ever come across would have put up with half of the nonsense that we put up with. They simply wouldn't have tolerated it.
Usually one guarantee of keeping a balance of reporting in a war is having reporters from other countries there. Why weren't there no foreign journalists with the task force?
With hindsight, I wish we had had one or two, although, as I said to the Select Committee, I think we, curious enough, had too many journalists on the task force to handle as well as we ought to have been able to do.
Did the number of journalists matter? Or wasn't it more important that as wide a spread of views as possible be represented on the task force and at the front line? To represent, for example, the substantial minority of the public who had serious misgivings about the war.
I think we all, to varying degrees, had a sort of love affair with the military. We all became troopy groupies. That's the phrase that's been used, and I think it's quite true. And it did affect our reporting, there's no doubt about that. It certainly affected mine, and I would not pretend that it didn't. But it was a very, very peculiar situation. You had a group of reporters, by and large, who were not experienced war correspondents, who were pretty run-of-the-mill Fleet Street reporters, and I include myself in that category, who were pitched off on this peculiarly sort of wild colonial expedition. I mean, kind of bizarre thing to be happening in the 1980s, really. And inevitably we became friends. We drank together in the bars, we started doing physical exercises together, we became interested in their life, they became interested in ours, and by the time we landed we were quite good friends.
All right, two there! By this stage we've controlled access, the MOD's controlled access to the war. They know what sort of reporters they're going to send, and they've got a fairly good idea that they can rely on those reporters' sense of identification with the troops to self-censor, to censor themselves. So you've got the three main elements tied up before the fighting even begins.
I think there was a feeling that a war fought in the 1980s with modern technology would be vastly different in the way it would be covered to any other war. And what one actually found was that television played very little part in actually covering the fighting. We saw virtually no pictures of fighting on the screens until the war was all but won. And I think the best analogy with the Crimea is to say that at the time of the Crimea, Russell's first dispatch about the charge of the Light Brigade got back to London in 20 days, and some television pictures took 23 days to get back from the South Atlantic.
Well, I think the Falklands was peculiar in the sense that the lack of television coverage, except on a delayed basis. Now, that was for technical reason. It wasn't a prevention. And it is an absolute canard that people tried to stop television. It just didn't happen. And a lot of this was, if I may say so, whipped up by the television people, because radio came back into its own again during that period of time.
If they had wanted to, there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that they could have given us independent communication system, if they had wanted to. I say this because the SAS, for example, had their own independent network. They had a number of small satellite dishes, which they carried in ordinary backpacks. And the way they operated was basically they poached time on American satellites flying overhead. And they could relay messages back to their headquarters in Hereford. Indeed, there's at least one occasion on which one of the commanding officers in the SAS was telephoned his wife in Hereford. It could have been done. This stuff is expensive. It may have not have been the Ministry of Defence's job to have supplied it to us, but the equipment was there, the technical equipment is there, if they had wanted to supply it to us or to tell us that we could go and get it.
All these stories about we have not got the technical facilities to enable instantaneous transmission of television footage from the battlefield, all untrue. The satellites were there, the time was there, they could have sent back to London within hours of it occurring, perhaps within minutes. They could have, I think it may have even been technically possible to have transmitted live from the battlefield. It wasn't done. Not because of any reasons of giving away information to the enemy, not for any reasons of being technically difficult, because they knew that material sent live from the battlefield would show scenes of two groups of men doing some very nasty things to each other on a faraway South Atlantic island, and the scenes of the horror and the ghastliness of war would remove the will of the nation to continue fighting it.
These news pictures are among the closest the British public got to seeing the ghastliness of the war. They were delayed 16 days. The pictures show no ghastly burns, no ghastly blown away arms and legs.
They lent heavily on the broadcasters to try and sanitize the image of the war. Particular examples spring to mind. The British government asked the BBC not to show a picture of a body in a bag. It asked a reporter not to use the phrase horribly burned. It tried to prevent the broadcasters from showing a pilot who'd bombed the runway at Port Stanley, saying that he was scared fartless when he was doing it. When Brian Hanrahan reported on the casualties at Bluff Cove, he reported of hearing the cries of men trapped below, dying in the flames. The Ministry of Defence asked for that line to be cut. So I think there was a tendency to look back to Vietnam and to use it and to think we must not let war be seen in that light on British screens, and I think they succeeded.
I had one experience myself, which I didn't write about until the war was over, which was on the first Saturday after the landings, a week after the landings. By chance, I helped to unload the bodies of dead paratroopers who'd come back from Goose Green. Now, we'd all been told that there would be body bags for these men, and it would all be neat and clean and tidy. And none of these blokes had got body bags. They were in an appalling state. I mean, they were just bodies with limbs all over the place. Shirts pulled over their heads to disguise them, blood and muck and filth, and it was just horrible. I mean, it was just absolutely awful, absolutely horrific. And I wrote about that when the war was over. I didn't write about it at the time. Perhaps I should have done.
Why didn't you?
I think I didn't feel it was fair, somehow. I just didn't feel it was fair. I mean, that's a testimony to how involved I was with those blokes by that stage. But I somehow didn't feel they deserved it. It wasn't about whether we were going to win or that you only had to report good things. It was an emotional thing. You know, I mean, I've seen plenty of dead bodies before. You don't get normally that involved with them. But, I mean, I actually knew some of those people. I mean, it affects you. I mean, we'd spent 2 months with them. I mean, really closely with them by that stage. I mean, I just didn't think it was fair.
I think what pointed up the Falklands War was the fact that in its closing stages, one had the Israeli attack on the Lebanon. One had censorship of pictures, the way the journalists could cover it. And the journalists made a point, particularly the American journalists, of telling the public that they couldn't report the whole story. And something which had a sensational impact on American television was that news film which had been censored, they'd leave black spacing in and say these pictures have been censored, and would say we are operating under conditions of censorship. Some British correspondents were doing the same from the Lebanon, but no British correspondents were doing that from the task force. Some of them tried. The PA reporter tried to say this copy is being censored, and the word censored was censored.
There was no great stamp which said censored, not to be used, on the copy. There were gentle, diplomatic little notes saying editors are requested not to use this information because it could be of use to an enemy, and please omit this if at all possible. And it was all terribly, terribly gentlemanly in its style. You felt that the whole thing was really being sorted out in a rather convivial club.
And was it sorted out? Would an editor, by and large, take note of those little remarks?
I have not come across any examples where any editors in Fleet Street did not do what they were asked to do by the Ministry of Defence. When we were at Teal Inlet, we were held up. The advance on Port Stanley was held up principally by the weather conditions. Because there was such a low cloud base and because the rain was so heavy, helicopters couldn't fly troops and supplies forward to Mount Kent, from which the military intended to attack Port Stanley. And I wrote a story basically about the weather. I wrote about 1,000 words just about the weather and how the weather was holding us up. And the key sentence in the piece was that only the weather now holds us back from Stanley. When this dispatch reached London, it had been changed into only the politicians now hold us back from Stanley.
What are you going to do with dissent at home? Well, that turned out to be very easy. In the name of patriotism, you call upon the nation to get behind our effort. You do that probably through a statement by the Prime Minister, and that atmosphere is immediately picked up by those newspapers who either felt that the war was a just one and it should be fought the way it was being fought, or who saw an opportunity to consolidate their circulation, perhaps improve it, by adopting an attitude of fierce, patriotic endeavour. And that pressure tended to suppress any dissent. So with a brilliantly controlled operation that doesn't look to be censorship, you've got total control over what is reported about the war.
Well, I think there was a period for a short time at the beginning of the Falklands when at least some parts of the media were setting themselves up, or appearing to set themselves up, as an impartial referee. And, you know, the same degree of credibility was being given to the Argentine as was being given to the British.
Isn't that the role of the press, to be impartial?
It's a new one on me, if it's so. I mean, I'm sure it's part of press ethics. I doubt very much whether it has ever been impartial. Everybody's biased. I'm biased, you're biased. And I just don't believe in this great piece of objectivity and you know, lack of bias. We all have emotions, we all have feelings, we all have attitudes.
Sir Frank is right. We all have our biases. The problem seems to be that the moment journalists run seriously against the grain of established thinking, as represented by the government and the Ministry of Defence, they are accused of not being objective, as if objectivity is all right only as long as it is part of the official line. This, of course, applies in both war and peace. Perhaps a truly objective appraisal of Bluff Cove, where 50 men died like sitting ducks, would not have been to allow the bravery and heroism of the men to obscure the fact of a blunder and a disaster.
The self-censorship of both editors at home and correspondents at the front, not to tell the truth about the horrible way in which men die, and using as an excuse for not doing that the sparing of the feelings of relatives back home again, takes away from war the real horror of it, and in its with all good intentions prepares us for the next war. Because if it's not so bad, if it's not so horrific, if you're never told, people who've never been to war are not told what it's like, then they're more willing to embark on the next war than they would have been if they'd known what really occurred.
On October the 25th, 1983, the United States invaded Grenada. It was, some believe, a forerunner to a much bigger invasion of Nicaragua. Imagine for a moment that you and your family live in one of the poorest regions of the world, Central America, often called the backyard of the United States. It's likely your home is in the countryside, a one-room shack in which there's no lavatory, no electricity, no clean drinking water. And imagine that at least 2 or 3 times in your life you watch helpless as a brother or sister or a small son or daughter falls ill with something simple and preventable, like diarrhea or measles, and dies. In your community there's hardly anyone who can read or write except the priest and the moneylender. If you're lucky, you may get a few months' work picking cotton or cutting cane for 40 pence a day from dawn to dusk. And perhaps you'll wonder why your labor produces luxury goods and food for export to self-sufficient countries like the United States and Britain, while you and your family are permanently hungry. But if you wonder aloud about this, you put yourself at great risk, and you may even end up on a rubbish tip, murdered. That is what happens in the small nations of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. Until 1979, it also happened in Nicaragua. Then almost all the people of Nicaragua rose up against a tyrant called Somoza, whose family had been in power for more than 40 years, put there by the United States Marines. That uprising cost 50,000 lives, almost as many as died for America in Vietnam, but out of a population of less than 3 million people. This film is about the people of Nicaragua and their unique struggle to end a cycle of poverty and humiliation. It is also about a threat, which according to President Reagan, this tiny country presents to the most powerful and richest nation on earth. This threat, says Reagan, is communist penetration in Central America. But the real threat is this. Children once denied education under the Somozas now have the same right to school as do children in Britain. This botany class did not exist while Somoza was in power, when even the youngest children labored in the fields. In the past 4 years,
2,500 new schools have been built. And this is the threat. These middle-aged peasant women can read and write for the first time in their lives. In the past 4 years, illiteracy has been cut to less than 10% of the population. And this is the threat. Polio has been wiped out. Infant mortality has been cut by a third. Serious malnutrition has been dramatically reduced. A national health service has been established in spite of pitifully meagre resources. And this is the threat. Open roads, freedom of movement. In a region of turmoil, there's no curfew, no menace from within. It is ironic that Nicaragua is one of the few countries in Latin America where the United States ambassador is able to stroll in safety through the streets.
Patria libre! Patria libre!
The uprising against Somoza embraced all classes, from right to left, rich and poor, and was led by the Sandinistas. There are few families in Nicaragua who haven't lost a loved one in the fighting. This woman, Maria Elena, lost her son, whom she believes was tortured. She has never found his body.
I tell the American people, and Reagan in particular, because I know not all the people are against us. I'd say, why doesn't this man leave us in peace? Even if it means they lend us nothing, they give us nothing at all. Because we are extremely poor people. But please will he leave us in peace. If he'd leave us alone, this revolution could have done wonders, because even though so many things haven't been done, a lot has already been achieved.
To understand events in Central America today and the threat of an independent Nicaragua, it's important to look back.
Won't you kindly open your geography? Let us turn to page 123. Between the Caribbean and the Pacific shore, you'll find the city of Amor. Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy an hacienda for a few pesos down.
Central America until recently has been in shadow, largely ignored by scholars and journalists, so that the epic struggles of its peoples and the names of their heroes were lost behind a facade of ridicule, the so-called banana republics. In 1823, President Monroe proclaimed what was modestly called the Monroe Doctrine. Its aim was to protect Latin America from the Europeans, regardless of whether the people of Latin America wanted to be protected. This paternalism later became known as America's manifest destiny, that is, America's God-given right to control its own hemisphere. Early in the 20th century, manifest destiny took on a new meaning. It was now a crusade against Bolshevism, an imagined red threat in America's backyard. In 1912, US Marines landed in Nicaragua to protect democracy, as they put it, and to hold elections. But people in Nicaragua didn't want a foreign army to organize their elections, and resistance began behind a leader who said, "The issue is that the United States has no right to invade and humiliate a small country." His name was Augusto Sandino. He was a liberal and a nationalist, not a Marxist, and the Americans made the mistake of dismissing him as a bandit. Central America, said US Undersecretary of State Richard Olds, has always understood that governments which we recognize and support stay in power, while those we do not recognize and support fail. Major General Smedley Butler of the United States Marines later described his role with disarming frankness. "I was a racketeer for capitalism," he said. "I helped purify Nicaragua for international banking. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests. And I helped make Honduras right for American fruit companies." Sandino and what was called his mad little army rejected all that. On July the 16th, 1927, he attacked the US Marines headquarters here at Ocotal in the north of Nicaragua. And that afternoon, across these hills, came a formation of de Havilland biplanes bearing United States markings. The planes formed into a column and dived at the center of town. With machine guns blazing, they dropped their bombs at 300 feet, and that is now believed to be the first use of organized dive bombing in history, long before the German Luftwaffe was credited with the innovation at Guernica in Spain. There were hundreds of casualties, and Sandino learned a lesson. From then on, he became a master of guerrilla warfare, of attacking and melting away, tactics which were to be adopted around the world and to change much of the world over the next 50 years. By 1933, Sandino's mad little army had defeated the Marines, driving them from Nicaragua, a lesson of history apparently overlooked today. Sandino went to Managua for peace talks, where he was betrayed by America's man, Somoza, the head of the National Guard. In 1934, he was murdered. There was a calypso sung in American nightclubs in the 1940s that began like this. A guy asked the dictator if he had any farms. The dictator said he had only one. It was Nicaragua. Anastasio Somoza founded a dynasty that ran Nicaragua like a family business for 44 years. The Somozas owned almost half of all the arable land in Nicaragua. They controlled the coffee, sugar, and beef industries. Nothing was overlooked. They owned the national airline outright. If you bought a Mercedes car, you bought it from a Somoza company. Even the paving stones in the streets were made by a Somoza cement factory, which got the contract from a Somoza ministry, and of course the profits went to El Presidente. The Somozas were protected by a private army called the National Guard, which the United States created, paid, and armed. Somoza called them his boys, and they tortured almost as a sport. This is the Messiah volcano, which, as you can see, is very much alive. One of the delights of Somoza's boys was to drop his opponents from helicopters into the volcano. The official American attitude to Somoza was best summed up by President Roosevelt. That guy, he said, may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. The first Somoza began his career as a sewerage inspector and went on to own the sewers of Nicaragua, right up to the manhole covers. This is the remains of another Somoza interest after the Sandinistas had got through with it, a notorious blood factory known as the House of Dracula, to which poor Nicaraguans would sell their blood for as little as $1 a litre in order to buy food. The blood would then be sold to the United States for 10 times that amount. The year was 1978, 1 year before the uprising. This was Somoza's National Guard, or Death Squad. Funded as part of America's foreign aid program, they were the instrument of American policy in Nicaragua for almost half a century. They were taught to equate all forms of social unrest with communist subversion. They were above the law. They could murder at will. Now reorganized in Honduras and paid by the CIA, they are described by President Reagan as freedom fighters. In 1972, an earthquake destroyed Managua and killed an estimated 10,000 people. The National Guard were quick to react. They diverted aid from abroad, they looted, and one officer reportedly tried to blow open the National Bank. In the center of Managua, this children's playground was built immediately after the fall of Somoza on the rubble of the earthquake. Somoza had repeatedly refused to build parks and playgrounds in much the same way that he resisted doing anything about the 83% malnutrition or diseases affecting young children. He did, however, find $1 million to send in cash to President Nixon's re-election campaign in 1972. Nixon had said of Somoza, "Now that's the kind of anti-communist we like to see down there." When the earthquake struck, the return on this investment was beyond Somoza's wildest dreams. The United States gave him emergency aid of $57 million, most of it out of US government funds. But the Nicaraguan Treasury reported receiving only $16 million. There was no inquiry about the missing $41 million. Indeed, more of the same just kept rolling in. With the support of the Carter administration, the International Monetary Fund gave Somoza $65 million. just a few months before he fled the country and while he was bombing his own people.
Well, it's important to remember that we found a country in July 79 that had probably 40% of the infrastructure of the country destroyed by the war, and part of it destroyed by the earthquake in 1972, and Somoza didn't repair it, okay? The city of Managua is a very good example of that. Then we found a country with no financial resources. The Sandinista government nationalized 19 different banks, and we found only $3.5 million in the 19 banks. That means 1 day of imports for this country. On the other hand, we inherited an external debt of $1.6 billion, and probably half, $800 million, never were used in this country. Were parked in Miami or Switzerland. However, we are now servicing this debt.
In 1982, the World Bank congratulated Nicaragua for repaying the debts of Somoza, for generously treating the private sector with incentives, and for substantial progress in health and education. At the same time, the bank regretted having to cut back urgently needed loans to Nicaragua because of, to quote, increasing political limitations. In other words, pressure from Washington.
We have been suffering in the last 2 years a sort of financial boycott. The private banks refused to lend to Nicaragua. The multilateral banks, the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, have reduced close to 50% the loans to Nicaragua. And that means that we have a shortages of medicines, we have a shortages of food, we had the boycott of the wheat. Now we had the boycott of our sugar exports to the United States. We have a boycott of some spare parts that are not coming on time for the crops. Then is a scarcity of foreign exchange that affects the industrial production, affects the agricultural production, and that affects the normal standard of living of the people. Still, they are happy under these conditions. And they are not easy conditions. They are appalling conditions many times. Check with the people if they prefer this life, very simple life, very austere life, to the life under Somoza. What is going here is that the people realize that this is their own economy, this is their own country, and they are facing an aggression, a foreign aggression. This revolution was not made by a proletariat party. It was produced by a popular insurrection. Everybody took part in the destruction of the dictatorship. This is not a political party. It's a front who made the revolution. And you have in this front different parties, the Socialist Party, the Christian Democratic Party, the Liberals, the Conservative, all of them took part in this insurrection. Christians, the same time with Marxists, took part in this insurrection. The church, many priests and nuns supported the insurrection, even fought in the insurrection. Now, after 4 years, this is a country that has 60% of the GDP in the hands of the private sector, after 4 years of revolution. This is a country in which the agrarian reform, instead of distributing land to the public enterprises, to the state enterprises, is distributing land to cooperatives and to private peasants. We nationalize all the Somocista land, and this is probably about 35% of the total land of the country, okay? We have created here about 3,500 cooperatives in 4 years, and these cooperatives will provide the self-sufficiency in basic food probably next year. And this country will be self-sufficient in basic food, grains, rice, corn, beans, some vegetables, fruits. And this is essential. That's why there is a slogan here, defense and production. Then production is part of the defense system. If we are able to provide food to the people, health, education, this country is invincible.
Land reform in Nicaragua follows no model. This cooperative is the Sandinistas' ideal, which, as British visitors are constantly reminded, began at Toad Lane in Rochdale in 1844. Unlike Cuba, there is no state farm monopoly. An individual can own as much land as he can work, as long as he does not leave it idle and he reinvests and he pays decent wages. Most of the principal export crops, cotton, coffee, beef and sugar, remain in private hands. Indeed, small private owners are encouraged to accept loans offering low interest rates. In the past 4 years, food production and consumption of basic foods has increased by as much as 100%. Washington says there are food queues in Nicaragua. This is the market in Managua on a normal day. Most revolutions have wanted to appease their ideals and make their supporters happy with theories soaked in blood. The French, the American and the Russian revolutions have all resulted in vengeance and mass murder. Is Nicaragua any different? Well, this is the maximum security prison at Tipitapa. One of the first things the Sandinistas did was to abolish the death penalty, and it's here that members of Somoza's National Guard are serving sentences for murder and torture. I've come to the prison with Thomas Borgay, Minister of the Interior in the Sandinista government, and himself a victim of torture in this same prison. Thomas Borgay was sentenced to 129 years by Somoza. He was kept hooded, naked, half-starved. While he was in prison, his wife was raped and murdered, and he later found her in a mass grave.
A whole range of crimes were committed here. For example, there were National Guards who not only killed Nicaraguans, but also tortured them. There were cases where people's skin was scraped off with shaving knives, alive. Others where their eyes were gouged out with spoons. Others were castrated. There was a range of cruelty here which I don't think would fit into an encyclopedia.
Today in Nicaragua, says Amnesty International, no allegations of torture have been substantiated. In individual cases of ill treatment, Amnesty told us, those responsible have been punished by the Nicaraguan authorities.
I have a sort of amnesia about everything that happened here. Today, I don't remember the bad moments. I've rubbed them from my memory. I think that to remember bad moments is a way of retaining bitterness. I prefer to forget, so that the bitterness and grudges can be replaced with compassion.
Such an attitude has helped to create a possibly unique example of penal reform. This is the only fence on this farm which is also a prison. There are no guards. The staff consists of 2 agricultural teachers. This prisoner was Somoza's personal bodyguard and is described as a former brute, now almost rehabilitated. Here, the only potential weapons are these machetes, which the prisoners are trusted to use in clearing a baseball pitch. In 2 years, 1 man has walked away. Of course, there is a risk and a dilemma to all this. Since the Sandinistas came to power, they have let go 2,500 National Guardsmen, and many of them went straight to Honduras, where they were signed up and armed by the CIA. President Reagan has said, "We do not seek to overthrow the government of Nicaragua."
This week, November the 15th, 1983, more than 4,000 American combat troops will have arrived in Honduras for what are called maneuvers close to the border with Nicaragua. American troops, says President Reagan, will strike back if they are attacked. President Kennedy gave the same assurance 20 years ago, shortly before the beginning of America's longest war. This was Nicaragua on June the 20th, 1979, a month before the fall of Somoza. The man you see on the ground is Bill Stewart, an American TV reporter. The man standing with a gun is an officer of Somoza's National Guard.
Let him see the picture, or the camera.
Bill Stewart was an ordinary reporter doing his job. His murder on television shocked many Americans and helped to break an historical pattern. For the first time, Washington found it very difficult to justify sending troops to intervene on behalf of their man, Somoza, whom President Carter only a few months earlier had personally congratulated on the improvement on human rights in Nicaragua. On the first anniversary of Bill Stewart's death, here at this street corner in a poor district, a monument was erected. And I, for one, find what it says most moving. In memory of Bill Stewart, he didn't die on foreign soil, and we keep his memory alive because he is part of free Nicaragua. Such is the generosity of spirit so often shown in this small country. In the same barrio, more than 200 young Nicaraguans died fighting the National Guard. One of them was this woman's son, Julio. Her name is Lupita, and she carried her son's tortured body back from the front line and buried it in this, her small dirt garden. Her other son, Manuel, simply disappeared.
Dijo opiniones personales sobre la agresión. Es bastante.
My personal opinion about the aggression is that these people have no feelings whatsoever, because they lived exactly as they pleased for 50 years. We the poor, and we really are poor, we struggled to earn our daily bread with the pittance we were paid. Yes, I have an opinion about this aggression. Let President Reagan spare a thought that he has children. Let him think that he is supporting genocide. They were murderers here. They had no pity for the young people. It was a crime in Nicaragua to be young. Those brutes, we don't want them in Nicaragua. They carry on killing young men on the borders.
For the people of Nicaragua, those like Lupita, the invasion of their country is imminent yet again. The following is a summary of United States intervention in its so-called backyard. 1898, President McKinley orders U.S. troops to invade Cuba. 1905, President Theodore Roosevelt orders the invasion of Honduras. 1912, President Taft orders the invasion of Nicaragua. 1914-18, President Wilson invades Haiti, Cuba, and Panama. 1924-26, President Coolidge invades Nicaragua and Honduras. 1954, Eisenhower approves the overthrow of the elected government of Guatemala. 1961, Kennedy approves a CIA invasion of Cuba. 1965, Johnson invades the Dominican Republic. 1973, Nixon approves the overthrow of the elected government of Chile. 1981, President Reagan approves the CIA secret war against Nicaragua. 1983, President Reagan orders the invasion of Grenada. Their legacy is this remarkable United States military encirclement of the region, a vast ring of Americans on land, sea, and in the air, allowing a rapid deployment force to cover any eventuality, Grenada being the latest example. Since President Reagan came to power, this threat has been turned increasingly against Nicaragua.
There have been bombing raids flown by insurgents based in Costa Rica to the south, and from Honduras to the north, the CIA directs, pays and arms former members of Somoza's National Guard, known as the Contra, some of whom are trained in illegal camps in Florida. Last July, the secret war came into the open with the arrival off Nicaragua of 2 American naval task forces, each with more firepower than the entire US fleet in World War II. Today, 4,000 American combat troops are poised in Honduras, near the border. Ranged against them in Nicaragua are 45 aging Eastern Bloc tanks unsuitable for mountainous jungle and which are liable to break down after 125 miles, plus 3 antiquated Korean War jets, 2 helicopters, a navy consisting of a few patrol boats, a regular army of 22,000 and 25,000 reserves, and a militia. In addition to the threat from outside, the Nicaraguans face 15,000 of these troops, the Contra, heavily armed by the Americans and operating a hit-and-run war from Honduras. This is effectively a CIA private army. Its original aim was to stop the alleged flow of arms from the Sandinistas to the guerrillas in El Salvador. But this was no more than a cover. No convincing proof has ever been produced in public to substantiate a continuing flow of arms, a pretext described by a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee as a farce. The real aim of the Contra is to give the appearance of a civil war in Nicaragua by hitting economic targets and killing people like midwives.
I work, for example, training traditional attendants in the north of the country. That's my work.
That's midwife attendants?
Yes, midwife attendants. Because in this country, most of the deliveries have been performed or made by midwife. I've been working in areas where 6 of my students have been murdered by counter-revolutionary groups coming from Honduras. And my program was finished because of that. That was in May 1982. But now we have restarted again because it's marvelous. I remember when a health worker was murdered. She was a nurse. And we had a meeting after the murder, and 10 nurses were willing to go there and work as she did in the past.
The morning I spoke to Susana, a young man, Julio Moncada, was ambushed by a gang of Contra and murdered. His job was organizing land reform, and therefore he was clearly a threat.
Julio Moncada wasn't political at all. He just loved his people.
And what was the purpose of killing him, do you think?
I think they want to stop technicians going to the countryside. They want to make people afraid, feel afraid, not going to the countryside to help peasants. And for that reason, I think they are killing technicians now. In the past, they were health workers, and now they are agrarian reform technicians.
These are other victims of the CIA war. Young Sandinista troops at a hospital which, when we filmed there, had 2 months' supply of medicines left. And that was 2 months ago. This volunteer militia boy is 14 years old. He was shot and burned while defending his village. They've been called the gang that couldn't shoot straight. The old gang who gave America Vietnam are back, building new careers with a new war in Central America. John Negroponte, American ambassador to Honduras, runs the CIA's secret war. Negroponte helped to run the Vietnam War as a political officer in Saigon and under Henry Kissinger in Washington. Robert Comer, otherwise known as Blowtorch Bob, is a former CIA expert on pacification, meaning terror. Blowtorch Bob failed to pacify Vietnam, but now works for the Pentagon, advising on how to pacify Nicaragua. Nestor Sanchez, 28 years in the CIA, helped to mount the abortive invasion of Cuba in 1961. He is now a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. I interviewed Mr. Sanchez at the Pentagon before the invasion of Grenada
which he helped to arrange.
What do you say to critics of the administration who say the Nicaraguan government has the majority support? There's every evidence that they have the majority of the support of the people. Therefore, that surely should be enough for the United States not to participate in the so-called destabilization of that regime.
First of all, I believe there is sufficient evidence to indicate that the Sandinista government does not have the support of the majority of the Nicaraguan people. I believe that a poll which was taken about a year ago, even at that time, indicated that. The people who have...
Which poll was that, excuse me?
This was a poll that was taken by the church. It was a rather informal poll, as in a country like that you can't really poll, but an informal poll was taken.
Is that the only evidence that you have?
No, the other evidence also is that the democratic freedom fighters, if you may call them, the Contras that have gone in there, have found that the people where they have, the areas that they have gone into, this has been reported by our media, by our newspapermen who have visited with the Contras in the area, and they have found that the campesinos in these areas have freely joined the Contras.
The administration has said that international communism, fueled by the Soviet Union and the Cubans, is responsible for the present situation in Central America. What does that really mean?
The facts are that the communists, the Soviets, the Cubans, are not responsible for the root problems that exist in the area. They're taking advantage of a situation which has existed for a long time and are therefore consolidating the break that they got in Nicaragua, consolidating their position in that country, and proceeding, as they openly state, to export their subversion and their terror to other countries in an effort to liberate these countries from imperialism. I think it's clearly stated by them as to what their goals are, what their objectives are. It's no secret. Fidel Castro has said it many times, and so have the other countries.
And think about this Soviet plot, Marxist Leninism. I think Nicaragua is very interesting in this aspect. There is a nationalistic movement that is in the root of Sandinism. Sandino was in the 30s. He probably didn't know at all about Marxism, but he was a nationalist fighter, freedom fighter. Then you have the tremendous power, influence of the church here. And these people are extremely Christian, extremely Christian. And the main leaders, even though some of them are not Christian now, they have a Christian heritage. And there is a Marxist influence here, very important, very important. And I think the confluence, the convergence of nationalism, Christianism, and Marxism, and a very Latin American sort of Marxism, what we call a Creole Marxism, that has roots in the Indian culture, in the Latin American culture. That's the essence of what is going here. And that's why this revolution is a Sandinista revolution. It's Marxist, it's Christian, and it's nationalistic at the same time.
Could you explain the two churches here, the People's Church on the one hand and the Established Church on the other?
Some people talk about the popular church and the hierarchical church. Well, a church that is not popular is not Christian. To be Christian is to have an option for the poor, for the oppressed, for the underprivileged. This is the basic option of the gospel. Then we never use the slogan of the popular church. We talk about the church of the poor, the grassroots communities.
But there is a division, isn't there? And there's a conflict between the church of the poor and the established church in this country as represented by the Archbishop.
It's a dramatic division. And after the visit of the Pope, this division increased, unfortunately. But there is not a religious division. It is not a theological division. It's a political, social division. The church that supports a popular alternative, a popular model of building a new society, and a church that would like to have a much more traditional Christian democratic model.
Which side is the Pope on?
That's a real difficult question. Obviously, the Pope is with the poor in Poland.
In Poland?
Poland.
Which side is he on in Nicaragua?
Well, when the Pope came here, I think due to the bad information that he received, with the disinformation that he received before coming here, he was unable to understand what was going here.
That's a very polite way of putting it. I think the bad information he got. But I mean, a lot of oblique things were said when the Pope was here.
Yeah.
Did he understand? Did the Vatican, let's say, did the established Roman Church understand what its Roman flock in Nicaragua were doing?
No, unfortunately no. This is a new experience, a new revolution in which Christians took and are taking a very important part building this new nation, and this is very difficult to understand to the Vatican because there is a revolution here. The Vatican doesn't know too much about revolutions, and then it's difficult for the Vatican to understand what is going here. That's a fact.
The Pope makes a habit of blessing the governments of countries he visits. He even blessed the regime of General Jaruzelski in Poland and the regime in El Salvador. An exception was Nicaragua, which has 4 priests in its cabinet. It is ironic that the Vatican, together with the Reagan administration, appears to be doing to the Sandinistas in Nicaragua what Moscow is doing to Solidarity in Poland.
Why do you think that President Reagan accuses you people of being communists?
All that is communism for Reagan because the role that Christianity plays in the cultural framework of Reagan is to legitimize the established powers of the world. The church has been always with the big capital, with the big institutions, with big countries. Only in exceptions, the church worked with the poor, with the underdeveloped, with the third world countries. Now, if the church starts legitimizing the poor, the independence of these small countries, the church is delegitimizing the established powers. Then the church is a subversive element. And that's why they identify subversion of an order that is oppressed for the majority of our people with communism. And Monsignor Romero, the Archbishop in El Salvador, was a subversive and a communist.
And he was shot?
Was shot. We, all of us, we are communists, according to Reagan, according to Vice President Bush. What to do?
If Archbishop Romero's support for ordinary people made him a communist, then these 3 American nuns and a religious lay worker were also communists. Indeed, Jeane Kirkpatrick, America's representative at the UN, suggested that the nuns were communist sympathizers. They were raped and murdered by members of the National Guard of El Salvador, a country where 35,000 people have been the victims of death squads since 1980. The American ambassador at the time was Robert White. He said, "The chief killers here are the government security forces. They are the ones responsible for the deaths of thousands upon thousands of young people who have been executed merely on the suspicion that they are leftists. Are we really going to be part of all that?" For saying that, the ambassador was sacked. This year, the Reagan administration wants to give to the El Salvador regime more than $200 million in aid. By contrast, there are no death squads in Nicaragua, where all American aid has been stopped.
How does a small country in Central America radically alter the cycle of poverty that has been a feature of life down there for so long without being seen in the United States as a challenge or even a threat?
I believe that kind of a challenge we accept. We want to help these countries redress the years of poverty that they've lived in. But we certainly don't see the solution in letting them become a country under communist domination and rule. We don't believe that this will help their economies or their people.
You mentioned letting these countries have a certain kind of government. But that leads to the question, does the United States have the moral right to intervene in Central America?
Well, if I did say to let these countries do something, I retract that statement, because what we want to do is to help these countries in their development. One of the problems that we have had throughout the years in Central America is that we haven't had a consistent, long-term policy in the area. I have said this before, and I will say it again here with you this afternoon. We have paid attention to the area when we have a crisis there. And certainly this has not helped in the long-term development. With what is happening there today, it would be certainly my hope that we would be able to help these countries over a long period of time, because this is not a situation which lends itself to an overnight solution. It's one in which we will have to stay there for a long period of time if we want to help, and help them along the lines of our Caribbean Basin initiative, to where we will give incentives for investment in the area, and we will also provide tax relief on imports for their goods into our country. This, over a long period of time, we feel will help our neighbors in this hemisphere.
We have tried in these 4 years to be very flexible, very pragmatic. We have tried to diversify our dependency from the United States without breaking with the United States. We would like to maintain our diplomatic relations, our economic relations with the United States, but not to have a sort of umbilical cordon with the United States. We try to be our own nation, okay? I think what is happening here is essential for the future of third world countries. Here is a sort of new international law that is at stake here. Have we the right, small, poor, underdeveloped nations in the periphery of the global system, have we the right to be independent nations? Have we the right to build our own security policies? Have we the right to define our new economic models that will satisfy what we say the logic of the majority, the basic needs of our people, that will accept that the logic of the majority will be the logic that will create a new society and not the logic of transnational companies, of the logic of transnational capital? Have we the right to demand these things?
With 4,000 American troops now in maneuvers on the Honduran border, don't you see history repeating itself? The possibility of an invasion yet again?
I consider that we will be unable to stop the Marines in the border. That's impossible. They have all the military equipment. We don't have Air Force. We don't have a Navy to defend this country. They will come into the country. The problem is how they will go out of this country.
Mrs. Thatcher has given very strong support to President Reagan's policies in Central America. How important is the support of an ally like the British government to the fulfillment of those policies in Central America?
Such support is vital, is necessary, is very, very important to us. After all, Britain is a European ally with which we also have commitments through NATO, as you are well aware. And I think it's also a recognition, if I may say, on the British part to understand that if we do run into and have problems and have a military threat develop against the United States in the Caribbean, it will also affect the support that we will give NATO in the early parts of a war if one should break out in Europe. Recalling that over 50% of the supplies going to NATO in the early part of any war will be coming out of our Gulf ports. So I believe it is in our allies' interest. I wish we could see the same support, the same strong support that we're getting from our British allies, from all our other allies in Europe. We're seeing a change in that, and I believe this is all very desirable and very helpful to our policy that we're trying to carry out in Central America.
Do you see a direct role for NATO in the carrying out of the policy in Central America?
Not at the present time, and I don't think that's necessary. If we address these problems that we have in Central America today, we believe we can, by assisting these countries in, not NATO, but the individual countries probably could assist the Salvadorans and the Hondurans in the same way we're assisting them to take care of themselves, which is possible today. The crisis has not reached the point where interference from the outside or the use of, say, U.S. troops or the troops from any other country are necessary. It's still a manageable problem if we get on with it.
This pathological vision of the administration of the United States in relation to this area of the world is impossible to change. I have been 15 times in the last 2 years in the United States. It's impossible. They consider that this is democratic, that this is Christian, and this is part of the Western civilization. Then all what we are doing is totalitarian, anti-Christian, and communism. The only thing of changing the mentality of the U.S. administration is in the hands of the North American people. No other force in the world will transform this mentality. We are unable to do that.
In 1982, an all-party British parliamentary delegation reported from Nicaragua, "Our impression was of a government which retains the support of the majority of the population, a country working hard to recover from the disastrous inheritance of dictatorship." In 1983, a delegation of the World Council of Churches reported, "What impresses us is the pluralism in the government and the service of Christians, and the sense we get that the kind of totalitarianism so rampant in Latin America, in Chile, Guatemala, El Salvador, simply does not exist in Nicaragua." Less than 11% of foreign aid to Nicaragua comes from the communist bloc. 50% of volunteers are from Cuba, mostly teachers and doctors. 40% are from the West and Latin America. More than 75% of Nicaragua's trade is with non-communist countries. The British government is one of the few Western governments to enthusiastically support President Reagan's policies in Central America, policies which are rejected by much of the Congress and, according to every survey, by most of the American people. Policies which are leading towards a war against a small country whose crime has been to cut the death rate of its young children, to teach its people to read and write, and to let them live as human beings with dignity. Surely it's fair to ask this: how impoverished, how helpless does a country have to be before it's no longer seen as a threat by the United States? Or perhaps President Reagan understands that the real threat of Nicaragua is simply that of a good example, and one desperately sought after from Central America to the Philippines to Poland. The example of a society inspired by neither the United States nor the Soviet Union. The generosity of spirit you have seen from Nicaragua will not be sustained by more suffering. If governments won't help them, why can't they leave them alone?
One of the most outstanding men of this century is an outsider to his Irish fingertips, Sean McBride. Born 79 years ago, McBride grew up in a household that was a haven of Irish nationalism and of literary figures like W.B. Yeats and Ezra Pound. When Sean was 12, his father was executed by the British for taking part in the Easter Uprising. When he was 14, his mother was arrested in front of him. At 15, he joined the IRA and became a guerrilla fighter in the streets of Dublin and a gunrunner for Michael Collins, whom he accompanied to London for the treaty negotiations. In 1934, he became Chief of Staff of the IRA. But with the oath of allegiance to the British Crown finally removed from the Irish Constitution, one war ended for Sean McBride and another began. Defending the rights of Republican prisoners, he became Ireland's most distinguished lawyer. He went on to become Irish Foreign Minister and to help draft the European Convention on Human Rights. Today, countless political prisoners throughout the world owe their lives and sanity and even their freedom to Sean McBride, founder of Amnesty International. He is the only man to hold both the Nobel Peace Prize and the Lenin Peace Prize, and his cause today is the one he considers most urgent, getting rid of nuclear weapons. It is a harsh irony that Sean McBride's own country remains at war and divided. Is, in your opinion, killing ever justified? And if so, when is it justified?
Well...
Because you're not a pacifist, are you?
I'm not pacifist in the traditional sense, no. I'm not a pacifist, I'm a Quakerist pacifist. I am a pacifist to the extent I think that violence very seldom achieves the objectives it's intended to achieve. I think there are certain tests. I think, first of all, that violence is never justified if there are alternative ways of rectifying what is an injustice, the injustice you're fighting against. If there is a peaceful way of doing it, by political action or otherwise, then violence isn't justified. Secondly, I think that violence should never be in excess of what is absolutely required to change the situation. And that's why I disagree with the IRA very much in the actions they're taking in Northern Ireland at the moment. I think that this could be done, solved by peaceful means, number one, political action. And secondly, I think that very often the violence they indulge in is in excess of what is required and endangers civilians.
What was the influence in your childhood that led you into the IRA?
Well, to a certain extent, I was born into a revolutionary situation. My parents were involved, as long as I can remember them, in revolutionary movements for the liberation of Ireland, for the liberation of other countries, of India and Egypt and other colonial areas of the world. And so I was born into that kind of atmosphere and was quite used to it. Naturally, I learned a lot about Ireland as a child from my parents, and so I was involved right from the beginning of my childhood in the tradition of Irish liberation, of anti-colonialism, and the beginning of the concepts of the protection of human rights.
Your father was executed by the British when you were 12 years old. What effect did it have on you?
That, of course, had a very deep impact on it. I learned of it at school, and I learned of it at school from the rector of the school, Jesuit school in Paris, who I must say did an extremely good job of breaking the news to me, saying, well, boys, fathers and brothers are being killed the whole time. They're all fighting for the freedom of small nations. You're Irish. Your father was fighting for liberation of his country, and he has died now for freedom of small nations.
You joined the IRA as a teenager. You were a street fighter and a gun runner. What was the feeling of being in the IRA?
Wondering when you were going really to be able to do something useful. Most of the time it was very dull, very dreary. You were sent out on patrol different streets, armed, and kept on patrolling streets for hours on end at night, without quite knowing why you were doing it, or what particular thing what particular action you would take at any given moment. And then later on, particular ambushes were organized.
To become the distinguished man of peace that you have, did that come from this baptism of violence?
I'm sure it had something to do with it. You realize how appalling violence was, you know?
I mean, for instance, did you yourself ever kill as a member of the IRA in those days?
I have no idea. I certainly threw hand grenades and fired machine guns and in the direction of British forces. That's why if you didn't fire yourself, you'd probably get killed yourself.
You're a distinguished lawyer, but in your lifetime, you've operated many times outside the law. Now, when, in your view, is that justified?
Yes, but it depends on the circumstances. In our case, it was a liberation war. We felt convinced, and the country was unanimous on it, that we were entitled to try and get rid of British rule and free ourselves. And the whole country took that viewpoint. Now, I think that in South Africa, for instance, I think that the people are quite entitled to try to use force in order to try and liberate South Africa from the apartheid rule and the regime that obtains there. The same in Namibia, for instance.
But was it as clear as that? I mean, just going back, did all of the Irish people support that violence? Wasn't it something like what it is today, when there are great divisions of opinion about violence?
No, there wasn't really, not in the 1920 period. 1920 period, the IRA had the backing of the entire Irish people at the time. 80%, 80 to 90% of the Irish people.
So you're saying
1918 elections, you see, they swept the board, and that was the issue. Even against the advice of the Irish bishops.
Then are you saying if there is a majority, however I don't know how you judge that, but if there is a majority with your cause, then you have the right to break the law?
I think the majority is merely the expression of the degree of opposition there is to the injustices that are being perpetrated. I think it's merely, if you like, the thermometer, the majority. I think that the test is really, are the injustices that are being perpetrated such as to make it inevitable nearly that you have to overthrow a regime, whatever regime it is.
And what you're saying then is the victim of repression has a right to resort to violence.
Yes, to defend himself, certainly. In some ways, you have a right to resort to violence if you're being attacked.
You've often said that the last remaining friction between the British and Irish peoples is the partition of Ireland. How deeply do you feel about partition, and why is it? Why is it of such importance, such great importance?
Well, I think we first of all to get it in its historical perspective. Ireland has been a national entity since the beginning of time. The whole question of partition only arose in the 1920s and in the Treaty of 1921. This treaty, which was imposed upon Ireland against the will of the overwhelming majority of the Irish people, resulted in two obstacles to good relations between England and Ireland remaining. First of all, the question of the relationship with the Crown. All our members of Parliament were supposed to take an oath of allegiance to the Crown. That's one point of friction. The other was the partition of the country. The question of the oath of allegiance, that part of the treaty is gone now, and the only subsisting one is partition. And to partition a country that has been a political unit since the beginning of time, it has a tradition, a history of its own, a language of its own, is quite traumatic for a country. I mean, just visualize if England was to be partitioned suddenly. Ireland was a completely separate nation, completely separate entity. And there was a strong feeling that it was unjust to try and divide the country in two, and for Britain to try and retain a corner of it. And the overwhelming majority of the Irish people don't want partition. So that is the main problem. Now, I think that a political solution could be found, if there was enough goodwill on both sides, a section of the Irish people don't believe that a political solution can be found. Hence you have the IRA. They were helped very considerably by the discrimination, the economic and political discrimination that is exercised in Northern Ireland for a long time, and that enabled the IRA to step in as being the protectors and defenders of the minority in 6 counties, and gave them a much better standing than they would ever have had. Now, in all this, I think that so far the British government hasn't been very helpful, because it has never faced up to the basic problem: what are we doing in Ireland? Why don't we let them settle their own affairs? They say, oh well, if we weren't there, they would kill each other and so on and so on. Not at all. I think a solution could be found quite easily, not easily, but I think a solution could be found.
Well, what is the solution in your view?
I think the first solution is for Britain to say, look, we don't want to have anything more to do in Ireland. We are prepared to withdraw. We will fix a dateline, say 2 years' time, 3 years' time, when we will withdraw completely from Northern Ireland. In the meanwhile, have a constitutional conference, settle what the future of the country is to be. I think probably then you would emerge with a federal solution, giving the North, whether it's the 6 counties, whether it's the whole province of Ulster, or whether it's a more restricted area, a complete right to write their own constitution.
Now, what do you do about the IRA? And what do you do about the paramilitary groups on the Protestant side?
I think that the IRA and the paramilitary groups will agree to a solution, to a federal solution in the end. They're much closer to it. They've quite close contacts with each other, and they very often discuss solutions between them. And strangely enough, to one point they agreed upon, that the IRA and the paramilitaries, Protestant paramilitaries agreed upon, is that the British should leave. It's the one point upon which there is agreement. They haven't agreed as to what would happen the next day. And this has still to be worked out.
And the bloodbath that has been
I don't think
feared?
So. I don't think so. There is a bloodbath there at the moment. Remember, we've had about between 2,000 and 3,000 people killed in the last 10, 12 years now. It's probably it's the one portion of Europe where there is a Western Europe in which there is a constant warfare going on.
It's an image of a sectarian struggle in this country.
Yes.
Now, how correct is that?
It becomes a sectarian trouble because it's largely been provoked as a sectarian issue. Now, originally, undoubtedly, the Protestants and Catholics vied with each other because of the population growth, because of the traditional ill-feeling that's been built up. Undoubtedly, the British government, over the centuries, built up this religious difference because it was convenient to have a religious difference. And it was built up and fostered for quite a long time. So it's hard to get rid of it. But I think that is really gone now. What I'm afraid happens from time to time is I think that it very suits the British start is there to provoke certain sectarianism in the North.
You've often talked about the power of ridicule which the British have used against Ireland, a denigration of Irish history, Irish suffering, caricatures. How important has that been, and how important is it still today, would you think?
I think it's important in 2 respects. I think it's important, first of all, because I think it deludes British people from really assessing the position as it really is. And secondly, it creates an ill feeling in Ireland. People say, oh, well, it's all very well for the British to treat us like this, but after all, they are responsible for creating the situation. They are the people who have created famines here, who've organized violations of human rights, who've burned our cities, and so on and so on, you know? So that there is, it has a double adverse effect, first of all, in misleading public opinion here, and secondly, in creating a good deal of unnecessary friction in Ireland.
Why do you think of all the people
in Britain's imperial past and present, the Irish being singled out for this particular treatment of caricature?
Well, you see, really, when the position is analysed coldly and logically, Britain has played an indefensible role in Ireland, quite indefensible. And therefore, the only way of dealing with it, of explaining it away even in your own school books, is to ridicule the Irish and portray them as an impossible people, and that are quite irresponsible themselves.
There has been, of course, suggestions over the years of, on the question of partition, of an exchange of Irish neutrality for a solution for partition. There's been a great deal of pressure for Ireland to join NATO. Has that for instance, that must have arisen when you were foreign minister?
Yes, and I think that it could have been possibly the basis for discussion at that period of time. I don't think it is now. I think that the question of trading membership of NATO for reunification of the country wouldn't be acceptable in Ireland anymore. I think that NATO has itself acquired a rather evil reputation, largely because of its actions in helping the Portuguese against Angola, in supplying arms to South Africa, in collaborating with South Africa, oppressing people in other parts of the world. And as well as that, there is very strong anti-nuclear feeling in Ireland. We don't want to be involved in nuclear war. We think that nuclear war would be immoral and unjustifiable, and we don't want to be involved in it. So I think that now that this would not be on.
In your quest for peace, you've been very optimistic about the power of public opinion, and you said this: there's been a change in the centre of gravity of power from governments to public opinion. Now, what exactly did you mean by that?
I think there's been, as a result of higher standards of education and of the electronic media, there's been a change in the centre of gravity of power. I think that public opinion and the people, the ordinary people, are much better informed now than they were. They are much less inclined to accept willy-nilly the viewpoint of their governments. And they will form their own judgment, their own opinion, and they can exercise more power than they could before. The first concrete example of that was Vietnam. I think the Vietnam War was the first example of a full-blown war that was ended by public opinion in midstream.
Here again, you're very optimistic that the power of public opinion can stop the nuclear arms race. And certainly we've had enormous demonstrations in America and Europe. But still, it seems, cruise missiles are going to come into this country and into Europe. Now, how has public opinion stopped that?
Yes, well, I think that, you see, first of all, let's analyze it. These demonstrations were huge demonstrations. They've been organized with little or no resources. We had a few people like me going around the world and asking people to protest against this, and people have reacted to that extent. Now, the next step is for people to react on a more longer-term basis, more firmly. I think one very important development is the developments in the churches. The Quakers, of course, have always been against wars, the Buddhists, the Mennonites, but now the Christian churches. The American bishops, for instance, Catholic bishops are taking a very strong attitude. The Anglican bishops here have been discussing it. The lawyers are discussing it, declaring that nuclear weapons are illegal.
But could I just interrupt there, because but just the other day we had the President and the Secretary of Defense bringing out more statistics about the Russians. The President said they were an evil empire, and telling us more about the greatest arms budget, the US military budget, in the history of warfare. So what effect has all these groups actually had?
They've had the effect of slowing down, they've had the effect of forcing the President of the United States to come on the air pretty well every day to try and justify his military policies and the aggressiveness of American foreign policy. And he does that by attacking the Russians and describing them as evil people and so on and so on. But this is no longer cutting very much ice. And you can't start accusing the bishops of all the different countries in the world of being communist agents or being anarchists. And I think this is just a good indication of the extent to which public opinion is operating in the world. And I think that in a very short time you'll have people refusing to vote for taxes that involve nuclear weapons.
But when has public opinion ever curbed the power of government in the Soviet Union?
It does, as a matter of fact. It's quite interesting. It reaches the Soviet Union mainly through the satellite countries. Poland was the tip of the iceberg, if you like. Now, in Eastern Germany, for instance, on the question of nuclear weapons and nuclear wars, there's a very strong anti-nuclear movement in Germany, backed up by the churches in East Germany. And by the young people. The demonstrations have been very strong demonstrations against nuclear weapons. And more, this is spreading to the Soviet Union itself. It's not as visible in the Soviet Union, but it's having its impact.
But there are no demonstrations, are there, in the Soviet Union?
There are no, if you like, no anti-government demonstrations in that sense, no. But there are demonstrations in favor of disarmament.
Yes,
and there are influences within the Communist Party in the Soviet Union that criticize the military policy of the military establishment. This is a new development. It wasn't there 5-10 years ago. I think that the power of public opinion possibly acts more slowly. It takes a longer time to reach the core in the Soviet Union. But it is operating, it is modifying Soviet policies. I think the pennies dropped to the Soviets with Afghanistan. It was a disastrous failure. How did they have to get out of Afghanistan? I think they've realized this, and I think that their own public opinion has been forcing this on them.
I see you as a most distinguished outsider, but how would you define an outsider?
As for somebody who is able to influence thinking and actions by people without being actually in charge of a government or part of the establishment. I've never wanted to be part of the establishment, and possibly it leaves me a good deal freer to criticize and say what I think if I was part of an establishment bound to uphold certain views.
There are times when you have been briefly an insider, such as when you were a minister in the Irish government. Did you enjoy that time? Were you seduced by being an insider at all?
Yes, I enjoyed the possibility of doing things, but I suppose I was probably in danger of being seduced by thinking that was infallible. There's always that danger. The danger also of being intolerant of criticism, instead of accepting that criticism may be well-founded sometimes. It's quite a thing to discipline yourself into having a look at the criticism and trying to be objective about it and say, well, maybe they are justified in criticizing me, maybe I am making mistakes about this, that, or the other.
Have you been at least partly driven in your quest around the world for peace by the fact that in your own land there is no peace, and it does seem to a great many people to be almost insoluble, so you've looked, perhaps, for other horizons? Is that something that has been a driving force?
No, I don't think so, no. I think it's a realization that unless we do succeed in achieving world disarmament, that the human race will destroy itself, and that the acceptance of nuclear weapons is in itself one of the causes for the destabilization of all moral standards in the world.
Do you think in your lifetime there will be peace in Ireland?
Oh, yes. No, well, I can't guess how long I'm going to live, but I would say there's going to be peace in Ireland in the next 10 years.
How can you be so sure?
I think there's a growing realization here that everything's been tried except one obvious solution. That is for Britain to withdraw from Ireland, let the Irish people settle it for themselves, in accordance with ordinary democratic principles and rules. I think there is a growing realization that this is the only solution.
Sean McBride, thank you very much.
They were completely unique, but the only alternative to
16 years ago, I was banned from South Africa. Those were perhaps the darkest days of apartheid, during which I had known many of the few, those brave and tenacious white people who actively opposed the brutalities of the state. But I never met the woman whose courage often inspired and nurtured them, whose name was and is synonymous with decency in South Africa, Helen Suzman. For 13 years, Helen Suzman was the sole representative of the Progressive Party in the South African Parliament. As state murder and torture, house arrests, bannings, and myriad forms of repression sealed off South Africa from much of the world, Helen Suzman stood up, alone, day after day, to attack the countless racist laws which the governments of Verwoerd and Foster pushed through, while the official opposition remained on its hands, mute with indecision and fear. In the 104 days of her first session in Parliament, she made a total of 66 speeches, moved 26 amendments, and put down 137 questions. It was an incredible performance, and the hatred directed at her was almost tangible. She was a woman in a patriarchal society, a liberal and a Jew in a racist and often anti-Semitic state. Abuse and smear were routine. Helen Suzman also has had to live with the many and harsh ironies of a white liberal brought up in isolation from the black majority and supported by a rich and privileged electorate who, she herself admits, would not vote for her if they thought her ideas would win the day. Helen Suzman has come to London for this interview. Did you yourself ever feel during those 13 years that you were deceiving yourself? I mean, there you were sitting in a cosy assembly, debating racism, talking of democracy as if South Africa was in Europe, not in Africa. That sense of delusion almost.
Well, one tried to draw the distinction between a real democracy and a country in which 72% of the people are denied the vote, 80% in fact, as you include coloured and Indian people. So one made no attempt to tell the government in any way that the system was satisfactory from a democratic point of view. Quite the opposite. One was using Parliament to try and reveal all the time the terrible shortcomings of the system. And I would say that, you don't have much alternative, John, when you live there, if you're a liberally minded South African, to use it in its best sense. If you stay there, you can leave, of course, and a lot of people have left. But if you want to stay there and try and fight the system, well, then you've got to use whatever methods are available to you. And if you're not part of a revolutionary movement, Parliament is the major forum, and the opposition party in Parliament is the major political weapon that you have to use.
But can you give us an idea what apartheid is like on a day-by-day basis, on a mundane, a banal level? I mean, can you encapsulate it in one event, one moment?
Well, I'd have to translate myself from a white South African into a black South African. It would mean that I'd have to get up probably at 4:30 in the morning to travel from Soweto, the big black township, which is about 15 miles out of Johannesburg, and get myself to work on a very overcrowded train, which is very different from the transport used by whites. And I would then come to my job in the city, and probably I'd be either an unskilled or semi-skilled worker, earning a fairly low wage. And I could be stopped by a policeman at any time and asked to produce a document showing that I had the right to be in the city. That intrinsically is what apartheid means to an urban black. He is under surveillance. He's got to be able to show that he's entitled to be in the urban area.
What happens to those people when they're dumped in those so-called homelands? What lives do they then lead?
Of course, the Minister of Cooperation and Development would immediately object to the use of the word dumped. He would say that that no longer takes place. But
perhaps some would object to his title,
yes,
the Minister of Cooperation and Development.
Yes.
What in truth does that mean?
The control of people, really, that's what it is, of the movement of black people. And it's essentially a discriminatory law because it doesn't apply to whites, it doesn't apply to coloured people, people of mixed birth, and it doesn't apply to South African Asians, except that they're not allowed to go into one province at all, I might say. The South African Asians are forbidden to enter the Orange Free State, one of the 4 provinces. But they can move from one area to the other without going through all these terrifically difficult procedures that blacks have to go through. Now, what it means is that now, these days, the minister will tell you, and this is correct, that they do not move people until they have supplied certain essentials. Now, generally, that is water, piped water, and there are lots of latrines supplied, and a school, and sometimes a clinic.
And what
that's it. That's it. I mean, when the people get there, they have to rebuild their houses. They're sometimes given tents in which they may live for a certain number of months while they're trying to build their houses. And you must remember that in the main, these are women and children and old men who are being moved. The younger men are generally working as migrant workers in the cities. Now, I wouldn't know how to start to build my own house, I must tell you. Even if you gave me all the materials and the specifications, I would find it very difficult. And I'm sure they do too. And they provide rations. And I remember last year when I raised this matter, the minister said they provided rations for 3 days. And I said to him, and what happens on the 4th day? Because these people are now in an area which is strange to them. They have not established themselves in any way. They possibly have lost the jobs that they had in the old nearby cities or towns. And they're there. I mean, many of them live on the pensions, the old age pensions of one of the members of the family.
Another person of courage is, of course, Nelson Mandela and his wife, Winnie Mandela. Now, you're one of the few people who are able to visit Nelson Mandela in prison. What is he like these days?
Well, the last time I visited him was about a year ago, and he was in very good health and very good spirits. He's quite a remarkable person. I mean, there is nothing cringing about this man, although he's been in jail for 20 years. He is a very forthright person and clearly very much in control of the situation. He's had my support as a prisoner. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with his or Winnie's political views, but that's by the way. It's unimportant to me. The important thing is that he is there. He's got a sentence, a life sentence. One of my jobs, I believe, which is an important job, is to keep an eye on prisoners, particularly those people who've been sentenced for what the government prefers to call crimes against the state, but who are politically known as political prisoners by other people.
Some people would say that as long as there's a profit to be made in South Africa, the system of apartheid will survive. I was thinking especially of the enormous investment of British companies in South Africa.
I think, John, that's the old capitalism and apartheid go hand-in-hand argument. And I think there was a lot of truth in that perhaps many years ago when South Africa relied almost entirely on the primary industries of mining and agriculture. And people wanted cheap, unskilled labor, which they got in considerable supply from the homelands or native reserves, as they were then called. I don't think that applies today to nearly the same extent. In fact, it's industrialists that want the change. They want to be able to use skilled black labor. And the major opposition to that has come not from the capitalists, but in fact from the white trade unions.
The British government has stopped publishing a blacklist of British companies that pay their African workers starvation wages. And yet since that blacklist has not been published, we know that the number of African workers getting wages that put them below the poverty line has doubled.
Yes, well, I think they ought to continue to publicize the names of firms that are paying wages that are too low. There are, of course, a number of firms now which say they apply, where the Americans are concerned, the Sullivan Principles, which means better conditions of work, training of blacks, use of blacks in managerial positions, and so on, and the use of black trade unions, or rather negotiating with black trade unions.
How does the white liberal in South Africa, such as yourself, deal with the charge of hypocrisy that embodied in liberalism, white liberalism, is the very privilege that shores up the system of apartheid?
Well, I don't know that one tries to answer that question. It's generally an accusation, rather, that is put by people of radical thought who believe that liberals in South Africa are a bulwark against revolution, and the sooner everything collapses, the better, because then there'll be a whole new regime in South Africa. Well, I mean, I personally don't go along with that, and I don't reply to the charges of hypocrisy because I don't think I'm a hypocrite. I do what I can do. It's limited, I'm the first one to admit it.
Do not a great many, if not the majority of blacks, since the Soweto uprising in 1976, now believe that any change, any really serious change that gives power to them in South Africa, inevitably must be inaugurated by revolution, if you like, but by bloodshed, by violence?
Well, they may believe that, but it's one thing to believe a thing. It's another thing to see it come to reality. And, I mean, one must realize, living in South Africa, there's a very sophisticated army, there is a paramilitary force, there is the police force, and there are very many informers among the black people themselves. And together with that, together with the oppressive system of detention without trial, all this makes it very difficult to get any really aggressive movement going in South Africa. You must realize that the political organizations like the African National Congress and the Pan-African Congress are banned organizations, that a great number of the leaders are banned themselves or are in exile, and it's very difficult to get anything like that going. There is urban violence, and I believe that's going to increase.
Why should a black South African living in poverty and under bureaucratic control, past laws and so on, in a township, agree with you? Why should he say there's only one choice left, and that is bloodshed because I have nothing to lose?
Well, I do think he does have something to lose. He has his life to lose. And maybe that's the deterrent. Or maybe he realizes he can be locked up for a long time without recourse to the courts of law. It's a question of power, John, and I don't believe that there is power existing in those particular circumstances. I believe it's got to be mobilized through other forces.
So what you're saying is that one side has the guns and the other side doesn't?
Well, virtually, that's really what it amounts to, which, however, I do, as I have said, believe that there is going to be an increase in all forms of urban violence, but that's very different from an organized rebellion, which I don't believe has a chance of success.
Are whites becoming more frightened?
Some are becoming more frightened, others are becoming more reasonable. Just depends. And a lot of young people have left the country, which is perhaps a very distressing part of it all.
Sean McBride, in the first of this series, said that he believed violence was justified in places like South Africa.
Well,
what are your feelings about that?
I don't like violence at any time, but I don't like it whether it comes from people who are fighting the regime, and I also don't like it when it's institutionalized violence that comes from the government.
Well, he was of course referring to the, as he put it, I think, the right of the victim to resort to violence, to overthrow the oppressor.
Well, he may have a right, if you like to look at it as a balance against institutionalized violence, but what it accomplishes is another thing. And I think that I think the Soweto riots proved very conclusively that you cannot fight armored cars with stones.
But is the reality, though, different? Are the majority of blacks going to accept that violence must not be used? Are they going to take that polite liberal viewpoint and say we won't use violence?
It's not a case of accepting it. It's what is possible for them to do. And really and truly, until you've lived in a country like South Africa and you know what the police and military strength is of that country, and as I say, the laws which allow detention without trial, all these are enormously powerful factors that work against any open rebellion among black people in South Africa. I think it'd be tremendous, terrible bloodshed, and the whole thing is not going to happen that way. I think blacks are going to have to mobilize their economic muscle and use it as effectively as possible.
But do, in your view, black South Africans want a country based on racial equality, a country where there is a place for the Helen Suzmans?
Well, I can't speak for the majority of blacks. I don't know that I can speak for any blacks, but I would imagine that there is still a large section of the black population that realizes that South Africa needs whites just as South Africa needs blacks in order to maintain standards and improve them. And certainly the black people that I talk to don't talk about pushing the whites into the sea. They talk about cooperation with whites.
But these are the black people, of course, who are allowed to talk
You have the Black Consciousness Movement, the African National Congress, and other groups that are not visible and indeed are banned. So we're not hearing from them.
No, that's correct. There are radicals who probably think quite differently, and they want nothing except a black majority government, and that's it.
How do the blacks regard you?
It varies. The older ones, I think, still have very considerable understanding of what I've tried to do, and I get well received when I go to Soweto and visit those people. Many of the young radicals probably don't think highly of me at all, probably think of me, as I say, as a bulwark.
Do you ever feel that you might be an anachronism?
Oh, frequently. Most of the time, in fact. Yes, I do. I realise that. But as I say...
Politically speaking.
Yes, well, in every way, possibly. But I mean, the thing is that you have to accept that there is a limit to what you can do. And once you've decided that, you just go hell for leather to do what you can within the existing system. It's all you can do.
What is the future? What do you think South Africa will be like in 10 years' time, as opposed to what you hope it'll be like in 10 years' time?
Well, I think it's going to change much more gradually than I would like to see it change. But I still believe that it will roll on with better living conditions for blacks in the urban areas anyway. Perhaps a greater realization that you can't just shove people around without the world reacting to it, and therefore I hope that there'll be something freezing removals. I think blacks will learn how to use what power they do have, both economic power and the power which they're going to be given in local government. And I believe the country will just go on developing in that way, with changes coming in the socio-economic field rather more rapidly than anything that will come in the political field for black people.
There are a great many people who believe that South Africa has set itself on a course where bloodshed is inevitable. Do you ever feel that you might be a casualty of that same bloodshed?
Well, I think anybody could be a casualty if indeed that happens. And it's not, I mean, it's by no means, you know, beyond the bounds of possibility.
In other words, that opponents won't discriminate between the good whites and the bad whites?
No, obviously not. I mean, if it ever comes to that, there'll be no selectivity at all. It would just be the usual, you know, terrible, mindless rioting, and anybody could be caught up in that situation.
Above all, what makes you angry?
Oh, just the, you know, the bullying, really. The bullying that goes on in that country, in my country, I should say. I hate to see defenseless people being knocked around. I really hate it. And this is what happens, and it's very upsetting indeed. You feel you want to do something about it.
Helen Suzman, thank you very much. Martha Gellhorn has just returned from the war in El Salvador. I have seen her draft dispatch. It is insight and passion, and it reflects a rare sense of history, which is not surprising for a journalist who has covered 7 wars over half a century. The first woman to be accredited a correspondent in modern warfare, she once wrote that journalism was simply the act of keeping the record straight.
As one who has never been a cipher for authority, who has written always from the point of view of the victims of war, Martha Gellhorn has kept the record straight more than most. And for that reason alone, she is a distinguished outsider. She reported the Spanish Civil War with the defeated Republican side, whose cause she embraced, describing that war as between rich and poor. There she met Ernest Hemingway, whom she married. But whilst Hemingway's romantic fiction became a symbol of Spain's lost cause, it was Martha Gellhorn's frontline reporting, from Spain to the forgotten war in China, to Finland, to the World War in Europe, to Vietnam, that told of the sacrificial nature of war, of the slaughter of innocents. She entered Dachau death camp on the day Germany surrendered. It was, she wrote, a suitable place to be. And she's never forgiven the Germans. Miss Gellhorn's work, wrote H.G. Wells in 1936, is saturated with pity, but never once do I find her lapsing into sentimentality. Martha Gellhorn was then in her early 20s, writing not about war, but about the struggle to survive in her own United States. Martha, you wrote your first novel, The Trouble I've Seen, in 1936, at the time of the New Deal. Could you describe the America you saw then?
Well, people moved towards cities to try to get jobs. And then they lived in something which was called Hoovervilles, because you realize that before Roosevelt came in, the Depression had already started under Hoover. And they moved into the cities and they made shanties out of what one does, corrugated tin. And so some of the people I saw were living in these, which again was unheard of. This was something brand new and horrendous. And then other people were living on those sort of subsistence farms in the South, where it already astonishes me that they were able to live at all before. But by now, they'd had it. They didn't have enough money to buy grain to plant anything. They'd sold their mule, or eaten it, as the case may be. And the houses, they lived in, all of them, in conditions of absolutely black misery, whether it was on a poor farm in the South, in a Hooverville shanty town. They didn't know who they were anymore because of this. And it's extraordinary to me that it was their being so shaken, so hurt, so lost and so destroyed, which made this immense thing peaceful. Nobody revolted, nobody rioted, nobody did anything. They took it as if it was their fault. And it was pitiful and awful.
Was that an American attitude, would you think?
I think it was at that time in America, because it was a country in which everybody was very proud of always standing on its own feet, always making its own way. And actually, it's the only real hardship that has happened in the United States of America since the Civil War. And it's the only thing that anybody remembers. You know, they've never been bombed, they've never been invaded, they don't know anything about war, because after all, the Civil War, they do remember the Civil War in the South, but that's because they're loopy. But the rest of the country, the only thing they remember and have a horror of is the Depression.
Tell me about your revolutionary activities in that little town in Idaho.
There, the unemployed were working on a job. They had shovels, and they shoveled mud from one place to another. And the contractor who supplied the shovels collected them and threw them away someplace. So then the next day they had no work, and then he got from the government more shovels. And they were very distressed about this, and I was very distressed about this, and I said to them, the only way you'll get any attention is to break the windows of the relief office. If you do that instantly, somebody will come and pay attention. So nobody wanted to do this, because breaking windows not at all American kind of thing to do. And however, we got some beer, and we had a lot of beer, and we talked about it, and they went off and broke the windows of the relief office. I, meantime, moved on, because I was going to look at something in Seattle. And as soon as they broke the windows, everybody arrived at once to listen to their beef. And so their beef was taken care of. It was very efficient. And I was in Seattle, and I was recalled to Washington By the FBI.
You were inciting revolution.
I was inciting revolution.
Yes, quite right.
And I was, in fact, fired.
You've seen more wars than anybody I can think of. And in one of your books, you wrote that we, that's the people, are guilty of being stupid, that we'll always have wars, that we're either sheep or tigers, but we'll never be free of wars because we're stupid. Now, what exactly did you mean by that?
I think stupidity is original sin, and we've all got it, and I'm beginning to think that who's got it worst is those who lead us. And I'm talking about stupidity of feeling as well as stupidity of thinking. Stupidity of feeling may be the most dangerous one. So they who lead us, who are in a position of great power, and being more powerful, it seems to me they're even more stupid than we are, they trot out their stupidities, and we follow. We either follow or we don't follow. Those who follow the cruel stupidities are the tigers. Those who allow themselves to be led to the slaughter are the sheep. But the stupidity starts at the top, and then we all get it. We all sort of get it by osmosis. I used to think that people were responsible for their leaders. I don't anymore. Yet, of course, individually, the courage and the bravery of individual people is amazing, isn't it? For instance, in Salvador, just now, there are some kids running a thing called the Commission of Human Rights, the Salvadoran Commission of Human Rights. They're kids, I mean, they're in their 20s. And they work in a shack behind the Archdiocese office, sort of shack that you have for a construction company. And their job is to collect all the information, all the murders committed by the government security forces, the torture, the kidnappings, the disappearance. It is the most dangerous work possible. Any one of them going out of this place or home is perfectly available to be picked up and found dead in any garbage dump or alongside any road. They're just kids. Nobody rewards them. And the guts, moral and physical, required to do this job are colossal. And there they are. So this kind of thing happens everywhere, everywhere. And so it's totally unjust, ludicrous, and overgeneralized to suggest that it's victims and victimizers. What I take off against increasingly is governments.
I remember I.F. Stone, who you know, once described governments as comprised entirely of liars, and nothing they say should ever be believed.
Quite right. And Tolstoy once said, governments are a collection of men who do violence to the rest of us. Between Izzy Stone and Tolstoy, you've got it about right, it seems to me. They're all bad and some are worse.
You've described the Spanish Civil War as a war between the rich and poor, and also a war in which, as you said, everybody grew up politically. Could you explain that?
If the poor, either as in Spain, defend themselves, or as in Vietnam and Salvador, finally make efforts on their own behalf, then they're automatically considered communist. And that's most fascinating, because this is giving to communism the right to be the sole custodian of social justice, which it really is not. But our side always puts it in this position. We did it in Vietnam, we're doing it in Salvador, we did it in Spain. In Spain, the side of the Republic was Reds. Well, in fact, the Republic, which had been legally elected, was, if you will, the side of the poor, the majority of the people, and its desire was social reform and social justice. So then it's called Red, as if only Reds care about social justice. Exactly the same thing in Vietnam. The Viet Cong, etc., was Red. But the Viet Cong was opposed to absentee landlords, a totally unfair system of running a country, same as in Salvador. So the poor are always called Reds, and Reds then become people who are in favor of social justice. Well, I think this is, you know, it's giving it to the Kremlin on a plate. This goes back to the stupidity of governments.
Can you describe some of those moments during the Civil War that have left a rather indelible impression upon you, or may have
may have affected you for your work later on, guided your work later on?
Well, the bravery, the enormous bravery of the people, absolutely unbelievable bravery under appalling conditions, because the worst thing in Spain was increasing hunger. And it ended at the very end, when I was in Barcelona at the end, the hunger, I think the hunger was what finished the country, because the hospitals were full of starved children, and people were so hungry that to walk across a room was an effort, to do anything was an effort. Their bravery and their dignity always stay in my mind, and individual things, I don't know, Madrid, shells coming in to the square in front of the hotel, and a queue of women who were queuing up to get an orange, and nobody moving, because it was so important just to get an orange to take home to your underfed family. I know it's very hard to tell you. There's so many. It was a very long time I was there, and every day there was something that moved and impressed me.
But weren't things simpler then? I mean, good was good and evil was evil. I mean, even the fascists obliged by wearing black shirts and brown shirts.
Oh yes, there was a definite enemy. And a definite enemy that all of us kept saying, if you don't stop it here, there will be the war in Europe. And we were regarded as either Cassandras or fellow travelers or whatever they called us at that time. And then, of course, lo and behold, it came about. And now, of course, it's much more complicated. I personally do not believe that the Soviet Union is about getting ready to invade the NATO territories. In the first place, the Soviet Union knows what war is like, had an appalling war. I believe that they're at least as frightened as us, as we are frightened of them, if not more. And although I consider the system monstrous and the people who rule it monsters, I don't think they're maniacs. I think they move in and help people who we refuse to help.
When in wartime, should a journalist censor himself or herself?
I think never.
What about in a war of national survival?
You don't have to worry. They've got the censors. I mean, World War II, everything we wrote was censored.
When is it impossible to be objective?
Well, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I couldn't have reported World War II from a higher level than I reported it, objectively. I would have had to say I thought half of them were idiots, and half of the things that they decided to do were idiotic. But, and anyhow, it wouldn't have gotten into print, because it would have been censored. When it's impossible to be objective, well, I don't know. Vietnam, for instance, I reported it for here, for The Guardian, not for an American paper.
Before you go into Vietnam, what happened on the day you entered Dachau extermination camp? Now, how could you be objective about what you saw in that extermination camp?
Well, I wasn't objective. I didn't have to be objective. I mean, what I saw was my personal war aim. My personal war aim was to get into Dachau. It was the first concentration camp, an extermination camp, and I did get there, and I was there when, the day the war ended. I didn't have to be objective in the sense that, how could you, what was there to be objective about? It was a total and absolute horror, and all I did was report it as it was. I did not invent anything. If you mean, I don't even know what you mean exactly by objective. If you suppress, I did neither suppress nor invent. I reported it exactly as it was. And if you report what you see, unless your eyes are bad, I don't see how you can be anything but objective. You don't lie, you don't make it different from what it was. You don't conceal something, you don't add something. It's there in front of you. That's what you see, that's what you report.
Could you recall what you saw when you arrived in Dhaka that day?
There was a train on a siding. It was a death train. The SS had left, so they hadn't emptied it. So Germans with handkerchiefs over their face, under the arms of Americans who had gotten there the day before, were opening the doors of it and digging out the bodies of the people who had died in this train. That was the first thing. You went into the gates of the camp and you were sprayed, you opened your clothes and you were sprayed with powder against typhus lice inside. You went inside and there were figures still alive in striped pajamas, skeletons still breathing, sitting and lying about. By the furnaces there were stacked cordwood bodies, yellow, melting, the little fat still on the skeletons, melting in cordwood because they hadn't had time to burn them. In the prison cells, the torture cells, there was a woman screaming. She was mad, she was alive, she was screaming. There was a bunch of women in cotton dresses, Jews, who had been sent there from someplace else, who clutched one's clothes and screamed like mad women. There was the infirmary, which was manned by Polish doctors, very quiet. They had been there as the sort of laboratory assistants to the German doctors. Dachau was a great experimental center using Jews, Polish priests, gypsies, and they had all the records. And it was a very quiet place, and they just showed me the records. It was the perfect circle of hell.
Tell me what was on those medical records.
They were kept, beautifully kept. I mean, any hospital would have been very pleased with these records. And they did experiments on freezing people to death. So how long it took for a man to die in vats of ice water. In principle, this was to see what would happen to their, their flowers if they were shot down in the channel. That, by the way, was one which had a meaning. Mostly they didn't. They injected under the knee furunculosis boils and watched whilst people died in pain of blood poisoning. There were all of the records of castration. They castrated all gypsies, for instance. There were endless records. They never stopped. They tried anything that crossed their minds to do, and they kept beautiful records. And these Polish doctors, who were prisoners, had been forced to attend all of this and do it. I was in the infirmary when the war actually ended. A very tall skeleton wearing a blanket came into the room. He had been dug out of that train that I was speaking of. And he was a very young Pole. And therefore, because he was young, he had survived. He'd been dug out of dead bodies. And he came and he spoke in Polish to these doctors. And what he said to them was, "The war is over." And the doctor said, "Bravo," like that. And I said to him, "What are you saying?" And he said, "He has said, the war is over." And I said, "But certainly it's more than bravo." And he said, "It's a bit late." And then I got out of Dachau in a state bordering on uncontrolled hysteria, and went and sat in a field waiting to be removed with American prisoners of war.
You wrote contemptuously, didn't you, of the Germans? You called them a whole nation passing the buck. And you've never really forgiven the Germans, have you?
Never. Never.
You mentioned buck passing, but surely most nations after a defeat in war do that. You yourself have accused the United States of buck passing since the Vietnam War.
Oh, they've just brushed it under the carpet. What would help America would have been a real commission of inquiry into that war.
And Nuremberg?
And Nuremberg. And it would have been the most useful thing for future military and political attitudes on the part of the US, instead of which it's pushed under the rug, and the unfortunate GIs, who are the victims of it in America, can go and peddle their peanuts. And as for the Vietnamese, they were promised, apparently, by Nixon, something over $3 billion in reparations. They never got it. And instead, they're treated to a policy of oppressive harassment. Imagine being on the side of the Khmer Rouge in the UN. I mean, all this is absolutely shocking.
There's a movement now in the United States to rewrite the history of the Vietnam War and blame it on the Vietnamese, isn't there? To blame the Vietnamese.
Oh, I don't doubt it. And equally, not only to blame the Vietnamese for what? To blame the Vietnamese for not having been beaten. That's really what it amounts to. But the worst of it is the spitefulness and the ugliness of supporting the Khmer Rouge, who were monsters, who killed their own people, who did genocide in Cambodia, simply because it's too painful to suggest that the Vietnamese, in fact, saved the remnants of Cambodia by coming in. You know, this thing about stupidity can become criminal. And this is criminal stupidity, it seems to me. We should admit it was a mistake. It was a terrible mistake. It was a mistake against America, as well as against Vietnam. And then make our policy on the basis of admitting mistakes. But perhaps governments never admit mistakes, and perhaps that's what's wrong with government. People learn from mistakes. Hopefully, they try to learn from mistakes. They try to correct their own lives from mistakes. We all make mistakes, born making mistakes, never stop making mistakes. But if you're not insane, you attempt to learn from them and then alter your behavior. But governments cannot admit or will not admit mistakes, and therefore apparently don't learn and don't change. And that's rough on the rest of us.
Have you ever cried over something that hasn't been private grief, but has been something that you've seen?
With rage. Yes, I suppose I have.
What has that been?
Well, I think it was Dachau, for instance. A much later journey to Auschwitz with somebody who had been in Auschwitz. And in a hospital in Vietnam, napalm children.
But with all the disasters and tragedy you've seen, how do you really have a great deal of hope?
I think the world is just as awful as it can be at any given moment. And then a certain number of people appear at any given moment and try to keep it from being unbearably awful. And the only thing that can stop this is nuclear weapons. Otherwise, the history will go on. The history behind us is perfectly terrible. The history of now is perfectly terrible. The history ahead will be perfectly terrible. But if we aren't obliterated, there will always be a certain number of people fighting like hell to keep it from being unbearably worse. So to that extent, yes, I believe in the human species as long as the human species doesn't get obliterated. The worst is that now there is a chance that idiots, but idiots, could obliterate it.
Martha Gellhorn, thank you very much. Jessica Mitford and her sister Unity shared a room when they were teenagers during the 1930s. On one side of the room, Unity's side, was the swastika and pictures of Hitler. On Jessica's side of the room was the red flag and the hammer and sickle. They compromised once at a Conservative Party jumble sale where they agreed to divide up their mother's stall takings of £10, each sending £5 to the British Union of Fascists and to the Communist Party. Such was the growing up of the amazing Mitford sisters. Nancy, the romantic novelist, Diana, who devoted herself to Oswald Mosley and his fascism, Unity, who devoted herself to Hitler, and Jessica. Jessica was the black sheep, the one who flew her aristocratic nest and went off to Republican Spain with Churchill's nephew. And when she refused to come back, Anthony Eden sent one of His Majesty's destroyers to go and get her. But she never really came back, although she still visits. After the death of Esmond Romilly, her first husband, she stayed on in America, married a Jew, and joined the American Communist Party, and became the object of Senator Joe McCarthy's witch hunts. Jessica not only survived McCarthy, she went on to become a successful muckraker herself, and muckraker is what she prefers to be called. Her book, The American Way of Death, about the rackets of the undertaking business, was a sensation, and more than once she was offered a free funeral. Carl Bernstein, the Watergate reporter, described Jessica Mitford in this way: having a winsome manner, an unfailing ear, and an instinct for the jugular, she sets on her merry way, looking very much the picture of a slightly dotty English lady.
You grew up in extraordinary privilege. Could you describe that?
Well, of course, it didn't seem like that. We were always kept very short of money. I was saving up from the age of 12 to run away. Took me a long time to do it. Well, when I was 19, I'd saved up enough. Well, I suppose it was privilege, but you know how the English rich are? They always sort of think they're poor. Have you noticed this or not?
Yes, I have.
It's very odd. I mean, well, for instance, at Swinbrook and Astle, which were the country houses of my father, first we lived at Astle. When I was 9, we moved to Swinbrook that my father had built, all within a few miles of each other. Vast estates with 10 servants in the house, not including Nanny and the governess, and we were always considered to be rather poor. And we were kept on a short leash as far as money is concerned. I don't know why, but that was the way it was.
How were you able to put money into your running away account?
Well, you see, I'd save up every penny. For instance, you know how once in a while an uncle would give you £1? I suppose nowadays it'd probably be 5. But in those days, a quid or even 10 bob, you know, it was quite a substantial sum. I started when I think I was about 12, after my mother said that I couldn't ever go to school. She didn't believe in girls going. And I could see that my life was going to be a total dead end unless I got out. So I wrote to Drummond's, which was our bank, saying, here's 10 shillings for my running away account. And they wrote back saying, dear madam, enclosed passbook number so-and-so for your running away account. And then they signed off, your obedient servants, Drummond's. And I thought that was exciting, so I kept saving.
Could you tell me about the relationship with your parents and your sisters and the political differences that set you apart?
The family, you see, was enormously, was all large because we were 7. Nancy was sort of the star of the family, undisputedly so. And she started to write when she was about 29. And she lived at home. Then Pam was the sort of country person. Then my brother Tom read law. Then came Diana. And Diana was another star. She was a tremendous beauty with a capital B. In those days we had beauties with capital Bs. And so she married at the young age of 18. But in a very few years, she left Brian Guinness, her husband, and went off with Sir Oswald Mosley. And now we're into about 1933, when I was about 15, and my sister Unity was 18. And so Unity got absolutely besotted with the fascists, and she became a member. And she went off to Germany, where she met Hitler and became part of that circle. And so I hated the whole idea and became a communist, or said I was. I wasn't really a member. I don't think they took girls of 15, especially from Swinbrook, if you know what I mean. But anyway, I was sort of saving up, and I finally ran away.
Did you become a communist as a reaction against this fascism swirling about you in your own family?
Well, I'm sure it was partly that, absolutely. It was also, I think, perhaps much more, looking back, the influence of the whole generation that I grew up in, and particularly people 10 years older than me, people who when I was 15 would have been 25 or 30, that sort of thing. You know, I mean, the 30s were a tremendously political period in history. And so there was a huge lot of fascinating ideas swirling about, you know, outside Swinbrook, and which one picked up on by reading.
Your parents seemed much more disappointed at you being a communist than at your sisters as fascists.
No, see, they went absolutely over for fascism. They went to Germany and they met the Führer. In fact, after my mother died, I found her diaries, you know, amongst her effects, and it would have things like tea with Führer, you know, tea with Führer, and then, you know, in other words, in the middle of Nanny's holiday, a calf born to a cow called Clover, tea with Führer.
Your parents had a passionate interest in fascism and Nazism, and there was the strain of appeasement right throughout the ruling classes.
You have to remember that large amounts, large sections of the English ruling class, you know, were incredibly in favour of that fellow Hitler, as he was called in those days. Because what had he done? He'd crushed the trade unions, he'd crushed the Communist Party, and he'd crushed the Jews. And don't forget, there's a huge strain of anti-Semitism that runs through that class in England. So these are the things that make you feel that actually a study of the origins of English fascism would go far beyond the absurdities of Sir Oswald Mosley. They'd go far deeper. They'd go far into the class system here, I think.
Is that anti-Semitic strain still in the ruling classes in this country?
Well, I think so. I mean, it's amazing, in view of what's happened in England in terms of immigration of black people and that sort of thing over the last, well, since the war, since the Second War, the amount of absolutely unregenerate racialism that prevails at all levels, and especially, of course, in the ruling class, but it goes down to the working class, too.
Has it changed, though? Has the structure changed? I mean, a lot of things have changed, obviously, since the 30s.
Yes.
Things have been modernised.
Yeah.
But has the ruling class and its attitudes, let's say, been modernised but not changed? I mean,
I don't know, but that's probably rather a good way of putting it. I'd say that there's a point there, you know, modernised but not changed. In other words, they can't really keep on in the old way. For one thing, a lot of them lost their money, so they can't exactly, you know, still have 10 servants and that. But I think the attitudes have remained the same. That's the interesting thing.
Mrs. Thatcher is certainly not of your class, but her authoritarianism protects your class.
And her being the governess, you mean? Yeah.
What is the appeal of that?
She's very much like a governess. In fact, when... perhaps that is the appeal, you know, you've got to have somebody to make you wipe your nose and tell you what to do, you know. I mean, perhaps that's it. I don't know, but I mean, it wouldn't be appealing to me, and I'm sure it's not appealing to many, many people here. But I suppose it is something like that.
When you come back to England, do you see more or fewer freedoms than there were in the 30s?
I'd say there's much fewer freedoms. And, see, when I first came back, well, I went to America in 1939, and because I couldn't get a passport, I became naturalized American. Couldn't get a passport until, in fact, I never could get one, but in 1955, the State Department issued a passport by mistake. And they sent a telegram saying, passport issued by mistake, do not use under penalty of the law. So we fled using it every inch of the way and came back to England for the first time. Now, this was in the very height of what is loosely known as the McCarthy era in America. You know, the witch hunting committees rising high and all that. And in fact, it really was, you know, a sort of pretty frightening period because I mean, there's absolute proof that the FBI had in fact established concentration camps to hold up to 100,000 subversives. I remember telling my children, who were quite small, you know, we might all go to a concentration camp. And they set up a cry, we want to go to camp. They thought it was going to be lovely, you know, with riding and swimming, that sort of. But it might not have been that funny, you know. I mean, besides, supposing one hadn't been, supposing you know, 100,000 were rounded up, excluding me, I'd have felt dreadful not being part of that, you know. I mean, it was like that. But then, so England seemed a haven of liberty in every kind of way. I mean, it was just inconceivable to us, say, to walk into the offices of the Daily Worker, find them extremely riding high and absolutely ordinary, and meeting people who were open communists and so on. I mean, it wasn't happening in the United States. It seems to me there's been a total reversal with the two countries, in a sense.
Perhaps you could tell me the story you were telling me before about Reagan, wondering whether this person would be president one day. You'd seen a mail order advertisement and so on.
Ah, well, this was in the middle 1960s, and you know, there's this sort of incredible rumor around that a third-rate actor, Ronald Reagan, might be putting up for governor of California. And the rumor began to gain more and more credence. And I wrote an article about this for Ramparts magazine. And in the course of it, by the way, I called up a lot of Republicans, people in Reagan's own party, and they said, oh, no, I mean, you're dreaming. He would never be a likely governor of California. So then I saw an advertisement in the course of doing all this research, which said, Ronald Reagan for president. Write to box so-and-so and send $1. Well, I thought this was the rib tickler of all time. I mean, you know, Ronald Reagan for president. So I sent my $1 just to see what I'd get. Well, that $1 paid off. To this day, I get virtual love letters. They read like love letters from Ronald Reagan. They all end up, why don't you send $100 to our task force? But, I mean, they're all, you know, sort of trust me, love me sort of thing. They're amazing letters.
During the 1950s, during the McCarthy period, you went before the notorious House Un-American Activities Committee, didn't you? Could you tell me about that and the experience of that?
Well, see, it's rather amazing when, you know, I mean, all of a sudden you're sort of going off to work in the morning and there's an indistinct figure in the bushes who hands you a subpoena. And so that's the beginning of it, and that's a subpoena to appear. But my subpoena was, I was then secretary of the Oakland Civil Rights Congress, which meant that I had custody of the records and the financial record, the membership and all that. So my subpoena said I'd got to bring those records with me. And it was rather marvelous. When we got up there, and you know, about a dozen people, and quite a lot of supporters of us, I mean, in the audience. So what you had to do was to take the Fifth Amendment, which is a technical thing. It consists of repeating to every question, I refuse to answer on the ground that my answer would tend to incriminate me. It's very boring after a while. So you asked all the usual questions. Member of the Communist Party, refused to answer. Member of the Civil Rights Congress and all that, you know. And finally he said, are you a member of the Berkeley, I thought he said Berkeley Tenants Club. Well, I knew tenants are subversive because they're not landlords, you know, sort of figures. So I said, I refuse to answer on the ground. And there was a roar of laughter. What he'd actually said was the Berkeley Tennis Club, which was an extremely posh, conservative stronghold of rich Republicans. So at that point, the chairman said, this witness is totally unresponsive, she's dismissed, you see. So I got out of it all that way. And I never had to bring the records or go to prison.
We think of the McCarthy period in terms of what the Un-American Activities Committee did to Hollywood people most of the time. But there was another strata of victims, wasn't there?
in a way, of course, Hollywood, I mean, all those glamorous people, they've been written up over and over again, and indeed, they got a rough and rotten deal. But I think the thing that's always neglected is what these witch hunting committees did at a much more grassroots level. I mean, when they came to San Francisco, 100 Bay Area Reds was the headline. Well, amongst those were, you know, just rank and file trade union leaders, librarians, teachers, people on a very low level whose names don't mean anything except to themselves and their families. Those people were absolutely forever out of work, you know. And also, the people that were named by the informers, you see, every day the informers would name 300 or 400 people. Those people were out of work. And that's a picture that we don't often get in books about that time.
Did it ever really peter out?
Well, it sort of petered out and petered in again. What happened is that there was a great fight back, you know, there really was, mostly by the left. The Liberals turned tail and were in a shambles. The American Civil Liberties Union, for instance, actually cooperated with the committee and fed names to J. Edgar Hoover. They had a sort of reciprocal agreement, which was a huge disgrace. Now, the ACLU has since repudiated what they did in those days, but you can see how depressing it was for people like us who weren't about to do that, to find all the liberal allies all gone, you know. But then, well, after McCarthy's death and after several other things occurred, it sort of did go away to an extent, but not really ever. I mean, it's still a potent business, you know, a potent tail wagging.
You live in Mr. Reagan's America with a president you described once as a joke. What is there of McCarthyism left for someone like yourself and for people like you in America?
Of course, I mean, you can't really call it McCarthyism anymore. It's Reaganism now. Well, there's a huge effort now to submerge and cut away from the Freedom of Information Act, which was an enormously good thing that happened. That under the Freedom of Information Act, you can get your FBI dossier. Now, the Reagan administration is desperately shortening the possibilities of all this. So that's one very bad thing.
Did you get your FBI file?
Yes, it was marvellous.
What did it say?
Well, it was 350 pages.
Oh.
Yes. I mean, it's not as many as some people's, but even so, it's respectable.
Was there anything interesting in it?
Well, the other thing is that most of it was blanked out.
How did they describe you?
You see, some of the documents of the FBI had an X by the name of those to be held in case of concentration camps. And there was an X by my name, you know. In other words, I was pleased to see that. If there hadn't been, I'd have felt dreadful. Do you know the feeling? I mean, in other words, to be one of those who was considered not threatening enough to put away.
You talked your way out of a rape attack by, as I recall, giving your assailant a political lecture.
It was rather boring to the poor chap.
Could you tell me that story?
Well, see, what happened is that, again, this was in about 51 or 52, long before rape became fashionable, which is, you know, there weren't very many cases of it. I was walking at night across a common and heard, you know, running steps behind me, looked, and, you know, a fellow put his fingers around my mouth. I got one finger in my mouth and gave it a huge long bite. But anyway, he wrestled me down a hill into a sort of culvert, you see. There was a creek there, and it was obscure, totally obscured. You couldn't see it from the road. So, and he said something like, well, I haven't had a woman for a year, I've been in Korea or something. I said, well, pity, why don't you get a nice girl your age and sort of find a nice cosy bed? And I started off that. I didn't know whether he was crazy or drunk or what was, you know, the thing. And I thought, if only I can sort of bore him stiff, or unstiff, you might say. And I actually rather succeeded. I did at one point, I did one rather mean thing. I said, you ought to join the Peace Committee. I gave him the name of somebody I don't much like, who was the secretary of the Peace Committee. I said, I'll give you a telephone.
You probably became most notorious in the United States for your book, The American Way of Death,
about the rackets in the undertaking business. What was the history of that book?
Well, actually, my husband, Bob, was the one who got me onto it. He's very co-op minded. And so anyhow, he's a lawyer in Oakland, California. And along about the middle 1950s, he began to notice that trade unionists who he represented, he was lawyer for a number of unions, that when a breadwinner of the family died, the money, you know, the death benefit, hard fought for by the union through strikes, etc., supposed to go to the widow and family, would always end up in the pocket of an undertaker. If the death benefit was $1,000, that was the price of the funeral, $1,200, say. So he started an organization which was a sort of non-profit co-op thing to reduce the high cost of funerals. I'm afraid I used to rather laugh at them, call them the necrophilists and that sort of thing, and ask them about their layaway plan. But until I began getting the trade magazines, Mortuary Management, Casket and Sunnyside. My favourite title of all was Concept, the Journal of Creative Ideas for Cemeteries. Well, I mean, you know, I started reading these wonderful things. I found a whole wonder world of the mortuary, which I hadn't known existed. I hadn't known, for instance, that you could have a choice of foam rubber or inner spring mattress in your eternal sealer casket. So I started writing about it, you see, and that was what got me on. It was a very amusing idea, I thought.
What was the impact?
Well, it was sort of quite good in a way. I mean, a lot of states changed their laws as a consequence, and then the Federal Trade Commission, which is, what's the equivalent here?
Well, the Department of Trade.
Is that the one that looks
yes.
after consumer interests?
Yes.
Yes, same thing. So they went after it, you know. And,
Did they put a sort of Trade Descriptions Act regulations on, say, embalming and that kind
well,
of thing?
not quite that, but what they did do was say, you've got to get the next of kin's permission before you do it, and you've got to describe your goods and services and list them and that sort of thing. It's very mild. The undertakers screamed with rage when this happened.
How did they react to you personally for
they're not terribly proud.
ripping off their shroud?
That's why I love getting mortuary management. I still get it. My name is in every copy, and they call me Jessica. I always think that's the height of fame.
The undertakers of America must have gone quietly crazy at these revelations.
No, they were. They got quite exercised over it. They had, see, I was sent on a tour of the whole country, 16 cities or something. It was an incredible tour. It was before these sort of book promotion things had ever been really done. It was perhaps one of the first. You know, it's 1963. Simon & Schuster was the publisher. In New York, they're called Simon's Shoe Store, you know, because they sort of merchandise books. But anyhow, they sent me on this thing. And everywhere that I went, there was a package from the undertakers, which consisted of my entire communist record as told by the House Un-American Activities Committee and so on, you see. And so it was fascinating to see how the media reacted to this. When I was doing The American Way of Death, the incidence of cremation in the populace as a whole was 3%. It's now 11%. The reason it terrifies them is that, unlike any other industry, I mean, even Thatcher couldn't rescue them because their market is inelastic, meaning one to a customer. In other words, you know, if you're selling television sets, you can sell one for every room in the house, car for every member of the family. Funerals, it's only one to a person. And so, every death that they lose. And then the awful thing is that the death rate's falling because there was a terribly sad article in Mortuary Management saying that due to the national speed limit being set at 55 miles and due to medical advances in cancer and heart attacks, the death rate is falling. It's terrible. I mean, you can see the
It's tragedy, really.
plight.
Do you have any regrets?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that...
You changed your life rather radically when you were a young person.
didn't you?
Oh, I certainly don't regret that.
No.
No. What I suppose everybody regrets is not having been better at the things you were trying to do, and more successful at them, like the civil rights movement, let's say, you know. But, I mean, what can you do except your best you can, you know, and so kind of thing. So I wouldn't say there's any sort of huge, super regrets, except for not being better at it, you know.
Jessica Mitford, thank you very much.
C'est moi qui vous remercie.
Thank you. Good evening. One of the most remarkable outsiders for a generation has been Wilfred Burchett. Burchett was the first Western journalist to arrive in Hiroshima after the atomic bomb was dropped in 1945. It was Burchett who first warned the world of the effects of nuclear weapons and radiation on people. And for this he was denounced and then vindicated. And that set the pattern of Wilfred Burchett's astonishing career. He has been the only Western journalist to consistently report events from the other side, the wrong side, in the Korean War, the Cold War, from China, the Soviet Union, Vietnam. He lived in the jungle with the Viet Cong. His friend was Ho Chi Minh. If any one man, wrote Bertrand Russell, is responsible for alerting Western opinion to the struggle of the people of Vietnam, it is Wilfred Burchett. But he has also been called a KGB agent and a British spy. His own country, Australia, denied him and his children a passport. An Australian foreign minister described him as public enemy number one. Others went further and called him a traitor. At the same time, Henry Kissinger invited him to the White House, and a communist death squad set out to kill him and almost did. Wilfred Burchett defies classification. At 71 years old, he has begun his 38th book on the event which surely makes him unique, Hiroshima. When you entered Hiroshima, what did you see? What did you feel?
First of all, the thing was getting to Hiroshima. That was the most difficult part, because we had believed that no trains ran in Japan. We, the correspondents, were accredited to MacArthur's command and the Navy command. I was very surprised to find that, in fact, one train a day went to Hiroshima. Well, it was rather an eerie sort of a ride, because it was full of troops, Japanese troops and officers, and the troops were all right. I couldn't get inside a carriage. At that time, there was no lighting on the train, no lighting in the tunnels. These chaps were sort of fingering each one had a terrific sword between his leg, and most of them a samurai dagger in his belt. And they were obviously felt correctly very hostile towards me. But when I got to Hiroshima, first of all, it was even in daylight, even at 6 o'clock. It was quite misty. You couldn't get a very long view of anything. I walked from the station a bit over a mile to the centre of the city, and of course it was, I think as I described it, it was like a city, not a bombed city, it was like a city which steamrollers just flattened everything out of existence.
How did people react to the extraordinary spectacle of a European wandering through the debris of Hiroshima?
Well, that's one of the rather extraordinary things, because they didn't react at all. It seemed to me that they were still dazed by what had gone on. I mean, it was an extraordinary thing. I'm wandering around with an umbrella and some sort of marine camouflaged blouse, and nobody took any notice of me at all. And that's one of the very first things I noted, that nobody took any notice of anybody. Then you never saw any person stop and say, exchange the time of day. They just walked around, whatever their business was, with white masks over their nose and mouth. And nobody spoke to anybody.
You then wrote, you then filed your famous I write this as a warning to the world Daily Express story, which really broke the story of what had happened there. But what happened to you personally in Japan after that?
Well, the establishment didn't want the word to get out that people were dying of radiation. And I'd mentioned this in my story because that was, well, I went to see what had happened, and this was the most horrifying part of it, really, apart from the physical destruction. But what an atomic bomb and what atomic radiation did to human beings. My feeling was that what I was seeing there, and this feeling sort of grew into me as I walked around and I looked at people, that here, this is the last minutes, what happened in the last minute of World War II, but it would be the fate of cities all over the world in the first hours of a World War III.
What happened to you personally in Japan after that was published?
I went back to Tokyo by train and arrived just as there was a press conference being held to deny my story, because the official line was that there was no such thing as atomic radiation and nobody suffering in either Hiroshima or Nagasaki from atomic radiation. That the only reason for the deaths were blast and burn, and perhaps some radiation which escaped at the moment of the explosion of the bomb. But denied there was anything in the soil or anything in metallic objects, or that it was possible, as the doctors assured me, that people who were not even in Hiroshima when the bomb went off. They were among those I saw dying in the hospital. And that denial of that story has gone on for decades. It's more or less still going on.
Did seeing what you saw at Hiroshima have a very profound effect on your career from then on?
Yes, it did. It did in two senses. First of all, it confirmed something from my very first journalistic experience, that there is no equivalent for being, and no substitute for being on the spot. And the truth isn't perhaps as it seems to be when you get there and have a look. Of course, I became very conscious of what would happen in the event of a new world war.
You went from the so-called West, you went behind what was then called the Iron Curtain to report from the communist world. Why was that? Why did you make that decision?
So I went there to have a look to see how they were building their society in different places, in Hungary, in Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Poland, a whole lot of them, Albania. And then while I was there, the Korean War started. My experience of going to the spot was what really stimulated me, and go and see what was happening on the northern side of the 38th parallel, and whether we were really negotiating to have a peaceful settlement of that war, or whether negotiations were a sham and could lead us into just, I mean, it was being talked about. The United States was talking about atom bombing China, or using the atom bomb in Korea. The Russians had exploded an atomic bomb in September '49, and Mao had taken over in China in October of '49. I was suspicious that this war wasn't quite what it seemed to be, that maybe North Korea didn't attack South. Maybe it was the regime in the South. But the thing that I didn't have any particular sympathy for North Korea, I didn't know anything about it. But what I saw was the danger of a war, another world war developing out of that. And of course then we come back to the impression that Hiroshima made on me. I knew that would be an unspeakable, unimaginable disaster.
But Korea was also a time of perhaps your greatest trauma in your career, because having accumulated a few enemies as well as admirers along the way, you were accused of taking part in the brainwashing, which was the term of the time, of Australian prisoners of war in Korea. and this led to a court case in Australia. Can you tell me about that?
There was a prisoner, at least there was an Australian soldier who the Australian authorities reported killed in action. And his name turned up on a POW list broadcast by the North Queens. They broadcast every week. The editor of the Melbourne Sun, Jack Waters, passed me a message through somebody, can you find out whether this chap is alive or not? And so I went up and I wrote him a letter. He said, come and see us if you're around these parts. And so I saw him. And I know there were 5 or 6 others. Well, they were very hostile. We came here to kill communists and we'd kill you if we could, this sort of thing. It lasted about 3 minutes flat, the conversation. I said, well, is Guida there? Yes, I'm Guida. Okay, well, I'll write to my mother and say I've seen you, which I did, and informed the Melbourne Sun. And this is the whole basis of this nonsense about having brainwashed Australian POWs. And I asked, you know, I mean, the brainwashing was this. I said, well, how are things going, you know? I said, how can you expect white men to live on rice? I said, well, they're in a pretty bad state here. You see, all the villages have been napalmed and agriculture's come to a stop. And so this was the brainwashing that I'd said that napalm was being used, and that's the reason why they were eating rice in the POW camp. I did something to help them. I got them better food.
In terms of what you were charged with at Korea, and many people were then calling you in Australia, were calling you a traitor and so on. What happened with the vindication? How did it happen?
I think probably there were 3 vindications. One was when I started to fight it because the Australian government took away my passport. So for over 17 years I didn't have a passport. International committee was formed to put pressure on the Australian government. That was a vindication. That was read out in Parliament. Now the second one was I had to fight my way to get in because the government did not want me back in Australia, and they threatened airlines that they would even have their license withdrawn. It was said to the French airline UTA, if they brought me from New Caledonia to Australia, they could lose their license. Eventually, a newspaper proprietor sent a small plane in, and I flew in with my birth certificate.
So they didn't want you there to arrest you. What was it about your presence that so intimidated a government?
They felt that I was going to go a long Australian-wide tour speaking about Australian involvement in the war in Vietnam. I'd not come to do that. I'd come for family reasons and to fight for the rights of my children anyway. But that was the fear they had. And so they made all this fuss. I was such a dangerous character, I shouldn't have a passport, and airlines could be threatened. They must not be. I was offloaded as ordinary commercial airlines. And then flew in with a private plane and came in for my birth certificate. I knew they couldn't keep me out if I had my birth certificate. And then 2 days after I got back to Melbourne, there was a question asked in the House whether the government was not going to prosecute me. The Attorney General said there are absolutely no grounds on which Burchett can be prosecuted.
So why wouldn't they give you a passport?
This was revenge. Governments very often never admit they made a mistake.
What had you done in their eyes? This is what I don't quite understand.
The statement by Gorton in the House was, we don't have to prosecute him to know that he lived behind enemy lines and in Korea and China, which is complete nonsense. There were correspondents from all over the place in China at the time I was there from the West. Now the third, if I could come to the third vindication, a right-wing, extreme right-wing newspaper, which was the organ of the
Democratic Labour Party.
Democratic Labour Party. Picked up a statement from some Soviet defector who said he'd recruited me as a KGB agent. So I was in this newspaper, that Burchett, not really a journalist at all, a KGB agent. And so I sued them. And of course, I won the case. I lost it on as far as costs were concerned, because they found that they decided, under the judge's instruction, that it was a fair report of something which had been published in this paper and was not in itself libel. The judgment was that I had been slandered.
You travelled for 19 years without a passport.
Yeah.
I mean, your job was travelling, and yet
Yes.
you had no passport.
Right.
How did you do it?
Well, my passport was, I still use the word lost. It was stolen, in fact, when I was coming back from the Bandung Conference in May 1955. I was then based in Hanoi. And I asked the Australian authorities, the British consul, and well, the Australians refused to replace my passport. To leave Hanoi, I had to have some sort of a document. I mean, to leave, physically to. And they gave me what they call a laissez-passer, which is not a passport, but it identifies you, you're certified you're born in such and such a place, such and such a year, and that's about all. And for that document, for a laissez-passer, you have to have a visa for every country you visit. Well, in those days, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, it was called, was only recognized by countries in the socialist world. And so I was restricted. And there were a few neutral countries, like India. I go to India, but they were not the places which were really interesting me at that time. Well, it got to be an enormous document because the pages had to be added to it as my travels continued, and eventually I had it bound up, and I went to a conference in Cuba, and it came to, I couldn't pass this huge document through the slip where you usually slide a passport down. And this came to Castro's ear. He invited me for lunch. Said, I understand you have an extraordinary travel document. Can I see it? I said, no, it's not a thing I can carry around in my pocket. I have to have a special attaché case for it, and I've left that back at the hotel. He said, you know, I mean, after lunch, which was a fascinating one, it was his 40th birthday on me. But after lunch, he took me back to the Jeep, which was taking the place. I've been thinking, oh, that must be terribly awkward, travelling around the world with an enormous thing like that. I'll give you a Cuban passport if you want one. At least you can stick it in your pocket, you see. You won't have to have a special case. So for a time, I travelled around, short time, I travelled around the Cuban passport. Meanwhile, I'd already launched the campaign in Australia to get my Australian passport.
How did you get it back, eventually?
I got it back the day after Mr. Whitlam was elected Prime Minister, wherever it was, December 1972.
Now, you lived with the Viet Cong, you knew Ho Chi Minh, your involvement there is quite unprecedented. Can you tell me about that period of your life?
It was meeting Ho Chi Minh that I got my concept of what Vietnamese are, what Vietnamese people are like. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's the greatest man I've ever met, and with all the modesty and simplicity that goes with greatness, what I think, human greatness, the capacity to use some image to explain a very complicated situation, because he disciplined himself to talk in a language that everybody would and write in a language, short, simple terms that everybody could grasp what he was getting at.
When you became deeply involved in Vietnam, I have the feeling you'd gone through a couple of disillusionments with countries that had been your homes, such as the Soviet Union and China, but you settled with Vietnam and felt happy there. Is this true? Were you disillusioned with, as communism itself became more fragmented?
I think I was certainly confused with which communist party was right, the Chinese one, or the Soviet one, or the Yugoslav one, or one of the three which had grown up in Australia. But this was not my business. I don't consider myself somebody who deals in ideological problems. I've always been dealing with concrete things, like peace and war, like the war in Korea, like the war in Vietnam. After the war in Angola, I became very disillusioned with the Chinese, the first real disillusion, when I found out who they were supporting in Angola, that they and the CIA were on the same side.
You grew up in Phuong, in the state of Victoria, in Australia. What was the feeling of your early life, and what was the effect of that early life on you later? How did it help mould your career?
Well, I grew up in sort of a Methodist family. My father was a sort of a local preacher, and you know, we were taught to be correct. You didn't lie, you didn't cheat, you didn't steal. you were good to your neighbours, which was a very important thing in our little farming community. And I think those sort of essential, I don't know, moral values, human values, have been of help to me. I don't think I've ever sort of departed from those.
But this was the time of the Depression, wasn't it?
There was no work. I tramped around like so many other thousands, tens of thousands of young people, and it seemed absolutely hopeless. I mean, there didn't seem to be any future at all. There was no perspective of having more jobs, that things were going to get better. The only perspective was whether things were going to get worse. I mean, I couldn't even dream of having they call a steady girlfriend who contemplate marriage. How on earth was the unemployment, no work, no prospects of it. And I got to know a lot of young people in a similar situation, because I tramped around a good deal of Australia doing odd agricultural work, from bagging potatoes down in Victoria to cutting cane up in Queensland.
It was there that you met a number of people that almost changed your life.
Yes, yes, it made a very big impression on me.
Tell me about
that. Well, usually they would be a gang. They called them gangs, cane cutter gangs. 10, 12, 15 people, plus a cook. And irrespective of how much each one cut every day, because some of them might have not be feeling so fit one day, somebody else not so fit another day, what they earned was absolutely divided equally amongst them, and with the cook. The cook was a very important man who brought up the scones at 11 o'clock in the morning and little cakes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
How did you leap from travelling the roads of Australia to international journalism? How did you get into journalism? Because you travelled before you were a journalist, didn't you?
Yes. It was one of those accidental things, like so many other things in my life. I had gone to England and got a job with a tourist company because I'd learned a few languages on my own from books and things. And then I married a German Jewish refugee girl in London. And her family, her brother particularly, was arrested in the early pogrom, one of the early pogroms in November '38. And I very brashly decided, well, I'll go over and get him out. And in the end did get him out. So I started writing letters to the newspaper just to say, well, I was in Germany at the same time as our Premier, Mr. Menzies. Well, my letters were not published because it was against the current trend of thinking, the peace in our time, until the war broke out. And then some of the newspapers, remember this crazy fellow was bombarding them with letters, and asked me to write some articles. And so I've kept that thing. You have to go see things for yourself before you take a position on crucial issues like peace and war. And
I've always had the feeling that was one of the greatest hurts that you've felt, of being denied your Australian citizenship, because you've always referred often lyrically to Australia and growing up in Australia. Is that so? Was that a trauma, being denied, and your children being denied?
Right, yeah. That hurt even more, I must say. That hurt even more, because they are at the beginning of their life. They're intelligent people who make their way in the world, and were made stateless because of a stupid decision in Australia which had no legal validity whatsoever. Yes, that hurt. It hurt. One thing which hurt me particularly was that while I was fighting for my passport, and Gorton, the Prime Minister, saying, no, there was a Czech consul in Melbourne, I think, who asked for political asylum in Australia, and straight away he was going, I have nothing against this, and the Australian government was quite right to give him political asylum, but Gorton made a speech, what a tragic thing it is that a man for political reasons can't return to his own country.
But what has, without perhaps finding another tag, what has driven you through all these years of controversy and war and peace?
Yeah. Well, I think clinging to the few simple beliefs that I learned were the correct things to believe in. You have to be able to live with yourself. You have to be able to look your children in the eye and look at yourself in the eye when you shave in the morning, and not be ashamed of anything you've done. I'm not ashamed of anything I've ever done, despite all the tags. So I felt the best tag for me, I would call myself an independent radical. I get sometimes I'm accused, not the right word, but the tag is, but he's a communist. I'm not, in fact.
Have you ever been a communist?
No,
have you ever been a member of the Communist
and that's
Party?
not. And I'm not saying this because I dislike or despise or I have some sort of fear. It just simply hasn't occurred in my case. Probably because I've been travelling around all the time. And by the time maybe I started thinking about that, who are right? Which ones are right? Because you get a Yugoslav tag, as I mentioned earlier, or a...
Well, have you ever, during perhaps some of your darkest hours, when you have been under attack, thought to yourself in the middle of the night that perhaps you got it wrong, perhaps you were on the wrong side?
That I've got it wrong a couple of times, yes. And they're things which I regret very much, because I've always done my utmost to get it right. One of the things which not only journalists but politicians and all sorts of other people, I think, find their life, do they get off a thing in time, or are they just following along a certain line out of blind loyalty, and that's what they've been doing? It takes quite a courage. In fact, look, I'm wrong on this, I better get off it, and it's not correct. A lot of people don't make that decision. I think probably they regret it afterwards, and it may cause them some loss of sleep sometimes. But I think that's one thing, as one journalist speaking to another, one has to be careful and not just go along with a thing which looks right, and when you know, in fact, it's no longer valid. I supported, for instance, very strongly the Chinese revolutionary movement, and I think that I was right to support it at that time. In a lot of areas of foreign policy, I knew Zhou Enlai, who more or less was next to me after Ho Chi Minh, among the great that I've known fairly intimately. But once I found that they're doing some horrible things in foreign policy, I had to drop them, and that caused also a lot of, quite a bit of anguish, and lost me a lot of valued friends. You've got to get off in time, make your decision. Say, okay, well, there it is, I was wrong.
Wilfred Burchard, thank you. David Williamson is Australia's leading playwright and film writer. His plays, The Removalist, Don's Party and The Club, have been performed to acclaim in Britain, and his latest play, The Perfectionist, has recently been on in London. Williamson wrote the film Gallipoli, which told the story of futile sacrifices by Australian troops in World War I, and which a generation of Australians regard as the nation's birthright. In fact, Gallipoli was probably Australia's stillbirth as an independent nation. It simply tied all those European exiles, clinging to an ancient land they hardly knew, in an Asian world they feared, closer to the British Empire. This confusion of standing in Britain's shadow at the other end of the world has developed many myths, and David Williamson is a distinguished outsider because he has sought critically to show Australians, other than as caricatures, beloved by Dame Edna Everage and English audiences. He comes from an Australia now producing some of the finest films and literature in the English-speaking world. David, you once said that your mother had to apologise at her local ladies' bowls club for your filthy plays. Does she still have to?
No, a few of them have not had as many swear words as the earlier ones, and a few films have been quite polite, so she can speak about me now. Yeah. Even gain some pride about the fact that she's got a writer son, which is a big change.
Is that a worrying development, though?
Yes, it might. If I'm acceptable at the Frankston Bowls Club, I may be in trouble, yeah.
Australian history seems to leap from this criminal convict background up to the world's first and greatest suburban society with all that respectability. What's the bridge of that gap?
Well, I think it's less the convict origins than the massive British Isles working class migration that happened around the gold rush time, and they brought with them tribal working class values to Australia, and some of these tribal values were conformity, respectability, all the sort of values that would make you fit into an industrial or a developing industrial machine. So those values transmuted 3 generations on do still figure. I mean, the respectability, the concern for respectability, the concern for suburban neatness, the concern for one's own little plot of land. Bob Hawke said recently, or a couple of years ago, that there were 2 classes in Australia, the employed and the unemployed. The unemployed were really badly off. Anyone who had a job was comparatively well off, because the spread of income is more even than any country in the world, I believe. So the egalitarian myth is not quite a myth. There's a basis in truth, that the blue-collar worker gets just as much, if not more, than the white-collar worker if he's working in a skilled trade in Australia. So to that extent, it is the working man's paradise, as long as you're employed.
Why in the last few years in good old carefree Australia has there been so much what we call navel staring, agonising over national identity?
Well, I don't think it's come from the people who regard it as a working class paradise. It's come from the intellectual, artistic portion of Australian society who are very worried about the fact that they haven't got an artistic history, because part of anyone's self-esteem comes from the artistic achievement of one's own society. I mean, you've only got to look at the French, how incredibly arrogant they are, and I'm sure part of that derives from the very substantial artistic history of achievement. So every Frenchman can say, well, I am French and I have been part of that. But Australia has not got its Impressionist painters, it hasn't got its William Shakespeare's. So if you're an Australian, you don't have any of that cultural self-esteem to fall back on. So you are desperately worried. We can be laughed at anywhere in the world because we don't have our Bill Shakespeare, we don't have this and we don't have that. We have no artistic history of achievement.
But up to quite recently, relatively recently, of course, Australia made do with the artistic achievement of its heritage, particularly its English heritage, didn't it?
Yes, a terrific conflict too. Universities teaching English literature only recently allowed, a lot of them only allowed the study of Australian literature, for instance, because they were dominated by Midlands Leaversite Englishmen who flooded to Australia in the 50s and taught English, according to Leavis. There are only 5 great writers of prose in the world, and they're all English, and it was absurd to think of us studying any Australian writers. So kids who went into that stream suddenly found themselves disenfranchised from their own culture and taught that it was worthless, and that they were to try and become totally oriented towards the achievements of the English culture.
These days, with almost daily reports of bribery and corruption, banking, politics, you name it, in Australia, that old disregard for ethics seems to be coming to the fore again. Is that not so?
No, the stories I've heard circulating 10 years ago about the behaviours of various of our top politicians and their connections with organised crime are just sort of commonplace gossip of Australian society, and it's right. I'm more moralistic, I think, than my average Australian, and I feel that government should be better. And there's always a moralistic tinge to my writing as a result of that. But I don't think idealism is a very deep-rooted impulse in Australian society, and never has been, because of the nature of the way the country started, that life was against you from the beginning, and if you could make something of yourself by fair means or foul, good luck to you. Bad luck if you were caught doing anything dishonest. If you did succeed, you'd done it by sucking up to one's superiors, by underhand means, by devious means. There was no concept of success being due to your own merits, which was a typical tribal working class attitude.
Isn't it true that much of Australian history is a succession of failures that have to be almost covered up. Republican failure at Eureka Stockade, failure in the 1890s with the strikes, failure at Gallipoli when so many Australian troops were sacrificed.
Yes, well, it was very hard to force Gallipoli into a heroic venture. It was heroic. When we researched it, when I wrote the screenplay for the film, there was no doubt that there was individual heroism, but the whole exercise was shoddy, badly managed, and a tragic waste of lives. And yet, because Australia desperately needed some international self-esteem, the first time Australian troops went into battle in a big way, it had to be presented as a great victory one way or another. It's the same quest for self-esteem that goes on in the arts now, the one we were talking about before. Then it was, will our soldiers perform in the eyes of the world? Australia is desperate to prove it's a substantial nation in all kinds of areas, but it used to be soldiers and sportsmen. Now it's filmmakers.
I mean, because there are other failures, weren't there? I mean, could you talk about some of those, perhaps, and how, and the Gallipoli mentality of fighting other people's wars and getting involved in yet another disaster?
Yes. Well, one way to maintain national self-esteem was to link yourself very closely to the motherland, England, which had huge international prestige at the turn of the century. And if we could become one of the good children of the motherland, then we could get our national self-esteem that way. And that sort of trend persisted for a long time, as late as the 50s, when Sir Robert Menzies was still prone to making statements like, we are British to our bootstraps. But as England's international self-esteem rapidly took a downhill slide, attaching oneself to the mother country didn't seem a viable strategy anymore. So new ways had to be found, and I mean, we had to do something ourselves, finally.
This question of sovereignty is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Because Australia remained, probably until the early 70s, the only developed nation without an independent foreign policy.
Well, the Whitlam government was one of the first to really make a stab at an independent foreign policy, independent from the States and from Britain in the 70s, yeah.
Why is there this need in Australia to fight other people's wars? Right from the time of the Sydney Omnibus Company sent a load of horses to support Gordon at Khartoum, right up to the commitment in Vietnam. Perhaps.
Again, it was a loyalty to the empire, to the mother country. It was a need to show that we were great warriors. It was national self-esteem and that sort of thing. And it was just a general immaturity that Australia never really thought of itself as an independent country responsible for its own destiny, even after Federation, which presumably should have done that. In 1901, when we federated and became a separate nation, that feeling should have happened, but it didn't. And I think it was prolonged by political figures like Bob Menzies, who kept insisting on bringing royal visitors out and trooping school children out to wave British flags. I can remember at the age of about 7 or 10 or something, being assembled with, I think, 2 million other school children and taken on trains from all to the Melbourne cricket ground where we waved British flags, and were meant to be struck down with charismatic awe at the sight of 2 specks in an open Rolls-Royce 3 miles away.
But for all these expressions of independence, Australia today, even today, still stands in Britain's shadow, doesn't it?
Well, it's got a problem because the shadow has been diminishing for a long while. I mean, there's not much of a shadow to stand in, if I can be blunt and rude.
I wasn't thinking of the Empire's shadow. I was thinking of more of a mental shadow. I mean, you were just talking about the royal visits of these royal specs to Australia. We've just had 2 of the more recent specs, Di and Charles, have turned up.
Yeah.
And according to television and all reports here, the Australian nation collectively went crazy about these 2 specs. They thought they were wonderful.
I did have the feeling the British press were frantically trying to promote this picture of antipathy and loyalty to Charles and Di, and there were triumphant comments like there were 3,000 people lining the main streets. So much for Bob Hawke's republicanism. I couldn't believe it. I thought, well, yes. I mean, a few of the schools might still bust their children in, and there might have been a few Bowles ladies, but I'm sure there's not other than a human interest. In these two characters who get a lot of press coverage. Anyone who gets a lot of media coverage is interesting to your average man in the suburbs, but I don't think there's the same fervent loyalty that here is the future king of our colony come to pay us a visit.
Why is there this need for a patron or a protector, if not in Britain, then in Washington?
Well, certainly there still seems to be that ever-present fear that someone from the north will come down and grab us one day.
Yellow peril.
Yeah, well, someone will. We're not quite sure who at the moment, but obviously we're a very desirable, in our own eyes, rich country and not very heavily populated. And so there's always some concern that someone will look after us, and America is the obvious one, and the turning point was World War II. I don't think there's any sense that the British fleet will come and rescue us as there was in the Second World War.
Well, they just rescued the Falkland Islanders, so don't be so sure, you know.
Yes, but they're, you know, I mean,
surely Australia must have felt rather comforted by this rather belated show of imperial power.
Well, that was an extraordinary exercise. I mean, from an Australian viewpoint, it seemed like if it wasn't for the lives lost, it seemed as though it was treated as a World Cup soccer match.
It was
the
an
Argies
extraordinary
versus
exercise
us.
from a British viewpoint too.
Yeah.
Yes.
A very disturbing exercise that one would have thought that 20 years or 30 years of liberal, anti-patriotic education would have dispelled all these deep-rooted patriotic urges to beat the hell out of each other.
Was it seen in sporting terms in Australia?
Well, it wasn't seen in jocular terms like that. I mean, we just saw it as a rather imbecilic exercise in old-fashioned chauvinism on both sides. And some of the newspaper headlines that came back to Australia we thought were totally immoral and scurrilous. For instance, the one thing that we still have in our psyche is that finally Britain is a moral country if it sticks to the rules. And when it set that 200-mile limit around the island and then sunk the Belgrano outside that limit, a lot of us were shocked because we thought, well, finally, that however right-wing Margaret Thatcher is or whatever, Britain sticks by the rules.
But that's interesting because it's a romantic view, isn't it?
It obviously is,
of Britain.
Yeah.
Not even allowing it to have the flaws. So that kind of, I suppose, that romantic view is still cherished in a way in Australia, or was.
Yes, yeah, I think that that's one of the myths that a lot of Australians still held about England.
In the last few years, the image of Australians in Britain has changed from Barry Mackenzie's buffoons to sensitive film directors and playwrights like yourself. Now, where did this new wave come from?
Well, I think from the energy of realising that we can be creative, we are allowed to be creative, we have stories to tell, we have individual quirks and characteristics that are different, but can add to the stream of world creativity. It's a good feeling for a country. When I grew up in the 50s, the thought of being a filmmaker, a writer, a novelist, a poet was so remote that it was seen to be almost impossible, that we didn't do this sort of thing. We weren't entitled. It was even deeper than that. We weren't entitled to do that sort of thing. But now we suddenly realise we're just as entitled as anyone else. And so a great wave of creative energy happens. And there are stories to be told. I mean, the English culture has told its historical stories time and time again. So there's material there waiting to be used that's perhaps not available here because the stories have been told so well and so often here.
Could you paint a picture of the Australian Hollywood? All these Australian films that come out must come from a hothouse of talent and jealousies and wheeling, dealing.
What is the Australian film industry? I mean, can you put some texture on it? Tell us what it's like.
Well, certainly Sydney, which seems to be the focus, has become a hotbed of deals and schemes and projects. It does have that mini Los Angeles feel about it at the moment, because the government tax concessions are generous and they are promoting investment in films. So producers are desperately getting packages together that will be saleable to investors. So there's the Hollywood talk around Sydney at the moment. There is a danger that it's overstretched at the moment, because 50 features were made last year, and whether a culture of 15 million people has the talent and the imagination to support 50 features a year is fairly debatable. Perhaps we're over the top at the moment.
There's also in the film industry a feeling that we must not be corrupted by America. Is that still a worry, that offers have been made to leading people in the film industry, and whether they should take them and declare themselves impure is a matter of great debate?
Yes, there is a feeling of tribal loyalty that you can't escape. It's a very natural feeling that if all our directors go overseas, they've somehow let the side down. And a lot of our best directors have gone overseas. Bruce Beresford, Fred Shepsey, and are now making films that you could only describe as American films, but perhaps bringing an Australian sensibility or an Australian work method to it. I don't know. There's certainly not mass condemnation.
But Fred Shepsey, he went overseas really in the wake of some quite bitter criticism of The Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith, did he not?
Yes, Fred, I think The Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith is a very fine film, but Fred was too honest for the Australian psyche at that particular point in time. He depicted the extreme racism, and also he depicted Aboriginals living as they were in the squalor of those camps. So he got shot at from both sides. The Aboriginals hated the film, the white establishment hated the film, and Fred felt he'd been, as I say, caught in the crossfire, and got crits that were unjustly savage. And that was very wounding, because he knew, and a lot of us knew, that it was a very good film.
The mixture of Australia has changed enormously, though, recently, hasn't it? I mean, I think the English component of Australia is shrinking all the time, and may even be less than 50% now, and you have Melbourne, the second biggest Greek city in the world. Is that a bit of a threat to, I would assume, a WASP like yourself, or not?
No, well, the traditional thing to say here is that it's been an enormously invigorating thing for Australian society to have all these different people coming into the melting pot, and restaurants and food and that. I think there's some fears that the migrant populations have assimilated so well that perhaps we're not getting the spin-off that we should be getting from that cultural tension. I mean, it's often remarked that the Greek taxi drivers seem to be more Australian in their accents and in their attitudes than Australians themselves. So on the one hand, it seems to have been a remarkable success story in assimilation, but I don't know.
But here is Australia, an independent country with a Labor government now. I mean, what would be the difference if it was suddenly called the Republic of Australia?
Well, there would be a psychological sense that we have to control our own destiny, that the highest court of appeal has to be Australian, that there will be no dismissal of governments by Queen's appointees, and yeah, well, those are the technical aspects, but I think more important psychologically that we acknowledge that we are now a very different country than the country our forefathers came from 200 years ago.
Well, as you're doing that, what happens to Australia? Does its character change quite considerably as the ethnic mix changes over the next generation? I mean, are there dramatic changes ahead for Australia?
Yes, I think both the ethnic input and the world media input. I mean, it's a different Australia than I grew up in because of the easy access to overseas media material, and we're going to get it live on cable. We are now. So the old truisms about the global village are coming true. Our children speak an American vernacular slang mixed with an Australian one now because they've watched Sesame Street. There's a different sensibility emerging because of that close contact with the overseas media. So the unique distinctness of Australian society, at least on a superficial level, will get less. We'll seem just like another big urban capital, but I think there'll still be deep differences of the sort I've talked about earlier.
What'll happen to the black Australians in the bush and in the slums as this technology reduces the rest of Australia to like everywhere else?
The prospect seems fairly bleak for the Aboriginal population. I mean, the philosophy has changed from assimilation to tribal enclaves to urbanisation. I think the whole there's somewhat of a despair about the Aboriginal population. We don't know where it's going, they don't. There doesn't seem in the immediate future there'll be anything more than the fringe dwellers they are now, to a large extent. And if you look at the American experience, the experience of bringing the Indian population, the American Indian population, into the mainstream or keeping them in cultural enclaves, the whole disaster story of our Aboriginals seems to have been shared by the American Indians. There doesn't seem to be any new thinking, any vigorous thinking in this area.
How did you become a playwright? Because you had a very odd and interesting beginning, didn't you?
Yes, I graduated as a mechanical engineer from Monash University and then did psychology part-time and was a lecturer in thermodynamics for 7 years, but I'd always written for university reviews. I'd always wanted to write, and the feeling of writing for actors was very exciting to me. So it was always my secret desire since very early age to write. But as I said, growing up in the ethos I did in the 50s, it seemed an impossible ambition.
But you became an engineer, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, in those days it was thought that boys who were good at mathematics did science and girls did arts. It was a very sexist society in the 50s. And I had some mathematical talent, so it was assumed I should become a scientist, a doctor or an engineer.
And what were your own roots? Where did your parents or your grandparents originate from?
Scattered around the UK, from Orkney Islands to Yorkshire to the whole mixture, Irish, Scottish, English. I've actually lost them. I get my father and say, look, we should know where they all came from. And he said, I'll do it one day, son. And I just know vaguely. And that, there are a lot of Australians like that who only have very tenuous links and vaguely knew that their forefathers came from somewhere round about there.
David Williamson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The novel Midnight's Children by the Indian writer Salman Rushdie was described by a reviewer as one of the most important novels to come out of the English-speaking world in this generation. That's typical of the kind of praise heaped upon Salman Rushdie, enough praise, some might say, to make the author a distinguished insider. But Salman Rushdie is an outsider on several counts. He was born a Muslim in India, he was an Indian in Pakistan, and today he is an Asian in Britain.
And although his talent has no doubt spared him lately the loaded label of immigrant and earned him the mantle of Henri White, he's become an eloquent foe of racism in Britain and a defender of its victims, whom he sees as the subjects of a new British Empire within. Indeed, in the country which has educated him and honoured him, and where he prefers to live, he wonders if, as he has said, the England of fair play, tolerance, decency and equality ever existed, except in fairy tales. Could you describe your own childhood inside your family? I mean, the economic conditions you grew up in, the contrasts that were before you, even the privileges and the lack of them, perhaps.
Well, I grew up in a very affluent family. I mean, my family were not one of the super rich of Bombay, which, I mean, richer than whom, or more super than whom, there are no rich. But we were, we were a well-off family, and so one of the things that happens is that you grow up with servants, which is something which English people are no longer really familiar, and I mean that has enjoyable aspects as well as the more obvious aspects. Because I mean, I was brought up by servants, or by our servants, not by my parents, and I spent much more of my time being taken around, by the cook or by my aya's nanny, into their worlds really, than I ever spent with my parents. So, in a way, it gives you access to worlds. In a comparable English upper middle class child would not be able to get into the places I got into as a child. And I mean, for instance, true, the same thing happened to Kipling. Because when Kipling was growing up in India, he was also brought up by the servants, to the extent that he spoke Hindi as a first language. And when he was shown to his parents, the cocktail hour or whatever, tea time, his ayah would have to remind him to speak to them in English, because otherwise it wouldn't have occurred to him to do so. So there's that's quite, I mean, it's quite valuable in retrospect, because it means that if I want to write about a poor person in Bombay, I actually have material to do it with, because I remember a lot of them.
You went to Rugby, to an English public school. Did you feel yourself an outsider at Rugby? And how did that
Well, I was made to feel it,
itself?
I mean, and what's odd is that I went to Rugby as kind of, I would have thought, perfect public school material, really. Kind of upper middle class, recently colonial, and quite kind of snobbish in my way, habits and thoughts, really, because I'd been brought up like that. Really. Or not even, I'd not been brought up to be snobbish, it's just that it was in the air. I mean, the idea that one was not, high Tory had not occurred to me. And Rugby sort of, I mean, in a way did me a favour, because it cured me of all that. And it cured me of all that, not because of the staff, because it was the education. I mean, the education was extraordinary. I mean, I was better taught at Rugby than I was ever taught before or since, and much better than I was taught at university, for instance. I mean, it helped that there were kind of 5 or 6 children to a class, But nevertheless, it wasn't from the staff that the problem ever came. It came from the other children, I mean, who very rapidly demonstrated to me that whatever I thought, I mean, whether I thought that I belonged to this society or not, they were not going to permit me to belong to it. And it was clear, therefore, that I wasn't one of them, and that there was really no point my trying to be one of them, because I would never achieve it.
How did they express that to you?
Oh, by a series of little persecutions, I suppose. And there were instances when I would find essays that I'd written torn up and left in pieces on the floor of the room, or things written up on the wall of the room. And I did actually do at this point my most violent act, which in a way is sort of connected to the character in Shame who becomes violent, because I got into my room, and these little cubby holes were called studies, which you shared with 2 other boys, and I got into one of these rooms one day, and I discovered one of the other boys, who was 14 and a half, I suppose, like me, writing "Wogs Go Home" on the wall, and he still had the black pencil crayon in his hand, so he could not deny that it was him. So I said, I remonstrated with him, let us say. I said, this is not a good thing to do, and he became brazen and said, so what? And anyway, I mean it, and all that. And I went crazy, really, and I've never since got into such a fit of where I was possessed by this anger.
You attacked him?
I attacked him, yes, and or this anger inside me attacked him, really. Because I did something which was very strong, and I wasn't then or now particularly physically strong. I grabbed him by the seat of his pants with my right hand and by the collar of his shirt with my left hand, and I swung him off the ground, like this, and rammed him into the wall, I mean, head first into the wall where he'd written the slogan, you know, into the wogs of Wogs Go Home, and he, like a battering ram, and he passed out on the floor of this study, and I thought I'd killed him. And I mean, because, you know, you are melodramatic if you do that sort of thing. And I was doing kind of B-movie things, like pouring water on him, you know. And then I hadn't killed him, I'd actually...
But he survived.
He survived,
yes.
yes.
But was that then the first...
that was a discovery.
Raw reaction, yes, of racism?
Yes, I mean, clearly it was. I mean, I wonder now. I suppose it was racism. I mean, it clearly was racism. But it also, I think...
You knew what wogs meant?
Yes, I knew what wogs meant, yes. And I find it rather appalling that it meant me. You know, because it's a very odd thing. I'd never left India until I came to England. I mean, except for I had family in Pakistan, so I would go there sometimes, but I'd never left the subcontinent. The idea of myself as a foreigner was completely alien to me. I mean, I'd never thought of myself as a foreigner. You know, I was me. And suddenly I was a foreigner, and not only a foreigner, I was a racially inferior foreigner.
What was the purpose of writing your two books about the subcontinent? I mean, well, can you boil your purpose down into
well,
into
it changed, really. It changed. I mean, with Midnight's Children, there was a purpose which kind of predated the plot. I mean, which was that I couldn't remember reading a book about India, I mean, in English, that felt anything like the place that I'd known. I'd never read anything that felt right. And so I thought that I wanted just to write a book that felt right, you know, that would be an authentically felt experience, you know, that it would be about India from the inside, because so many of the books seem to be about what happened to the West when it went east. You know, and I'm interested in the other 99%. And then I began to feel that there was some unfinished business, that there were some stories to tell and some things to explore which I had not done. And one of those was the political idea of the relation to discuss the relationship between Zia-ul-Haq and Mr. Bhutto, which is a very odd relationship. You know, that Zia was a nobody, you know, who Bhutto picked out of obscurity and made the commander-in-chief on the grounds that he thought he was the most stupid man available. You know? Because Bhutto...
Not the first time that's happened.
No. And I know that the Bhuttos used to go around saying, Zia's no problem, you know, we have him in our pocket. They would say, they use the phrase, we have him in our pocket, you know, and they would do that. You see. They were wrong, you see, but they didn't realize that in Pakistan you never have a general in your pocket.
Reading you and watching you, you seem to be saying, yes, I've won the Booker Prize, I've been acclaimed, I'm a celebrity, but to millions in this country, I'm just a wog.
Yeah. I mean, I would have thought self-evidently true, you know. I mean, so all I can do is to occupy the time-honoured role of the uppity nigger. Which, I mean, seems odd.
Do you feel that? I mean, even in you're such a celebrity now, do you still feel a wog or an uppity nigger?
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's true, you know. I mean, I don't have any intention of denying my race. You know, the fact that I'm fair-skinned and could therefore, on some occasions, pass for white, makes me kind of even more determined not to, really. And I have no intention of passing for white.
Do you still, with your celebrity status now, are you still the object of racism?
No, I mean that's not to do with celebrity status. That's to do with class. You know, and if I was living on a council estate, I would still be the object of racism. Yes, I mean perhaps more so. And because I don't live on a council estate, I'm not. I mean, I live I'm somewhat more cocooned from the storm.
You've made the point in the past that racist groups, neo-fascist groups, are permitted to exist in this country. What did you mean permitted?
Well, what I meant is that it seems to be one of the most disturbing aspects of British politics is the way in which the establishment, let's say, kind of excuses people for holding certain kinds of views. I mean, obviously, I don't mean that people in high positions of power are closely connected with small altruist groups, you know, because I don't think they are very likely. But there's a way in which they can create the atmosphere of a society, and they can excuse these groups their views. And I think sometimes it's a little more direct than that. I mean, for instance, I recall shortly after the disturbances in Southall in which Blair Peach died, a group, the Community Relations Committee in the area of London where I live, Camden, wanted to hold a meeting to discuss the events, you know, because we felt that although this was Camden and that was Southall, I mean, that wasn't the point, you know, that Blair Peach's death was not just a Southall issue. So a meeting was set up, and the hall that was found for it was a hall which, we were told, had once previously, a couple of years before, when a similar sort of meeting, an anti-racist meeting had been held there, had been attacked by the National Front, see? So we were worried about this, and so we went to the police and said, would they provide some police protection for this meeting? And the police refused. Why? Because this meeting should not be held because the issue was not a Camden issue, therefore the Camden Community Relations Committee had no business discussing police practice in another area. And I mean, the obvious point to make is that if that had been a National Front meeting, the police would have protected it. Because the defence that's always used when the police protect the National Front is a defence of the freedom of speech. You know, that people should have the right to express their opinions even if other people disapprove. It seems that when the police disapprove of the opinions that are being expressed, they withdraw their protection. So the meeting went ahead, and I mean, actually, as it happens, was not attacked, but that was no thanks to the police. Not only that, I mean, they didn't even stop there, because there was then a letter written to each member of Camden Council recommending that they look at the activities of the local Community Relations Committee, you know, with a view to penalising them financially, because I mean, obviously a lot of the committee's money comes from a council grant. So the police, when it suits them, drop all that rhetoric about the freedom of speech. And when it suits them, they use it to defend extremely unacceptable political groupings.
Is this kind of thing allowed to happen? Because, as you mentioned, there's no overall structural analysis, or putting it rather more simply, no facing of the facts on a national basis. I was thinking of when the 1981 Nationality Act went through, that it seemed the most important thing about that was that a very ancient birthright, the right to call yourself British if you were born here, was taken away.
That's right. It's appalling, because it seemed to me that was an issue so much huger than the kind of racial dimension. You know, I mean, it affected every person who was likely to have a child born in this country. And it was, of course, not presented in that way. I mean, if you had been told that there's this thing called the jus soli, or the law of the soil, or literally the birthright, which had been in existence for 9 centuries, and which meant that whoever you were, whether you were illegal migrants or whatever, if you were born in England, your parents' status was irrelevant. That you, by being born in England, were automatically a subject or a citizen of the country. And that had been a law which had not been a bad law. I mean, it had not been shown to malfunction, you know. There seemed to be no functional reason for removing the law. There was not very large-scale abuse of it, or anything else. And what was more, this was a right. That's to say, it was not in the gift of the government. I mean, it was a right of each of us as individuals. That was removed by the Nationality Act and replaced with a principle whereby nationality became in the gift of the government. So that what was happening was something which was our own right, which the government did not grant us, was turned into something which the government can now grant or not grant. So it was like one of our fundamental rights was being withdrawn. You know, this has nothing to do with whether one is white or black or green. You know. It's to do with a right which had existed for 900 years. And it went through on the nod, more or less. You know, in a few groups, largely black, protested. But as far as everybody else was concerned, nothing particularly big was going on. And it seems to me that that's a way in which that was so because it was presented in an innocuous way. It was presented to say that this is a way of keeping unacceptable people out of the country. I mean, it was presented as a racist law and was accepted on that basis. You know, we don't want floods of Kenyan nations and citizens of Hong Kong and Singapore, and let's not forget the Falkland Islands, who were also, you know, removed from British citizenship by the British Nationality Act. So, I mean, even the Tories might have had some problems with it. I gather the Tories did have some problems with it. I gather one of the concessions that was made was when groupings of Tory females went to see Mrs. Thatcher and worried about their daughters marrying South African and Rhodesian businessmen, and exemptions were made as a result.
Yes.
But by and large, they weren't.
Yes. Where are the great works of fiction exposing this these days? Where are the Orwells of race, if you like?
Yeah, I mean, exactly, yes. Where are the snows of yesteryear? You know? It seems to be that, anyway, there were never that many Orwells, you know. I mean, there was Orwell.
But it's interesting that these days that books are written about Orwell subjects, such as deprivation, and they slip by.
Yeah, I think that there's no doubt there has been a lull in the British novel. There's been a kind of reluctance in the British novel to confront the kind of central issues of the society in a way that there certainly hasn't been in the theatre. I think, you know, the answer to your question is to go to the theatre, because I think that the theatre of this country in the last 20 years has been arguing very fiercely about the nature of Britain. You know, and I think there's been a generation, if not two generations, of writers of great quality who have been discussing these issues. I mean, you know, Hare and Griffiths and Brenton and etc. In the novel, it's true. I mean, I think there's a lack there. There's a hole in the contemporary English novel.
What do you like about this country?
I enjoy lots of things about England, apart from, you know, the fact that I have to sleep under blankets. But the Englands that I enjoy are at present not the ones that are in charge. You know, and I think there are Englands which and I respect many things about the British intellectual tradition, about the way the critical tradition, about many things about English literature, and I have lots of friends here. I have people. There are kind of political Englands with which I feel in tune. There's all sorts of things to enjoy because you choose those bits of the country, you know, that you like to belong to. Now, I mean, it's a kind of sadness that those bits are currently in retreat, let's say. I don't myself think that retreat is anything like as kind of irreversible and final as one is led to believe. I think, you know, one of the characteristics of England is that when there's a swing to the right, this is presented as being irreversible, and when there's a swing to the left, this is presented as being temporary.
Your latest book, Shame, was a savage attack on the military hierarchy in Pakistan. Where did the anger that book represented come from? Because you yourself have never been the object of attack in Pakistan.
Although it looks like a kind of savage attack, what it actually is a mild understatement of the nature of reality in Pakistan. I mean, how do you express the reality of a country in which the ruling hierarchy...
I do think savage is a noble term, by the way.
Yes, oh yes, well, yes. But actually it's very mild, you know, because you can't say the real stuff, because nobody would believe it. I mean, how do you explain that there's a country which has become the world's largest exporter of heroin, while at the same time returning to religious principles of a very extreme kind? And one of the justifications that is advanced for this is that the Quran does not ban heroin. You know, it bans booze, so you can't drink a glass of beer. And they've closed down the couple of very good breweries that there were. But you can, you know, get into the heroin industry. And there are large numbers of soldiers, of high-up figures in the military who are making a killing out of heroin with the help of some of the richer of the Afghan refugees. I mean, that's, you know, this is simple truth. But to say that a country which can be simultaneously godly, I mean, the same people, you know, who can talk about the high moral virtues of Islam, will be the people who are pushing heroin around the streets. You know, it's kind of much more extreme than anything in my book.
You began as an actor, didn't you?
Yes, well, I mean, that's a glorified thing to say. I mean, what I did at Cambridge was to act a lot, more than anything else. And when I left Cambridge, I went on for a while on the Fringe in Kennington, a nice place called the Oval House. But I acted in order to discover that I couldn't act, really. And it was a very exciting time on the fringe then, you know, because there were all these people who are now kind of household names who were just starting upstairs in pubs and things, and so all around you there were people of considerable ability, and what was clear was that I wasn't as good as them. So I stopped after about a year also because I didn't have any money, and got a job.
And what was that job?
This was, I'm afraid, the enemies of promise route. This was advertising. But I mean, what happened was that somebody else, I mean, who shall be nameless and who is now quite a well-known playwright, who was also in this theatre group, got a job at J. Walter Thompson. And he rang me up and said, look, you know, you should try this because they give you lots of money and it's very easy. It doesn't take your time up very much. So I thought that sounded good, you see. And I went along and I got what they call a copy test at J. Walter Thompson, which I failed. They make you do this under exam conditions. It's the last exam that I've ever done. You sit there for 3 hours and write ads under exam conditions. And one of these, which I've never forgotten, was the question said, imagine that you meet a Martian who can speak English, but who doesn't know what bread is. Tell him in not more than 20 words how to make a piece of toast. You see, I completely failed this question. So I didn't get the job, and eventually I did get a job at a much more menial sort of advertising agency, where I worked for a while. I mean, eventually I was able to get a kind of arrangement where I did only a couple of days a week. And I mean, I thought that I couldn't think of another way that I would get 4 or 5 days every week to sit at home and write. And these 2 or 3 days of kind of quite low-level work was paying for the other stuff. So that's how I wrote Midnight's Children, and I thought of it as industrial sponsorship, really.
When Midnight's Children was published, you were a celebrity overnight, as they say. You were feted on both sides of the Atlantic, on television chat shows. What was the side effects of this instant fame?
Well, I suppose you mean apart from money.
Apart from money, which would be more...
Which is more central than at the side, yes. Well, I suppose one of the effects is you get invited to, you get more free lunches. That's an effect. You get to try, I'm even getting to go to Australia in March.
That would be a side effect.
That's a side effect. So, and that certainly would not otherwise have happened.
No.
I mean, what are we talking about?
Do you meet famous people like politicians, and they invite you?
I was invited to meet Mrs. Gandhi shortly after Midnight's Children came out. So they rang me, and I thought it was a hoax.
Yes.
You see, because I thought, you know, even Margaret Thatcher's government must know that you don't invite to meet, me to meet Indira Gandhi, who would find it an insult. To be presented with her, you know, kind of arch opponent or vilifier, anyway. No, I mustn't say arch opponent because I'm not her arch opponent, but I was very rude about her. So when I told them, obviously, you know, that I couldn't come because it seemed, you know, and it became clear that they didn't know anything about the content of Midnight's Children, and blustered or got very flustered anyway. They said, well, you see, it was the Foreign Office that asked you, that suggested you, and you think they'd have read your book, wouldn't you? And, anyway, they said, could they ring me back? So they went away to think about it. And in the meanwhile, I decided that I wouldn't go anyway. But I was longing for them to ring back and withdraw the invitation because they'd have looked like such fools. I mean, obviously, however, they knew that they would look like fools. So they rang back rather gracelessly and said, you know, that they were sure it was all right. Why didn't I come anyway? And then, to their great relief, I backed out. So I thought that was the end of the story, but not so, you see, because then this lunch happened and I didn't go to it and all that. And then the next day, Mrs. Gandhi and Mrs. Thatcher were at some other function, at which Mrs. Thatcher made a speech about the historical relationship between India and Britain. And in the middle of this speech, she started talking about Midnight's Children, which clearly she hadn't read, but which she nevertheless praised highly. While Mrs. Gandhi sat there next to her, kind of hatchet-faced. And then, to complete it, you see, Mrs. Thatcher turned to Mrs. Gandhi and said, of course, this is the book written by the man you met at lunch yesterday.
Was her response recorded?
No, history does not reveal her response.
Costa-Gavras, born in Greece and now a French citizen, is one of the most successful artists in the cinema, and yet he remains an unrepentant outsider, a foe of governments, repression, injustice. The film which set his unique style was Zed. It opened with the caption, "Any similarity to actual events is intentional," and was a memorable indictment of the fascism of the Greek colonels. Indeed, although Costa-Gavras dismisses any movie as a short moment, like a song or a scream, his films leave indelible marks. After Zed came The Confession, which revealed another kind of fascism, that of the Stalner show trials in Prague in 1952, and for this he was bitterly attacked by communists throughout the world. Zed went on to win an Oscar, and Hollywood pursued him. He was offered The Godfather, but turned it down because he felt it was too soft on the mafia. For many people, his 1982 film, Missing, was the first Hollywood movie to be political, truthful, to have a purpose, and to be a commercial success. Set in Chile after the bloody overthrow of Allende, it directly implicated American officials, and as a result, Costa-Gavras is being sued for $150 million. His latest film, set in Israel, has already drawn its share of invective, which for its director is surely a high compliment. The purpose of art, he says, is not to entertain, but to disturb. You once said you saw yourself as a permanent member of the Viet Cong. It's a remarkable thing to say, and it conjures up the image of a non-violent guerrilla, a permanent outsider.
Yes, I see myself as someone who is always ready to fight for the freedom, and if there is, I'm living in an occupied country, I will be on the side of people fighting, and whatever is the occupation, because sometimes you have occupation from outside, and sometimes from inside. In Chile, for example, today, or in Poland, or I can give you a long list of places.
You describe your mother as a peasant. That means you grew up in considerable poverty.
Yes, the family was quite poor. Yeah. I used to love and still do my mother very much. And I think was an important lady for three of us. We were three children.
Right.
Because she was quite a peasant, and she pushed us to do studies, to try to learn languages. He said, you should go to the university, you should go to Paris. She didn't know anything about Paris for studies. My father did the resistance with the anti-royalists. And the anti-royalists were all of, I mean, even communists, all the left-wing people were with the anti-royalists. So after the occupation, the king came back. All those guys have been considered as communists, most of them. And they lost their jobs. And they used to send them often to the islands, not for vacations, but the islands were jails at the time. Because the jails in Paris, in Athens were full of people, so they have to send them to the islands.
Your father was arrested in jail several times.
Oh, several times, yes. For 4 years, for 5 years after the occupation, he probably went to jail for 6, 7 times. Curiously, those for me are good years. Going, for example, to the jail to bring food to my father. It was some kind of funny thing to do, because I was very young. I had to cross the town alone by myself, and then get into the jail, see the other prisoners. Probably the only thing, the bothering thing, was to see my father being in jail. The other prisoners didn't have bad faces. They were good people. I mean, like my father. You could see them. It didn't look like thieves or killers. But this is probably was the most sad thing for me. But the rest of it, we were poor. But it was funny times.
How did you then go to Paris? I suppose the question is, how did you become a filmmaker? It wasn't.
Oh, God.
It wasn't immediate, was it?
No, I keep thinking that it didn't happen. Sometimes I said to myself, someone will come back and tell me, hey, come back, give us everything you get. It was a mistake somewhere.
Yeah.
No, after the school, the high school, I couldn't go to the university in Greece. Again, because of my father's political...
you could not go? Yeah.
No, I couldn't. I mean, it was... In Greece at that time, you need a kind of certificate that all your family weren't communists.
Mm.
It's funny because Miloš Forman told me years later that in Czechoslovakia, to go to university, you should bring a certificate that your parents were communists. So the only way, and there my mother interferes, she said, you like to study, go outside. And I worked for 1 year. I made some economies and I went to Paris.
How important are your Greek roots to you?
Look, they start getting very important or reappearing next day after the putsch, the colonial putsch. And I feel very Greek, and I feel like having something to do against them.
This was 1967 when the colonels took
67,
over.
that's right. Yeah. And in that spirit, I made Z. And I think if Z has something very strong, very passionate, it is because I felt, after so many years, as a Greek.
What were the obstacles in making it, the ones that you hadn't foreseen?
The show business people used to say there is no love story. Some people told me, put some more love story with the lady, and I said, no way. And they said, no, we can do it. And then some other people say, this is a political matter. The audiences don't care about political movies and so forth. Every kind of reasons. I think finally, and that was a big lesson, the audiences are much more clever than we can be or the producers can be, generally.
What I appreciate about your films is that they're made not to appeal to an elite, but to a mass audience. Just how important is a mass audience to you?
I'm coming from a mass audience. I'm not coming from an elite. So it's a kind of discussion I try to have. I cannot discuss with an elite. If the elite likes my movies, it's okay. But I think I feel much more closer to what we call a mass. I think a mass can be an average person. I mean, everybody. And I also think that movies are also a show, are a spectacle. Must be exciting, must be fun if there's possibilities, moving, passionate.
Do you find it difficult to explore this kind of introspection about your work? In other words, that the reasons that you do things are secondary in your work?
And I don't want to know the reasons, finally. I don't want to get into this, to analyze it. I'm afraid to kill it, to tell you the truth. It's, if there's a kind of, let's say, a motor, or something, or passion, or some kind of important strength somewhere inside, I prefer to not know about it.
What was your purpose in making The Confession?
The Confession, it was important to say that if me and my friends in Paris, we say we are left-wing, we really don't accept that kind of left-wing, which is, it was the communist parties. I'm trying to simplify by saying that right-wing, it's people who are against freedom, who occupying people who are racist, who are against the other people of freedom, and so forth. So, since I was young, I heard that Soviet Union, Stalin was like left-wing, and that I really never accepted. I think it was as right-wing as other right-wing people, probably as Hitler or as Franco, as Somoza, and so forth. And of course, with some differences. Of course, it's necessary to take every dictator and put him in his precise position, historically and politically.
Can you tell me something about the extraordinary reaction you had to The Confession?
Very violent, very violent. First, coming from the Communist Party, and then from some socialists also, because it was, historically, it was the time when the Social Party was trying to get together with the communists. But the most extraordinary thing, it's 4 or 5 years later, the French Communist Party took the complete opposite position. The movie was shown in television, and after the showing, it was discussion. And an important member of the Communist Party came and he said, this is an important movie, the Communist Party should be part of it, probably produce that kind of movies and so forth.
The line had changed.
The line changed, that's right.
Yes, but your truth remained the same in the film.
The facts and the truth was there, that's right.
After the confession, there was an episode in Chile, wasn't there? Just after Allende had taken over.
What happened was this, a Chilean director called me from Chile. I didn't know him. He said, "Your Costa-Gavras, look, here they are using the confession against the Allende government, saying that Allende government prohibited the confession. Do you know anything about that? What happens?" So I called Paramount in New York. They had the rights for the America and Latin America. And I said, what happens with the confession in Chile? They said, nothing. It's summertime. We will show it in winter time. I said, there is any prohibition or something? They said, no. Okay, so I picked up a plane. I went there, quite incognito. And I stayed there for 1 week. I asked the journalist, who was a friend of friends from Paris, and I said, look, is there a way to meet Mr. Allende? And he said, yes. And he called, and next morning I had breakfast with Allende. I said, sir, I'm here, and I saw all the campaign against you through my movie, and I'm ready to make a statement if you agree. If not, I pick up the plane and go back. He said, anything you like, do something. So we, very secretly, during the night, we did in television, we taped a declaration and date. And he presented next day, and it was a kind of bomb, because nobody was waiting. And I said all the things I read in the newspaper, said this is fake, this is not true, this is that. And
the attacks were trying to describe Allende as a Stalinist.
As a Stalinist,
and that
yes.
your film, they were saying, underlined the threat that he posed to democracy.
That's right,
yes.
Exactly. And then from one day to another, I became an enemy, the enemy. So I was the good guy of having the confession. And then as I was saying the truth, they said he's a pro-Allende, he changed, he's Stalinian like Allende, and so forth. Yeah, it was a sad moment.
I was going to ask you, how did all that personally affect you?
Oh, I don't know. I prefer not think about that. Of course, it affects me.
How would you describe your own political beliefs?
God, it's a difficult explanation, because it's much more an ethic explanation, a philosophical one, than a political one. People say you are left-wing, but left-wing, you start from Maoists. Everybody's left-wing. I mean, so many people. I think, personally, I believe that everybody must be free, live in a free country, and respect of other people's dignity, and then having a system in which everybody at the beginning has the same chance. Okay, this is for me my philosophical, political feelings.
In State of Siege, you were saying in effect, weren't you, that violence is justified in certain circumstances?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Of course. During the German occupation, people made resistance. It was a violent way. De Gaulle was here. He was considered as a terrorist in France.
I was thinking of modern-day urban terrorism. I know it's very difficult to shade violence, but modern-day urban terrorism is something that is justified, is it not, or no?
No, I think terrorism, we used to condemn terrorism just with one word now, and I think it's if you have terrorists, I will give you an example. If you have tomorrow terrorism in Poland or in Czechoslovakia, I think everybody would say, bravo, go on, continue. But when you have them in Guatemala, where it's more or less the same thing, even worse, everybody is a little bit thankful, and he says.
Do you regard your films at a particular time as a whole truth, or do you simply say, all I do is seek truthfully to do something?
Yes, because they give that impression, because they are like a scream, like a kind of someone screams enough. So in that enough, in that scream, it's a kind of profound truth.
Yes. How much does if a film is, as you describe it, like a scream can have an effect, but it doesn't often change things. How would you describe a film with the power of your kind of films?
Oh, I don't think so. A movie can change things, and it's much better that way. Because if a movie could change things, everybody could use movie directors and movie writers to change the things in politics and in life and everywhere. Fortunately, it cannot happen. I think a movie can add a kind of small piece on a general movement, on a general feeling, and can be used by some people who like it or like to discuss about that.
If you feel passionately about something, such as the takeover of your country by the Greek colonels, might there not be a propaganda element in your films?
I think propaganda is much more linked with systems, with political parties or governments. I don't think so. A single man can decide to make propaganda about something. Yes, about his ideas, about his feelings, about his philosophy. But let's say, for Zed, if I had behind of me a state, giving me the money to make that movie, a kind of a political director to do it in a certain way, of course, it would be a completely different movie. I don't think so I could be able to do it the way I did it. So, in a set, yes, everything can be propaganda. Even a love story, it's a propaganda for the love.
In researching your films, have you found that the real is often more fantastic than the imagined? And have you had to exclude certain scenes because you believe that people simply wouldn't believe them?
With the Greek colonists in Zed, for example, they did 10 more times awful things and said very ugly things about being racist and being this and that. And we could make them because it was so enormous.
Too incredible.
Yes, it looks like a pochade. In a series, those are things you cannot use even in pochade. And no violence. I heard so many violent stories in Latin America, for example, in Guatemala, which is, in my feeling, the worst country in the world concerning the violence. Since '56, every year, we have more than 5,000 people being assassinated. I mean, the average amount of people. Every year. And the stories people saying about torturing, about violence, it's just unbelievable. It's worse than Middle Age.
Is the violence we see on the news then not the kind of violence that you would put in your pictures?
No, I think in the pictures we see so much violence has nothing to do with the real violence. Everywhere they put a lot of violence on the movies. And that creates a very frustrating relationship, and particularly with young people, with the violence. Now, recreate in a movie the real violence, the one you see in the news, it's quite impossible because it's so unbearable and so enormous.
It's interesting the public's reaction to violence, because for many years during the Vietnam War, people were given violence night after night to the point where...
Now with Lebanon.
Yes, and with Lebanon. The same thing is happening. I think with a lot of people, it has almost an anesthetic effect. They get used to it.
Yeah.
They develop a tolerance towards it. Does that make it more difficult for you when you're making a film in which violence is a vital component to then portray that violence.
Oh yes, and for that in Missing, I didn't show quite any violence. There is no any violent scenes. It just I tried to create impressions because of the shooting, sees things audience cannot see, but just feel and imagine what can be the violence. Because I think we have seen so much blood, so much killed people, that we are anesthetized.
I was surprised to read that you'd said, movies are passions, and just now my great passion happens to be politics. Tomorrow I may decide to do a musical.
Yes, yes. And it's also, to tell you the truth, it's my dream to make a musical.
What kind of musical?
To fight. A political one, of course.
Ah.
No,
that's
not
not
a musical. I personally think all movies are political. West Side Story, at its time, it was an extraordinarily political movie, because for the first time through music and dance, the director was speaking, the authors were speaking about the racial problem in New York, but different societies, Chicanos and blacks and so forth. So a musical, it is not, in my feeling, necessarily a kind of a stupid show with making people smile or laughing, and that's all, I think.
Your latest film, Haneke, is set in Jerusalem, and you're having, of course, troubles with it. What are your troubles? Because we haven't seen it in this country yet.
It's a tentative to speak about the Palestine and Israel, but not what's happening now, not the everyday news, but about the original problem, the genesis of the problem, which was, let's say, 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, but it's still there, present. The idea of having people, the Jewish people, without land, and going to a land, which was considered as a land without people, and which was fake, because another people was living there. So two people trying to have the same land and fighting for it. And now we have one people living there, the Jewish people, and the Palestinians are obliged to be either occupied by Israelis or being outside and trying to come back. So this the movie, it's about this human drama.
What comes first, the politics or the story in your film?
The story. The story.
But also, I think...
The story, the human beings, the human feelings.
The passion you feel about that story must come well before that, though, mustn't it? I mean, you must feel that you want to do that because something is happening.
Yes, because something is happening to the people, to the characters. And my movies are generally about victims, I think. Because I like to deal, I like to be with them, to understand them, to see how they react. And probably, I don't say they are political movies, I think the word is a little bit too much. I think probably they are becoming political because the audiences reacting in a certain way, they make them being political. But essentially, my way of doing it is to think and try to see, to understand the victims.
They're about injustice too, aren't they?
Yes, you have victims when you have injustice, of course. I mean, it's completely linked. But I know I'm insisting a little bit on the fact that I have passion about human beings, about human faces, about human acts. I used to say when I take photo stills, I won't be able to take a landscape. I need a face. I need someone inside. It's the same with my movies.
Thank you.
18 months ago, Patsy Spivey could not make a cup of tea. She couldn't use a knife and fork, nor lift a telephone, nor speak more than a few words at a time. She was, and still is, one of a large and often unseen minority who, more than most others in our society, are the true outsiders, the disabled. But Patsy's story is different. She was diagnosed in her teens as suffering from a rare disease called Friedreich's ataxia, which affects the nervous system like multiple sclerosis and leads to serious loss of coordination, speech, and heart problems. But unlike MS, there are no remission periods, no time off. Patsy clearly remembers being told she would only get worse, never better, and her response to that was, go to hell. She searched the world for treatment that would work, and she believes she has found it in Germany. Last year, after 10 years in a wheelchair, she took her first steps, and today she walks with the aid of a frame, and her speech has been almost restored. It's a simple story of courage and hope, although Patsy is rather more specific. A small lesson, she calls it, in never accepting what you are told your limits are. Patsy, when and how did you first realize you were disabled?
Well, really not until I was diagnosed, but it took about 3 or 4 years before I was diagnosed, and to me that was the worst part of getting it diagnosed.
Right. Why was that the worst part?
Well, first of all, the orthopaedic doctor told my parents and I it was an orthopaedic problem, so I had that put right, which meant I had my feet and legs broke. After I had that done, it was no better. Then I started being clumsy and bumping into things. I was sent to see a psychiatrist. And after a couple of consultations, he told my parents and myself I was wasting his time and he was wasting mine. So then he sent me to see a neurologist, and they diagnosed multiple sclerosis. At this stage, I didn't know what multiple sclerosis was. And just something in me said I hadn't got multiple sclerosis and I wanted a second opinion. So I went and saw somebody else, and he said he thought I had multiple sclerosis, but to make sure I would have to be an inpatient where they did a lot of clinical tests. Right. And that's when they told my parents and I had got Friedreich's.
Yeah. So there was, how long was there from when you first started to notice something was wrong to when they finally diagnosed what was really wrong with
3
you?
years.
From 13 to 16?
Yeah.
That must...
I'd hate to go through that period again, because even though you've got something physically wrong with you, and people notice you've got something physical, and when people ask you, I had no answer to give them because I couldn't tell them. I didn't know what was wrong.
What was the sort of thing that would happen that...
Well, if I went into a shop, my speech was a bit funny, or my balance was wrong, or if I bumped into somebody, the natural reaction would be, oh, she's been on the bottle.
How did the disease progress through your teens? When did you find yourself in a wheelchair and walking less?
I was able to work up until I was 21, but my balance was just loco. It was stupid, really. I couldn't get on public transport by myself. But where I worked, they were very good to me.
You were modelling at this time, too?
I was doing part-time modelling. In the day, I was a wages clerk. And they were very good to me, the company that I worked for. But then some doctor told my parents and I have got a circulation problem, and if they operated on my stomach, it would help my balance, plus my blood circulation So there again, my parents and I were guided by the doctors. So I had this operation. I gave up work and had this operation. And I never really recovered from that operation. It was really that spurred up my ataxia, and gradually I couldn't walk a distance. So I'd say about 21, 22, I was relying more and more on the wheelchair.
What did the doctors say your life was going to be like?
Well, I can remember his words to this day. He said, "You've got Friedreich's ataxia. You can come and see me every year if you like, but you're wasting your time and I'm wasting yours. I've got no treatment to offer you."
What are the kind of things that people say to you when you would appear perhaps in shops in a wheelchair? I mean...
As a child, they used to treat me as if I was a child and talk to me like a child. I mean, you still come across it occasionally, sometimes, today even. But because one day you're walking and on your feet and the next day you're in a wheelchair, you're at a different level. So naturally, they seem to think you're a child. They seem to forget that you're a woman. I was 25 years of age, but I was never really classed as a woman. I still got the needs and the wants of a normal woman. And this is what... Now I find it fascinating.
I can see that.
I find it fascinating in the way that people they know your age, but they'll, I suppose in their way, they're talked down to you.
Tell me how you met Peter.
Well, it first started when I went back to the home. The home was buzzing. They got 3 male.
That's the rehabilitation unit.
Yeah, they got 3 male staff. I hadn't met them, but part of my illness is where I'm desperate for the toilet first thing in the morning, and to get from the bed to the chair and along to the loo. I could never get there quick enough, so they gave me a bedpan to use in the morning. So I used the bedpan, rang the bell, and Peter appeared. That was the first time I met him. He had to help me off the bedpan, so it's not very romantic.
Now, your courting was also
yes,
interesting. Tell me about that.
Well, our courting had to be done very discreetly because we both knew he was staff, I was patient. It's not supposed to happen anywhere, really, is it, in most jobs. So I used to tell the home I was going to church on a Sunday, and Peter would take me to church. And so everybody thought, but that was our main courting day on a Sunday morning.
But they did find out about you in the end, didn't they? You couldn't keep it completely secret.
We kept it secret for a couple of months, but it was getting at me. I said to Peter, they've got to know in the end. So we went to the principal. Peter went to begin with, and she was very understanding, very cooperative. And she tried to warn Peter about my illness and the problems it could cause. And I hadn't got long lifespan. And I suppose in her way, tried to put Peter off it. But luckily it didn't work. And we set up home together. And we lived together for 5 years. And then we got married last October.
What are some of the myths that people have about a relationship like yours, a disabled person and an able-bodied person? But at the same time, there are special pressures on you, aren't there?
I think there's more pressure on the able-bodied person in a relationship. And a lot of people seem to think that Pete and I have got a relationship that we don't have a sexual relationship. I think everybody seems to skirt round your relationship. They don't ask questions. Sometimes I think a lot of people are sort of, in a lot of ways, pity Peter.
What are the sort of things you laugh about?
If we're out anywhere and we find a disabled loo, 9 times out of 10, a woman's disabled loo is inside a lady's toilet. So that means Peter has to take me into that lady's loo.
What happens?
Once or twice we have come into embarrassing situations. Some women seem to think it's up to Hanky Panky and they shouldn't be in there.
Now, before the treatment, you were very ill at times, weren't you? What effect did this have on your relationship with Peter?
I think it tore us apart. I was so ill and felt so ill. I used to try and hide it from Peter because I knew he was worrying, and the more I told him that I was in pain or I didn't feel well or I was not comfortable, the more he worried. So I think in that respect it was making us grow apart. I was keeping my feelings to myself, I wasn't sharing. So I think I've learned a lesson through those bad periods.
Did you break up during that time?
We broke up for a period of 10 months. We were in contact with each other during those 10 months. And he wanted to come back, but I think he was afraid to come back. So I gave him an ultimatum in the end. You either come back today or not at all. Because he was living in London and I was in Birmingham. I didn't really think he would take that ultimatum. But he did. We haven't looked back since.
What exactly is the treatment that you're undergoing in Germany at the moment?
Well, there's 3 parts of the treatment. The first part is the cell implants, which implant into my hips every 6 months.
These are from the glands of animals, aren't they? Sheep.
These are glands from sheep. And they're injected into my body, which the ataxia is slowly destroying. And I have these at 6-monthly intervals for 5 years. The second part of the treatment is the diet. And when you say diet, you think it's going to be a really strict diet. Once you get used to that way of eating, you couldn't be tempted to eat anything that doesn't run along with.
What kind of things have you had to change to? What must you eat now?
Well, it's just a main good, wholesome, good food diet. That's food that's not mucked about. No food out of a can or a packet. And no red meats. And that is really all that really I've had to give up. And, white bread and things like that.
What did the doctor, who's Professor Schmidt, what did he say to you when you first went to see him?
He asked me all about myself, all about my illness, the way I eat, what sort of food I like, and just generally, he was more interested in me as a person, which to me was a different angle that a doctor had got to know me on. He was more interested in me rather than physically me, if you know what I mean. He wanted to know how I ticked. Then he told me all about his treatment, what it involved, what he could do. And the day sat and asked Pete and I what we wanted out of the treatment. Well, Pete and I had discussed this, and we were just happy if he could arrest the disease. And the doctor said, when I finish with you, you will walk. Well, for someone to tell me that, I was astounded, well, speechless. I couldn't believe it.
Patsy, looking at you now, I can't imagine that you've been in a wheelchair for 10 years. Tell me about the differences, before and after.
I couldn't dust my own home, for instance, because if I have ornaments about, my coordination was so bad, if I dusted, 9 times out of 10, I couldn't pick those ornaments up. I would break them or knock them on the floor. I just hadn't got the strength to wash, even wash up after a meal for Pete and I. I couldn't iron, because my coordination was so bad. 9 times out of 10, the iron would end up on me, not on the ironing board. I couldn't pick up a drink off a table, a glass or a cup. I couldn't use a knife and fork.
Your campaign is really now directed at children, isn't it?
When I meet and see children with Friedrichs, when I'm with them, I try not to show any emotion. I just try to show them understanding and give them something that I think might help them in everyday living. Like a couple of tips like exercise-wise or... But when I come away from seeing those children, I often sit and have a good cry over it. Because to me, I had a normal childhood. But children who are in wheelchairs, 8, 9, 10 years of age, they're not having a normal childhood. And that's when it really hurts me. And then after the hurt goes, the anger sets in, and then the anger dies down, and I think all that rolled into one gives me motivation to at least try and do something.
Although it seems extraordinary, you have had opposition, you've had opponents, haven't you? Tell me about those.
I've had opponents. People have said that I'm putting false hope in people's eyes. But to me, everybody's got to have hope and encouragement. Even if they aren't ill, you've still got to have hope and encouragement or something to strive for. I've had medical opposition, I've had press opposition, I've had Friedrich taxi group opposition.
You've had some very odd phone calls. Could you tell me about them?
We've had lots of cranky calls, as I call them. We get over them, but we've got one guy in particular at the moment at home. He must spend a fortune in phone calls. 9 times out of 10 he doesn't say anything. He'll ring any time of the day or night. He won't say anything. Then sometimes he will just laugh. And then occasionally he will get nasty and obscene or threatening. We never go to bed at night without taking the phone off the hook. I mean, we've had calls at 2, 3 in the morning. I mean, someone's threatened to blow my legs off, and cripples should be put down at birth, and at first I used to get very upset when I used to have phone calls like this. Now I just think that the people that do these phone calls and to be pitied.
My favourite story about you was when you rang up a newspaper. Tell me about that.
I rang up the Sun and asked them, I was willing to be a pastry girl, took all my measurements, what have you, and they were very interested. and told me to send pictures of myself. And they were very interested, and after the interview I said, oh, by the way, I'm disabled and in a wheelchair. And the person on the other end of the phone said they weren't interested, it was immoral. And why is it immoral? I've got the same body.
What did you say back to that person?
I said, well, I won't say what I said because it wasn't really pleasant. But I could come off the phone and I was very, very angry. To me, that is discriminating against disabled people. A lot of people, once they hear the word disabled, they think you're grotesque. And I don't class myself as grotesque.
Hardly. Do you still live just from day to day?
I don't live from day to day. I plan and look forward to months ahead. I mean, my biggest triumph looking ahead is our Canadian friends are coming over in the spring of 84, I think. And I'm looking forward to that time. A few years previous to this time now, I wouldn't have looked forward to that far ahead at all.
What about children? Are you able to have children?
That's a sore point. Because Friedreich's ataxia is hereditary, it can be passed on, and I can pass it on. I'm a carrier because I've got the disease. But the doctors reckon the only way I'll pass it on if my partner is a carrier. But there's no way of testing a person to be a carrier. So I took a personal choice. I've been sterilised. I'd hate to think that Peter and I together could bring a disabled child into the world. My parents had their family, knowing nothing about Friedrich's. I do, so I just don't want to take that risk. I'd hate to think that I could be putting someone's life through the life I've been through up to now, because I haven't always been a fighter. I'd hate to think that I was giving a life, a disabled life. So I chose not to have children. It hurts still sometimes that I can't have children, but those hurts times do pass.
What embodies hope to you now? Because you're a person who, in yourself, embodies hope. But to you, what does hope mean?
Just to get better, or to see my health at least improve, and to be a proper housewife to my husband. Instead of him caring for me with everyday living, I'll care for him. Just the tables reversing. I don't strive for big things. I'm not a career woman. I just want to be a normal, independent housewife. You know, if I want to go to the local shops for a loaf of bread or a pound of potatoes, I'd like to just be able to put on my coat and say, right, I'm just going to the local shops. That's all I'm looking for out of life.
This is a film about war, a world war. A war which in all my years as a correspondent has somehow escaped my attention. It is a war fought in more than 100 countries, regardless of ideology. In communist and capitalist countries, in Muslim, Buddhist and Christian countries. It's a war that has directly involved President Eisenhower, President Johnson, President Nixon, President Carter, Chiang Kai-shek, Mao Zedong, the Dalai Lama, Mr. Khrushchev and Father Christmas. Of course, claims by both sides in wartime are extravagant, but there is some truth in their dispatches. For example, according to one side, the entire American army has adopted its name as the very symbol of freedom and the American way. One side claims to have captured China. The other side says it has taken Russia. Indeed, no conquerors, religions or empires have spread themselves so completely across the planet as these two superpowers, with their rallying slogans of life, liberty, and the pursuit of thirst, and we are the essence of capitalism, and we must save the world. I refer to the bittersweet war between those giants of carbonation and regurgitation, Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. This saga of power and conquest began in the American Civil War in the 1860s, when the Yankees beat the Confederates. The rural South was devastated. The southern capital of Atlanta, Georgia, was burned to the ground. One observer wrote, "Dislocation and bitterness are rampant, along with melancholia, hysteria, guilt, sick headache, biliousness, drunkenness, heart palpitations, and impotence." But help was on the way. Out of the gloom came the quack doctor, a combination of traveling conman and faith healer who peddled potions of mysterious ingredients. One such medicine was called the ideal brain tonic and was invented by John Pemberton. The year was 1886. The temperance movement had become powerful and Atlanta went dry. What happened next, wrote the historian John Gaff, changed the course of civilization. The ideal brain tonic became the intellectual beverage and temperance drink, better known as Coca-Cola.
Everything was a great struggle. Everything we had to do in the South to get ahead after the war was to work 3 times as fast as anybody up in Yankee land. We just had to work like the devil to get things done. We had nothing. Everything was destroyed down here. But here was Pemberton, who had all these pharmaceuticals, and he had an inventive mind, and so he liked to put together these syrups. And this particular one syrup was singled out by Pemberton as a possible soft drink.
Alas, Doc Pemberton was no businessman and sold the formula and title of Coca-Cola for a mere $2,300. The buyer was Asa Candler, a prosperous Atlanta chemist who launched the image and myth of Coca-Cola in the 1890s and became one of the earliest pioneers of modern-day consumer marketing. Candler, deeply religious, sold Coca-Cola as the very symbol of American wholesomeness. And with the South gripped by Old Testament revivalism and prohibition, it was all perfectly self-serving. God was happy, Coca-Cola was happy, and the consumers were happy. How could they be otherwise? Coca-Cola was then said to be part cocaine and was just the right color to disguise an illegal and uniquely refreshing slug of whiskey. This was old Atlanta in the state of Georgia, the setting for the movie Gone with the Wind, and the world headquarters to this day of Coca-Cola. Inside Coca-Cola's granite monument, the atmosphere is hushed, almost cathedral-like, with precious art and antiques in the executive suites, and ice-cold bottles of the real thing, borne on silver platters. The Coca-Cola Company naturally doesn't like the word empire. But this is the center of a uniquely American empire, covering 147 countries. Coca-Cola has been going for almost a century, and during that time, revolutions have happened, wars have been fought, and regimes overthrown.
But except for hiccups here and there, Coca-Cola has survived and grown richer and richer. Perhaps what is most extraordinary about Coca-Cola is its power of illusion, its ability to persuade generations through advertising that its product is much more than merely a bottle of sticky, sweet, coloured water. When a Coca-Cola man was asked which came first, America or Coca-Cola, he said these immortal words. Let me put it this way. When you don't see a Coca-Cola sign, you have passed the borders of civilization.
เปิดปิดเปิดกี่ครั้งก็ยังซ่าคุณดื่มได้หลายๆแก้วประหยัดกว่าโค้กน้ำอัดลมขนาดใหญ่ที่สุดจุถึง1 ลิตรซ่าจนหยดสุดท้าย
The borders of Coca-Cola civilization were first extended outside the United States by Asa Candler's brother, a Methodist bishop of the Hellfire variety. Cuba had just been claimed as a spoil of the Spanish-American War, and a pattern was set. When American troops marched in, Coca-Cola would follow. Cuba is our ripest mission field, rejoiced the bishop. I see a wretched population stretching out its hand to us appealingly. What we need is for these people to think and feel like Americans. The first Cuban bottling plant was opened in 1906, and Bishop Candler set about finding Methodist converts who would consume Coca-Cola and its secret formula.
If we had patented the formula, under American law, it would have gone into the public domain after 50 or 60 years.
And all the competitors would
Well, if they wanted it, they could have taken it all. But so we didn't patent it. It's not protected. It never has been protected by law. It's just been protected by secrecy and keeping it hidden.
All the same, Coca-Cola has waged a continuous legal war against those who dare to imitate the real thing. In the year 1916 alone, the court struck down Fig Cola, Candy Cola, K-Ola, Coca-Nola, Solar Cola and King Cola. One of them survived, however, and today from this sculpture-strewn American Versailles near the town of Purchase, New York, the Pepsi Cola Company rules its empire in 145 countries. Like Coca-Cola, it is Pepsi's franchise system that has made it such a huge multinational. Both provide essential ingredients to a network of bottling companies which promote and sell the soft drink according to local conditions and local politics. Each bottler, said an executive, is like a client government which will survive and prosper as long as it looks after our interests.
Pepsi was invented in 1893 by Caleb B. Bradham, a Carolina chemist who claimed it could relieve upset stomach and peptic ulcers, thus Pepsi-Cola.
By 1909, Pepsi had expanded to 24 states of America, but World War I changed that. As the world economy staggered, the price of sugar rose sharply, and Pepsi mistakenly invested. When sugar prices collapsed, so too did the ambitions of Caleb B. Bradham, who returned to his humble drugstore. Pepsi was not only bankrupt, but its bottles were exploding everywhere as the result of fermenting cheap molasses. Meanwhile, God-fearing Coca-Cola launched a new bottle, wickedly shaped like a woman, as well as a new owner, Robert Woodruff, whose consortium of northern banks had bought out Asa Candler in 1919 for $25 million, the biggest business deal the South had ever known. Woodruff established a foreign department and set out to sell Coke to the world with an image so different from Candler's symbol of Christian mission that during the 1920s, the Women's Temperance Union launched attacks on what it called the Coca-Cola curse, claiming Coke had fallen into the decadence of modern life and was as sinful as the demon rum, whose consumption prohibition had managed to increase, of course, along with the sales of Coca-Cola. By the end of the 20s, with Pepsi down and almost out, Coca-Cola produced its most remarkable advertising campaign. It invented Santa Claus. That is, it converted the legend of St. Nicholas to the modern image of Father Christmas, a jolly white-bearded character dressed in the colours of the Coca-Cola Company. From now on, Santa was the real thing.
In 1929, Wall Street crashed, but not Coca-Cola, whose profits were to double by 1940. By contrast, Pepsi was struggling to survive. Ironically, the Depression was to change that. During the Depression, Coca-Cola was known as the living room drink, whereas Pepsi's place was in the kitchen. Pepsi fostered its image as the drink of the working man who longed to work, of the little guy down on his luck. Its slogan was, "Twice as much for a nickel too," which meant that you got twice as much as Coca-Cola for the same price.
I ain't got no home, I'm just a roaming round. Just a wandering worker, I go from town to town. And the police make it hard wherever I may go. And I ain't got no home in this world anymore.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
The war was now on. During the 30s, Coke sent its undercover agents, called soda spooks, on a series of raids to discover if Pepsi was being served to customers who had ordered the real thing.
My brothers and my sisters are stranded on this road, a hot and dusty road that 1,000,000 feet have trod. Rich man took my home and drove me from my door, and I ain't got no home in this world anymore.
In 1939, Coke sued Pepsi in Canada over the use of the word cola, and lost. Coke appealed to the Privy Council. "That was one hell of a dirty trick," said Pepsi's president, who hired as their lawyer the presidential candidate, Wendell Willkie, and had him flown to England in an Air Force bomber. And Pepsi won, but only because, it was whispered, Britain did not want to strain its wartime ties with the Empire. This was the world's first singing commercial. Introduced by Pepsi in 1939, it became one of the best-known tunes in America.
Nickel, nickel, to do la la da. Nickel, nickel, to do la la da. Pepsi Cola hits the spot. 12 full ounces, that's a lot. Twice as much, just a nickel to Pepsi Cola is a drink for you. Nickel, 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 Pepsi Cola is a drink for you.
When World War II began for America at Pearl Harbor, Coca-Cola was ready, and a love letter from one GI to his wife became famous. "Well, honey," wrote the soldier, "I guess you want to know now what it is I want so much outside of you. Well, darling, it's a bottle of Coca-Cola." The response was immediate. "When an American soldier wants a Coke," said a company vice president, "it reminds him of what he's fighting for." So Coca-Cola went to war and never looked back.
World War II was the complete stimulus for the disbursement of the product throughout the world. We had been working on it very assiduously up to the war. In the 30s, as a matter of fact, the Coca-Cola Export Corporation was organized in 1930. And we'd gone into England, we had gone into Germany, into France, into Spain, and Italy a little bit, but not much. But the war was the perfect vehicle. Mr. Woodruff wanted to see that every GI had a bottle of Coke wherever he was in the world, whether he could pay for it or not.
For all its patriotism, Coca-Cola was sold over there in Hitler's Germany. Shortly after the war began, the German Office of Enemy Propaganda appointed Coca-Cola's man in Berlin, Max Keith, head of soft drink production for all of occupied Europe. They gave him a fleet of trucks and petrol, and the Coca-Cola company was in business behind enemy lines, and the profits grew. When it became difficult to get Coca-Cola syrup, Keith concocted a drink called Fanta, short for fantastic. In 1945, Max Keith was duly liberated by the US Marines, and Fanta went on to become a worldwide Coca-Cola product.
The Coca-Cola Company presents The Pause That Refreshes on the Air.
It was a symbol of home, love, family, love, the fireside, and all that, the baseball game. And the boys really got homesick. And they thought of the corner drugstore and the walking home with the bottles and so forth, and the going out on Saturday night to the public place where they could watch the girls go by, or to date the girls. And if they were broke, they always had plenty of nickels for Coke. You know, a Coke date was quite the thing back in those days. But that's what they thought about while they were out there, bored to death. You know, this idea of hurry up and wait in the Army. And they were waiting for action, and they were bored, and they thought of home and Coke, and that was why they really got sentimental about it. I mean, I've heard stories about some of the guys getting a little bit teary about it. They didn't get all emotionally upset about a loaf of bread or a pound of butter. It was a matter of association of the shape of the bottle or the shape of the glass at the drugstore. Why, I can get right sentimental about it myself, because I met my wife at a drugstore over a Coca-Cola. And that was even before I went with Coca-Cola.
The GIs could dry their tears, for Coca-Cola was on the way. In a masterstroke of public relations, the company offered to send bottling plants to the front line. And this was not only accepted, but was paid for by the War Department. Coca-Cola couldn't believe its luck. Coke was made a wartime priority item, and the Army Chief of Staff cabled theatre commanders that they could order entire Coca-Cola bottling plants to be shipped direct to the front. Dispensers were installed in tanks, submarines, even fighter planes. To run it all, Coca-Cola dispatched men who were known as the Coca-Cola Colonels. The non-essential had become the indispensable. The effect of this was to associate the small green bottle with the mystique of American prosperity. Coca-Cola became a symbol of expectation, and this meant a ready-made, worldwide, multi-million-dollar market. Any other company might have been accused of war profiteering, but the Coca-Cola Company came home a hero. The battlefield was now the political Cold War. In communist Poland, Coca-Cola was attacked as a nest of American espionage. However, paradox intruded when the Polish temperance movement declared, "The most imperialistic Coca-Cola is preferable to the ideologically pure vodka."
Coca-Cola, nothing like a Coke.
I am not and never have been a communist. I am not and never have been a fellow traveler.
Meanwhile, Pepsi-Cola had joined up with that seeker of Reds under America's beds, Senator Joe McCarthy, whose politics interested the company less than his seat on the Senate Sugar Committee. McCarthy called sugar rationing anti-American and became known as the Pepsi-Cola Kid. And for this, he collected a $20,000 check from a Pepsi lobbyist. When questioned about the payoff, McCarthy said, "Listen, I don't answer charges, I make them." By the 1950s, Pepsi had a new chairman, Al Steele. Steele was married to the movie star Joan Crawford, who embraced her extra wifely duties with much enthusiasm. Steele understood post-war consumer America, as John Scully, a former president of Pepsi-Cola America, explains.
Now, what was going on in America at that time? Remember, we had what we call the baby bubble. These are the young people who were born shortly after the Second World War when the GIs returned. they were moving into their teens into the 1960s. Teenagers are a very high per capita consumption group for soft drinks. We also had a growing affluent middle class America. And Coke had been around for a long, long time. It was a symbol of what America was. We decided we wanted Pepsi to be a symbol of what America was becoming. And therefore, we developed this idea of the Pepsi generation. We said that if there is a large group of affluent middle-class people developing, and if there are a large number of younger people who are going to be emerging as a driving force in the soft drink industry, how do we position ourselves as the product that articulates for them the aspirations of this growing middle class? Because most of our Americans at that time were gaining affluence, but they didn't have much experience in how to spend this money. And if you look at our commercials back in the early 1960s with the Pepsi generation, you'll see dirt bikes and dune buggies and all kinds of different activities, many of which are commonplace in this country today. But only 20 years ago, they were still relatively new. And we associated Pepsi with those good moments. And this really brought Pepsi out of the kitchen, you know, not only into the living room, but right into the smack in the middle of American culture.
Pepsi set out to undermine the subtle snob appeal of Coke by showing how youthful it was, how alive it was. So alive was Pepsi that a company man swore blind that people on the verge of suicide had called in to say that when they had seen the commercial, "You've got a lot to live," and "Pepsi's got a lot to give," they had decided to think again. So not only does image triumph over content, it also saves lives. And that's not all. In Chinese, "Come alive with Pepsi" is freely translated, "Pepsi brings your ancestors back from the grave."
Now, during that 20-year period of time, a lot's gone on in this country. You know, we went through the Vietnam War. You know, we've had, you know, assassinations of a president and other political leaders. We've had Watergate. We've seen hairstyles get longer and shorter and music change. And yet, the one consistency was, you know, the Pepsi generation was always the same.
In Los Angeles, there is a clinic treating people who drink a dozen and more cans of Coke or Pepsi a day. They are called cola-holics. The industry prefers to call its most prolific consumers heavy users, or the six-pack at a time folks. In the 70s, Pepsi went after these heavy users with warlike dispatch. Salesmen were called shock troops, promotions were weapons, and the most successful weapon of all was the Pepsi Challenge.
As a Coca-Cola drinker, you prefer M.
Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola.
And which was it you preferred?
M, I guess, Pepsi.
Just over half the Coca-Cola drinkers tested in the Dallas-Fort Worth area prefer Pepsi.
Well, I'll be darned. I need something.
Well, in the first place, Coke was terribly affronted. I mean, how could anybody come out and say, you know, their product wasn't as good as somebody else's? So the first period of years was to say this is impossible and to try to make fun of it and try to disparage the Pepsi Challenge.
First try S, sir, then L.
Come from a big city, don't you, boy?
Yes, I do.
Thought so. You got one of them skinny little big city mouths.
Now, look here.
Let me tell you something. You can't tell nothing from no test like this. Give me that bottle of Coke. I'll show you how we drink them down here. We don't sit around in no fancy bars taking little bitty sips and wearing skinny breeches and pointy lizard shoes. You can't come down here flam-flamming honest people. You got to watch what you do down here, boy.
There is no question that we believe that at some point we will be the #1 soft drink company. And that's what motivates everything that we do.
Hi, I'm a talking Coca-Cola vending machine. You need to put in more money.
How much does it want?
Make your selection, please. Thank you for using the talking blender.
You're welcome.
Come again. Don't forget your change.
Oh, of course.
Machines such as these are the latest ingenious weapons
in the long war of attrition between Coca-Cola and Pepsi. You'll be pleased to know that they also speak French, Spanish, and Japanese. Seriously though, folks, it says here that a can of Coca-Cola contains carbonated water, sugar, caramel color, phosphoric acid, natural flavorings, and caffeine. But what is missing here is the secret ingredient of Coca-Cola. It's called 7X, and is said to be a blend of the Brazilian coca leaf and the African cola nut and other exotic things. It was this secret formula which Coke's inventor, John Pemberton, claimed could sharpen the intellect, cure hysteria, depression, and even impotence. According to the Coca-Cola Company, this secret is locked away in a vault in the Trust Company Bank here in Atlanta, and only the most senior directors can look at it. And these keepers of the secret of the real thing, of course, can't fly on the same aircraft together. And of course, it's not quite as silly as it sounds. What it's all meant to say is that Coca-Cola was created perfect in a mysterious way. Then it grew up to be clean and wholesome. Forget the phosphoric acid and the sugar and the caffeine. And its guiding light has always been truth in advertising. Now, what does all that sound like? You're right, a religion. A religion complete with creation myth, a set of consecrating values, and a gospel. Now think how popular God would have been if only his image people had thought of a slogan like, "It's the real thing." He might even have been as popular as Coca-Cola.
Fish is the name. You know, I enjoy watching TV just like you do. And I know this, TV's even more fun with a bottle of Coke at hand. There's nothing like the flavor of ice-cold Coca-Cola.
The real power of Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola is here in Washington and in the White House itself. There have been Coca-Cola presidents and Pepsi-Cola presidents. That is to say, each company has in turn exercised often considerable influence over the president and the affairs of state. From Franklin D. Roosevelt to Harry Truman, John Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, and Jimmy Carter. Only Democratic presidents have been the patrons of Coca-Cola, with the notable exception of Dwight Eisenhower. President Johnson had a button on his desk which gushed Coca-Cola. Of course, the most famous Pepsi-Cola president was Richard Nixon. This is Nixon drinking Coca-Cola, a rare sight indeed. For Nixon owed much of his career to Pepsi, and Pepsi owed much to him. When as vice president he went to Moscow for a trade fair in 1959, he was taken aside by a Pepsi super salesman called Donald Kendall, who told him, "My one purpose is to get a bottle of Pepsi into the hands of Khrushchev." Nixon replied, "Don't worry, I'll do it." And during the famous kitchen debate that followed, an extraordinary relationship was joined between Nixon and Pepsi, capitalism and communism. Although Nixon was looking here like the next president, his fortunes were to change. In 1960, he was narrowly defeated for the presidency by John Kennedy. 2 years later, he suffered an ignominious defeat in the election for governor of California, and this is how he said bye-bye.
Just think how much you're going to be missing. You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
But Nixon was already on his way back. Pepsi made him the company's lawyer, and Nixon set out to put Pepsi firmly on the world market and himself in the White House.
Nixon's big interest has always been foreign policy, and I was running our international company. In fact, I tried to originally get him, instead of going to the law firm, to come in as chairman of our international company, because he had tremendous contacts around the world. And at that point in our development, we were opening markets. We were a very small international company at that point, and we got going during that period where we were opening a new plant about every 11 working days. And Nixon was very helpful in opening doors. For example, in Taiwan, We couldn't get in Taiwan because the local competition, they just wouldn't permit it. It had nothing to do with our product or anything else. It just, they didn't want the competition. And I had a meeting with Nixon with Chiang Kai-shek, and that solved that problem.
Nixon's worldwide travels during the 60s, partly paid for by Pepsi-Cola, followed a pattern. At each stop, whether it was Beirut or Manila, he would announce to the local press that he would accept the Republican Party's nomination for president if asked to run. Invariably, he would hold talks with a national leader, and Pepsi-Cola's ambitions in that country would be associated with the ambitions of a possible future president of the United States. It wasn't long before Nixon had acquired something of the statesman-like image he needed to get over his checkered past.
How long have you been working here at the Kremlin?
Like the image of Pepsi itself, he had progressed from the kitchen into the living room. In 1968, after campaigning in a Pepsi plane and drawing financial benefit from Pepsi contacts, Nixon's astonishing comeback was complete. He was president. Within a month of his inauguration, he made Donald Kendall of Pepsi head of the National Alliance of Businessmen.
Throughout his career. In fact, he is generally known by his, among his business colleagues as the man who pours it on.
In 1971, Kendall went to Moscow with an American trade mission. At the Kremlin, Kendall produced a radio in the shape of a can of Pepsi and played it to Prime Minister Kosygin. Everybody laughed. Kosygin got the point, and later that evening he approached Kendall. "I understand you want to trade Pepsi-Cola for vodka," he said. "Yes, sir," said the Pepsi president, and they shook hands on a deal making Pepsi-Cola the first American consumer product to be made and sold in the Soviet Union.
The Soviets are generally concerned about the problem of alcoholism. This is what Kosygin constantly talked about. And he wanted a product that he thought might divert the people from consuming alcohol, and asked a lot of questions about PepsiCo and how far he could ship it and the shelf life and that type of thing, and talked a lot about alcoholism. Matter of fact, when I saw him after we opened our first plant, I told him I didn't think we were very successful because we opened the plant at Novorossiysk and we went by hydrofoil down to Sochi on the Black Sea. And we arrived at the pier, and the mayor made this big speech upon our arrival and announced with great pleasure to me that the #1 drink in Sochi had become Pepsi-Cola and vodka.
Kendall understood one truth, that communist countries could best serve American interests as monopoly markets rather than as adversaries. Pepsi's Russian deal was announced within 2 weeks of Nixon's re-election in 1972 and was perhaps the effective beginning of a pragmatic foreign policy called détente.
It became the symbol of détente. And a lot of Soviets have said this to me, that the only thing that they saw, the visible thing that they could see was Pepsi-Cola that started during this period of détente.
But while businessmen like Kendall saw détente as a means of serving American interests, Ronald Reagan saw it as an obstacle to establishing total American superiority.
Let us not be satisfied with a foreign policy whose principal accomplishment seems to be our acquisition of the right to sell Pepsi-Cola in Siberia.
Reagan, of course, was no chimp. He'd been selling things to the American public for a long time, such as stay-press shirts, soap, the delights of smoking, and making a fast buck. But is he a Pepsi president? Or is he, like his predecessor, a Coke president? Carter, a Georgia boy, was very much a Coca-Cola president. He appointed one of Coca-Cola's lawyers to be Attorney General of the United States, and the then chairman of Coca-Cola, Paul Austin, shuttled unofficially and often secretly between the White House and President Sadat, Fidel Castro, and Peking. Carter acknowledged the political power of Coca-Cola when he said, "We have our own built-in State Department at the Coca-Cola Company. They provide me ahead of time with penetrating analysis of what a country is, who its leaders are, and what its problems are."
Jimmy Carter was good old a good old Georgia boy. Grew up, became governor of Georgia. But during the war, he was in the Navy. In the summer of 1942, he had been appointed by his congressman as a candidate for the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis. Of course, the appointment's one thing, and getting it, being qualified, is another. Jimmy Carter qualified in all respects except his feet. He had flat feet, at least at that time. And his mother told me, when I went on a visit down to Plains, Georgia, that he finally qualified concerning the flat feet because he spent that summer before the final physical test rolling the soles of his feet over Coke bottles.
In running for president, Jimmy Carter was Coca-Cola's man. Tony Schwartz, the advertising man who had made 300 commercials for Coke, was brought in to help sell Carter the candidate. To Schwartz, selling an image of a politician was no different from selling the image of a soft drink, as long as you kept to the rules and didn't mention what the product contained. One of Carter's first acts as president was to change the soft drink vending machines in the White House. Out went Pepsi, in went Coke. Then there was Portugal, where Coke had been banned for 60 years. Carter obliged Portugal with a $300 million loan, and Coke was into a new rich market. However, the big payoff was China, and not even Mao, who had kicked out Coke in 1949, could hold back the tide of sugar, caffeine, and Doc Pemberton's secret juices, for which 1 billion gullets beckoned. An American medical group warned Deputy Premier Deng Xiaoping, "Don't do it. Few American food products are more injurious to health than Coca-Cola. For China to have Coke is irrational." But the Chinese, who alas had only happiness cola, wanted the real thing. That was 1978. The Soviet Union, China's principal foe, had just signed a friendship treaty with Vietnam. The Chinese reacted by concluding 2 alliances. First, with the standard bearer of American commerce, Coca-Cola, and 2 days later, with the American government. Coke politely waited a week to announce the deal formally, so as not to upstage Carter when he announced America's recognition of its once most hated enemy.
The fact is that for a number of years, prior to the official recognition, governmental recognition between the People's Republic of China and the United States, operating under the laws of the United States, we sensed that sooner or later, the handwriting was on the wall, that the relationship between the United States and China would begin to open up. It was beginning to open up. And the company began to attend trade fairs in China, began to start some actual trade with various agencies in the Chinese government, began to develop relationships, began to get them acquainted with our kind of system. When the Chinese government said, we would like to talk seriously about opening up a franchise, they were making judgments about their relationships with the United States. And it was logical for them to come to someone with whom they had established a decent relationship to be one of the first. And aside from that, there was no hidden agenda and no basic communication between the Coca-Cola Company and the U.S. government on that issue. We were abiding by the laws of the land.
Coca-Cola started negotiating with the Chinese very, very early. Now, were you pre-Kissinger?
We were 6 years ahead of the actual recognition, where it was agreed that embassies would open up. 6 years prior to that, there was contact between the Coca-Cola Company and people in the Chinese government.
To understand the moves and fortunes of the Coca-Cola Company is to understand much about American foreign policy. Coca-Cola quietly shut down its operation in South Vietnam well before America's hurried departure in 1975. Did Coca-Cola know something even Washington didn't know?
The Coca-Cola Company is, and its product is absolutely non-political. And we do business with any country that the U.S. government will do business with. We're a U.S.-based company. From a personal point of view, I believe that the best way to get to know people who have a different political philosophy than you, and perhaps the best way to encourage world harmony, is to establish world trade. Because people who find some way to do business with each other tend to be able to iron out some of their other differences. So that when we do business in communist countries, we don't sacrifice any of our principles.
There are no mean people in the world, just thirsty ones. No really bad guys, just guys who are hot and tired and bugged. Coca-Cola can take care of them. There's something good-natured about the taste of Coke, a sort of get the chip off your shoulder niceness that lets the real you shine through. In fact, you could say the special kind of goodness in Coke brings out the goodness in people.
Both Coke and Pepsi are heavily invested in Latin America, and their local franchise operators, which are not subsidiaries and therefore not directly responsible to headquarters in the United States, can virtually do what they like. The franchise operator in Guatemala in the 70s was John C. Trotter, a Texan who believed that godless communism had infiltrated everywhere except the Coca-Cola Company. Guatemala has one of the world's worst records in human rights. Death squads murder and torture with impunity, while 4 out of 5 children suffer from malnutrition. Trotter paid his Coca-Cola workers less than $2 a day, and when they began to unionize, 3 union officials were murdered and 2 union lawyers were kidnapped. Coca-Cola means crime in Guatemala, a union official told a meeting of shareholders in America. He asked the company to intervene and to stop the bloodshed, to which Coca-Cola's management replied that such an intrusion into the affairs of an independent bottler would be improper. In 1980, under worldwide pressure, Coke sacked the notorious Trotter. But of course, the company is still in Guatemala.
There have been places where where for one reason or other, we've had to leave. But in the vast majority of the countries, the fact that we're dealing with entrepreneurs rather than governments, I think is quite valid. The difference. Governments change at the whim of people. Businesses hire people, they pay people, they build, they stay, they pay taxes, they support charities. They're part of the community. And, you know, governments are here today and gone tomorrow.
The Chilean government of Salvador Allende was here today and gone tomorrow, thanks to a CIA operation. The Pepsi-Cola bottler in Chile was Augustin Edwards, publisher of the El Mercurio newspaper, which, according to a Senate report, became a CIA front. When Allende was elected, Edwards flew to Washington and met Henry Kissinger and Richard Helms, director of the CIA. These were crucial meetings, according to Helms, and were arranged by Donald Kendall, president of Pepsi-Cola.
What happens when a company like Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola is accused of meddling in the politics of a certain country? This has happened to both corporations, and you mentioned South America, Chile in particular.
John, when you get that kind of publicity, and when you get relationships that, that you spoke of earlier with in both countries with the White House, you frequently get accused of having power that you really don't have. One of them, for example, is in the case of the overthrow of Allende, in which I actually ended up before the grand jury. And in Argentina, I couldn't go to Argentina for a long time because they had me listed as running CIA in South America, that Pepsi-Cola was just a cover-up. And actually, our bottler, Pepsi-Cola bottler in Chile, happens to own the El Mercurio newspaper. And when he came up here, Nixon wanted to see him, and he'd met him previously with me. And I took him down for the meeting, which started the campaign. But I really had nothing to do except the introduction, but I got blamed as though I was running the whole show.
The overthrow of Chile's last democratically elected government had begun. 3 years later, Allende was shot, and Chile sank into military repression from which it is yet to recover. Of course, Pepsi-Cola is still in Chile.
It's no paradox that as American foreign policy was trying to overthrow Allende in Chile at this time, that there were, at the same time, American foreign policy was trying to establish détente with the Soviet Union. On one hand, you have Allende, who in the eyes of Augustin Edwards, the Pepsi bottler, and many others, was threatening to close off the marketplace from American interests. And on the other hand, with détente, you had the Soviet Union, who very, very cautiously, very gradually, was opening up the marketplace for American interests. And this is the essence, as we see it, of American foreign policy. The real essence, when you distill everything away, is access to the marketplace. If you give us access to the marketplace, we'll do business with you, regardless if you're fascist, or if you're communist, or if you're anything in between. Just like if you deny us that access, then there are going to be problems.
But the problems are not just political. In a survey of malnutrition in developing countries where Coke and Pepsi dominate, a priest wrote from his remote region. The great majority of people here are convinced that soft drinks must be consumed every day. This is mainly due to extensive advertising. In the meantime, in these same villages, natural products such as fruit are consumed less. In some families, just once a week. Other families even sell their own natural products in order to buy soft drinks.
I think that you have to look at it in the context of what people do in their lifestyles. In the emerging countries, many people have tried to sell strictly nutritional products. The fact of the matter is the people won't drink it. Yeah, the people won't eat it. They are ingrained in terms of what their local diets and lifestyles happen to be. A Pepsi-Cola is never sold as a food product. It's sold as a part of leisure, part of enjoyment. And for many people, having a Pepsi-Cola is, equivalent to us going to the theater or doing something over here. That's a lot greater luxury. So I don't think that the nutritional argument is one that we would ever make with Pepsi-Cola. We're not trying to sell it as something nutritional. We're trying to say, it's a part of having fun, it's a part of enjoyment, and it's a very high-quality product. But it's not a nutritional product, never sold that way.
We make no health claim for Coca-Cola because while Coca-Cola can provide energy, it certainly fills a need of providing refreshing liquid. But you see, it also provides purity. And in a great many countries around the world, you don't have the luxury even of going to a tap and getting a decent, potable glass of pure water. Coca-Cola provides absolute purity to people. And they can take a drink of this beverage, get the refreshment, get energy. And in some countries, that's an issue. But more importantly, know that what they're drinking is not going to harm them. But we make no health claim for the product. We know that there is a place in society, in every society, even the most primitive society, for a moment of refreshment. They're going to find it, and when they find it in Coke, they get one that's pure and clear and tasty and very inexpensive.
In 1968, a Senate Select Committee was set up in the United States to look into hunger and the relationship of diet to heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and other ailments. In 1973, the chairman, Senator George McGovern, put the following question to Dr. G.D. Campbell, an authority on diabetes. In terms of sugar intake, where do you put the kind of soft drinks that we consume in this country on the scale of offenders? Dr. Campbell replied, I must declare an interest here because I'm actually in the employ of Coca-Cola, but I think that soft drinks are the biggest villains of all. because they are the thing that starts the children off. The time to start nutrition education is the time when too many children are drinking a litre of sugar-sweetened Coca-Cola every day. Although other expert witnesses defended a moderate intake of sugar, the committee's findings singled out soft drinks for the harm they did and recommended a drastic reduction in their manufacture. This, of course, did not happen, and since then, soft drink consumption in America, of which Coke and Pepsi are the undisputed leaders, could soon exceed that of water.
Do you ever reflect that so much power and influence and energy and money is focused on something that is only a soft drink?
Isn't that wonderful? I think it's fantastic, John, that you can build up a company and create an image with a product that's just a soft drink, that pleasant experience, that you can make that occur all around the world.
I go to bed every night thinking that we add a lot of brightness to life. A little child down in Colombia, a young wife, 19 years old, who really doesn't have a lot of hope about what they're going to do with life. When they go down to that little bodego and they put a few pennies down on the table, nothing, it's not money that's going to change their lifestyle by spending it on a Coke. But for a moment, she's got her hand around the same thing that the president of that country is drinking, or that people of every walk of life drink. And I think that's terribly valid.
Out on Manzanella Beach, GI romance with native peach. All night long, make tropic love. The next day, sitting hot sun and cool off, drinking rum and Coca-Cola. Go down Point Coolana, both mother and daughter, working for the Yankee dollar. It's a fact, man, it's a fact. Rum and Coca-Cola. Rum and Coca-Cola. Working for the Yankee dollar.
History flames into life as the dramatic scenes of the first landing at Circular Quay are reenacted at Farm Cove. In the shadow of a modern city, a replica of His Majesty's ship Supply rides at anchor, where the real Supply was hove to on January the 26th, 1788. We see the natives gathering in corroboree to ward off the invaders, just as they then did.
Keep the anchoring signal flying, bosun.
This is how white Australians celebrated 150 years of settlement, which black Australians would describe as invasion.
Before Captain Phillip lands, Lieutenant Ball takes a boatload of Marines ashore to keep the natives in check. In the face of menacing savages, the white men advance up the shore of the new land.
Especially as there appear to be no women amongst them. Is there any likelihood of an ambush? See that no Indians remain skulking about.
Now Phillip himself lands. So a handful of Englishmen took possession of a continent, a vast, unknown, primeval land.
It is now fitting that we should turn our minds to the purpose underlying this enterprise, which is to plant a fresh sprig of empire in this new and vast land. It may be that this country will become the most valuable acquisition Britain has ever made.
The flag of England is hoisted again where it first flew in Australia, this time watched by thousands of Australian-born citizens of the Empire.
The Aborigines taking part in this reenactment were press-ganged into playing roles. They were brought to Sydney and held overnight in a police compound next to dog kennels, and they were warned that if they didn't cooperate, their food rations would be stopped. In 1988,
it will be the 200th anniversary of the British in Australia. Who will play the menacing savages has yet to be decided. At the white man's school, what are the children taught? Are they told of the battles our people fought? Are they told how our people died? Are they told why our people cried? Australia's true history is never read, but the black man keeps it in his head. The greatest island on Earth, Australia, is a secret country with a secret history. Now that may sound strange because Australia has always projected a very clear image of an open and fortunate society. And yet there are few countries in which an historical conspiracy of silence has been so complete as here in Australia. This was a frontier country, and it still is. On one side of the frontier in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, there were the English poor and Irish political prisoners sent by Britain as slaves. On the other side of the frontier, in deepest shadow, lived a mysterious and remarkable nation whose people could trace their roots back 40,000 years. Britain waged war against this nation. Massacres as systematic as those practiced against the Jews in the 20th century were carried out in the name of God, king, anthropology, money and land. The jolly swagman was not especially jolly. The billabongs ran with blood. Few or none of these events were recorded and remembered by white Australians. And as the cities grew, the descendants of the white slaves, Australians like myself, seldom glimpsed the other side of the frontier, the outback as we called it. As children, we were given to understand that we were merely innocent bystanders to the slow and natural death of an ancient people, the first Australians, rather than the inheritors of a past every bit as rapacious as that of the United States, Latin America, Africa. All that was unmentionable and secret. This picture was taken at an Aboriginal reserve in the Northern Territory in 1968. Called the Palms, it was my first glimpse of what I'd never imagined, an Australian gulag beyond the frontier. How did they get away with it? In Aboriginal cemeteries, the number of children's graves is always disproportionately high. In 1983, two researchers using Queensland government statistics found that Aboriginal deaths from preventable infectious diseases in that state were as much as 300 times higher than the white average and among the highest in the world. In New South Wales, a report found that almost a quarter of Aboriginal males who had survived to the age of 20 were dead by 40. These are third world statistics. A third world disease, trachoma, is widespread in black Australia. Trachoma grows ulcers on the eyes and causes blindness. Leprosy is also virulent. In recent years, the rate of new lepers has dropped by only 20% in Australia, compared with an 80% drop in Upper Volta, the poorest country in the world. Black Australians may well have the highest prison population in the world. Convictions related to homelessness, alcoholism, and unemployment have meant, in effect, that to be black is a crime. In education, black children who not long ago were taught that their society was pagan are now taught to question it, while all the time being rejected by the alternative white society. Too many black Australians live in tin shelters like these, which boil in summer and freeze in winter, which have an ablution block if they're lucky, and taps that seldom run. Australians give generously to Cambodia and Ethiopia, but this is not a cause. For beyond the suburbs it remains out of sight and out of mind. How the first Australians have survived and actually increased their number in recent years is phenomenal.
All those can never kill the Aboriginal spirit. It can Man has done terrible things to the Aboriginal man, the physical part of us. It has caused everything you've said it has. The degradation has been there, but that's just a reflection on the European white ways, not the Aboriginal spirit. The Aboriginal spirit is a shining, pure spirit which still is part of this.
I think it is our greatest victory that we have hung on to our humanity. I think it is not true that we have been dehumanised in the way that so many other peoples of the world have been dehumanised by decolonisation. And in fact, it frustrates many of our white sympathisers that Aboriginal people are still so kind and prepared to accept white people on their own terms.
So far, all they've had is the crumbs that drop from the white man's table. And Aborigines basically have had secondary rewards, more or less. Don't want to denigrate all the hard work put in by the Aboriginal people and their white supporters who got the vote for Aborigines and so on. But the Aborigines have to win a place in modern Australia, and they have to develop the sort of organisation that will enable them to do that.
In the past 15 years, extraordinary changes have begun to happen in Australia. The nation on the other side of the frontier has risen from its deathbed and has begun to fight back. And what a spectacle it is. As the first Australians challenge some of the greatest transnational companies in the world, and governments, and historians, and assumptions and attitudes, and disease and neglect, in order that they may claim back their share of the oldest continent, their country. This film is a glimpse of their epic story. When Captain Cook landed here in Botany Bay, he was under orders not to raise the Union Jack without the consent of the inhabitants of Australia. But Cook and Captain Arthur Phillip, who followed with the first fleet of convicts, both disobeyed these instructions. And what followed was one of the darkest and least known periods in the history of Britain's empire. The British declared Australia an empty land, in spite of the fact that there were tribes with a total population of at least 300,000, perhaps as many as 1 million. No one knew exactly, because the first Australians were not counted as human beings. Decimation was swift. Aboriginal blood carried no resistance to white disease. Lieutenant Brady, Royal Marines, reported in 1788, "From the great number of dead natives found in every part of Sydney Harbour, it appears that the smallpox has made dreadful havoc among them." But not nearly as much havoc as massacre. No British colony was born under so cruel a star as Australia. The early convict ships had brought thousands of white slaves, mostly English and Irish, transported for crimes of poverty and politics. And they became the instruments of massacre, directed by Christian gentlemen who had brought with them attitudes of racial superiority that were the staple of empire. Ironically, their cruelty was at odds with liberal reformers in Britain who were then seeking to end the slave trade. In 1837, a House of Commons Select Committee condemned the atrocities against the Aborigines. But the difference between sympathy and action was a convenient 15,000 miles.
I think it's a very calculating attitude which makes an entire nation of people write out 200 years of history and speak only about imperial history. They speak about the pioneers, the brave white pioneers, the brave women who settled the country, as if we didn't ever exist. And all of that history is based also on the legal fiction which established for them that they legitimately owned this country. They call it terra nullius, in other words, empty continent. The law says that we did not exist in 1788. Therefore, the continent was empty, uninhabited wasteland, and therefore the British had a right to occupy it. So you see, there have never been treaties here because we didn't exist legally to sign a treaty with them.
The Aborigines were deemed to be subhuman, little more than animals. which was to justify not only the theft of their land, but their extermination. An edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, still in circulation when I was at school, described them as only an animal of prey, more ferocious than the leopard or the hyena. He devours his own species. So they were hunted and raped and massacred. And few doubted at the time that genocide was official policy. A government report in the 1850s spoke of the success of poisoning Aborigines, 100 of them laid out at a time. But until quite recently, little of this was even acknowledged. In Tasmania, the Aborigines were said to have died out. In fact, they were hunted along with kangaroos and almost wiped out. In New South Wales, by 1845, the tribe who had watched Captain Cook sail here into Botany Bay was reduced to 3 women and a man. In Victoria, an Aborigine called Old Mr. Burt recalled this story told by his mother.
They buried our babies with only their heads above the ground. All in a row they were. Then they had a test to see who could kick the babies' heads off the furthest. One man clobbered a baby's head off from horseback. They then spent most of the day raping the women. Most of them were then tortured to death by sticking sharp things like spears up their vaginas until they died. They tied the men's hands behind their backs, then cut off their penis and testicles, and watched them run around screaming until they died.
One of the most enduring myths about the Aborigines is that they did not fight back. In fact, a war of resistance lasted more than a century, some of it here on the banks of the Hawkesbury River, north of Sydney. During the 1930s, my father built a cottage here, on the beach at an Aboriginal place called Patonga.
I think we knew that somebody had lived at Patonga at some time, but no one talked about it. In fact, an entire nation had lived here on and off for thousands of years. They were called the Jurag, a unique Aboriginal people, tall and slender, whose country extended to a 40-mile radius north of Sydney, and the mighty Hawkesbury River was theirs. And when the British established the town of Windsor in the early 1800s, a great war began. This war was not recorded in the Imperial Chronicles of Australia. Growing up here, I knew nothing about it, and I suspect that's still true of the people in the smart beach houses here today. And yet the Jurag inflicted on the British a casualty rate greater than that sustained by the Australian Armed Forces during all of World War II. And finally, after 22 years, outnumbered and without guns, they went down fighting to the last man, woman and child, a complete nation. Today, in a land of many cenotaphs and war memorials on which invariably is written, "Lest we forget," not one of them stands for those who fought and fell in their own country.
By the 1920s, the British invasion had caused the deaths of at least 250,000 black Australians. Genocide on a massive scale. But this fact remained suppressed, except in the living memory of those who survived.
Here in the Northern Territory, in the great isolated heartland of Australia, the killing of Aborigines continued well into the 20th century, and most of these also remained secret. However, in 1928, 150 miles from Alice Springs, a gang of police and cattlemen massacred at least 50 Aborigines, perhaps many more, and word got out. A public inquiry was held, and its findings were summarized in these 3 words: the shooting was justified. In giving evidence, Constable William Murray said, "We shot to kill. What use is a wounded blackfella 100 miles from civilization?"
Indeed, in the 1930s, there were massacres around here. And in Queensland, they were called nigger hunts. And I've heard white men only 5 years ago recalling their days in the nigger hunts. And yes, they justified murdering us because we didn't use the land the way they did. And as I say, it was an utterly calculating attitude. They wanted our land, and to get our land, they had to get rid of us.
We had pride in the land because, you know, we have all our sacred sites, we have all our things in there. We live by the land. We don't go and destroy the land. The land is our mother. That's what we believe in. And if it's going to be taken away from us, it's like taking someone's life away.
if the non-Aboriginal people of Australia are willing to learn some of my grandfather's meaning for this country, then that may be able to give them some understanding what does really Australia is, what the history of Australia. Ned Kelly was only yesterday. You know, William the Conqueror was only yesterday. We got stories going back thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
The uniqueness of the Australian past has been concealed. In the dream time of the Aborigine, the land is sacred, the beginning and end of life itself. The European attitude to land, that of a commodity to be bought and sold, built on and exploited, is incomprehensible to a black Australian. This is the Obiri Rock, a cathedral of the spirit, east of Darwin. The significance of these paintings was only understood by Europeans as recently as the 1950s and 60s. These pictures were painted more than 10,000 years before the pyramids. They are older and more sophisticated than the cave paintings in France, by which the European tribes have measured their civilization. The World Heritage List now recognizes them as the oldest expression of human creativity. In other words, the longest historical record of any human beings. In recent years, white historians have made contact with people whose oral history includes record of the eruption of volcanoes 5,000 years ago. Many Australians are unaware of this. To them, the Aborigine is merely an object of pity, the poor old Abo. Many only see the frontier from their jumbo jet on its way to Singapore and London, although every summer they may feel it, as winds from the deserts bring fires like this. These fires are unpredictable. They devastate the rural landscape and they reach into corners of gentility and incinerate without argument. Perhaps these fires, like the great droughts and floods, are reminders of the true nature of a country in which the majority of people may only be interlopers. The Aborigines not only survived, they developed a unique society and culture which those Europeans tied to racial stereotypes never saw or never acknowledged. Aborigines were presumed to be primitive and passive, at best noble savages, but none of this was true. In this ritual dance, for instance, the essence is humour, a put-on. In fact, they were more sophisticated than the invaders. They learnt languages better, they understood the environment better, and the civilized value of their one-family society often remained a puzzle to Europeans who were hardly civilized themselves, coming from a background of class division and brutal poverty. One European observer wrote that generosity seems so fundamental to the blacks that they have no word for thank you, nor did they have any concept of the extremes of wealth and poverty, nor were they able to fathom the invaders' idea of equality, that of freedoms negotiated between elites. The native Australians, wrote a colonial official in 1841, are a nation owning no chief, literally a pure democracy. A Victorian clergyman wrote, "The Aborigines don't seem to understand exalted rank. In fact, it's difficult to get into a blackfellow's head that one man is higher than another." In 1965, the non-people revolted. A young Aborigine called Charlie Perkins led both blacks and white students on freedom rides into the outback. The idea had come from the freedom rides into the segregated southern states of America in the early 60s, and this town, Moree, New South Wales, might well have been Selma, Alabama. Life was divided racially at almost every level. Here at the public swimming pool, where black children were banned, Perkins and his freedom riders were confronted by an angry white crowd. Then a black woman stepped forward and made a courageous speech in which she pointed to white men who had gone secretly with black women and had fathered black children. "Tell your wives what you've been doing," she said. "Go on, they're just over there, tell them." That evening, black children were allowed into the swimming pool. The fight back had begun. In 1967, a referendum was held which allowed the Aborigines to be counted as citizens in their own country. They could own property, they could get a job without permission, at least on paper, and they could vote. But for whom? For what? Political regimes in states like Queensland and Western Australia remained deaf to them. But what was changing, and dramatically, was the attitude of Aborigines themselves, many of whom now refused to play the part of mere victims in order to merit white sympathy and charity. Black Australians have tried many times to bring their case to the world, but their cry could not compete with the image of the lucky country. In 1982, the Commonwealth Games were held in Brisbane, Queensland, and the assembled international media heard ordinary, dignified voices of Black Australia, a nation they had not known existed.
Everyone else here today has brought along their flags of their country. We're doing exactly the same thing. We're promoting our flag, the flag that we've chosen to follow, and we're displaying that. And there's no harm in doing exactly that. And we're going to sit it out quietly like the rest of them, enjoy the games, but display our flag, and that's what we're doing.
Around this time, the then Australian Prime Minister, Malcolm Fraser, was building a reputation as a champion of black rights in southern Africa. For the Aborigines, this presented a familiar irony. The Fraser government had consistently refused to use its federal power against repressive states like Queensland, whose premier accused communists of disturbing his otherwise happy poor old Abos. The truth was that the days of the poor old Abo had gone forever.
I am calling a corroboree of all the natives of New South Wales to send a petition to the King in an endeavour to improve our condition. All the black man wants is representation in federal parliament. There is also plenty of fish in the river for us all, and land to grow all we want. 150 years ago, the Aboriginals owned Australia, and today he demands more than the white man's charity. He wants the right to live.
At that time, the 1930s, the Protection Acts were in full force. The Chief Protector had the power to send mixed-blood children to missions, having wrenched them away from their Aboriginal mothers. In this way, the mothers could continue to serve their white masters, the masters were saved any possible embarrassment, and the children were civilized with Christian ritual. If any Aborigine objected to this arrangement, the Chief Protector could imprison him or her without trial, all of which, said the law, was to save the natives from being overwhelmed by the white race. In recent years, many of those children sent to the missions have tried to find their families.
Well, the first time with me, as the story goes, is my grandpa said, "You don't take that kid," you know, so I was left. He stopped him, but then the following year, months later, he came back again, and then I was out with some other kids, and most of the old people had gone away from the station. And so Constable Bill McKinnon was able to take me, put me on the camel and take me, you know, till people realised the day after or the 2 days after that I was missing.
Between her sobs, I heard her say, "Police been taking my baby away. From white man boss, that baby I have. Why he let him take baby away?"
I got European blood in me. My grandfather, my European grandfather, he is Scotsman. He come from Stockton-on-Tees somewhere, in England, somewhere there. He come over around the border up there. He come here. And he had Aboriginal wives, and He gave his children then his name, my grandfather. But the policeman, under the assimilation laws and this type of thing, he used to go and grab all us, grab my mothers and all that there, and put them in a compound because they were half European or whatever, or something like that. They put them in a compound. And my old granny, my old black granny, she'll come up there and try to talk to us, but we weren't allowed to. She'd get put in jail, or I'd be getting threatened to send up to places like Melbourne and Croker Island.
The officials came for us with a policeman in the car, and my mother said, "You're not taking them." He said, "Well, I'll have to use this if you don't," patting the case with the handcuffs in it, you know. But we, in our childish imagination, we thought it was a gun. And could we both yelled in together, we'll go, Mum, we'll go, you know. And he was very kind. He tried to be, you know, very kind. My mother said, "Well, I'm going too." And he still had her apron on, and went 25 miles to Deniliquin, and we weren't there very long when the car took us then to Finley and on the train to Cootamundra. That's a train. Well, I heard years later how my mother cried and cried, and she went out. She had nowhere to go, and she went out into the bush, and my old aunt and them who were told them as they were coming past a certain point right out on the outskirts of Deniliquin, they heard us moaning like an animal, you know, and they stopped the buggy and went over to see, and they discovered that it was my mother lying under this tree and in the tall grass crying. She couldn't moaning, she couldn't cry anymore, you know, and they had to care for her and look after her, but we were already on our road, the way, or might have been in Cootamundra by then, you know, by train. But I often wonder how many other children were taken like that, just like animals, because our hearts were absolutely broken.
In January 1972, 4 young blacks set up a tent on the lawns of Federal Parliament in Canberra and called it the Aboriginal Embassy. Again and again the police tore it down, and again the Aborigines put it back up, all of which was embarrassing to a Conservative coalition government which found itself explaining to inquiring foreigners the symbolism of an Australian embassy in Australia. It was a brilliant idea which focused a national campaign for land rights and helped to concentrate minds in the Australian Labor Party. A Labor government was elected for the first time in 23 years. It was the first Australian government committed to a policy not of whether there ought to be justice for the Aborigines, but how. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam set up a commission which laid down principles for land rights legislation, in effect, the beginning of real self-determination. One of Whitlam's last political acts was to go to the land of the Gurindji people and become the first white leader to give back a piece of Australia to the first Australians. Viewed against the nightmare that had gone before, the Aboriginal renaissance that unfolded during the 1970s was extraordinary. These are but a few who became public names. Pat O'Shane, first Aboriginal woman barrister, first head of a government department. Charlie Perkins, freedom rider, now head of the Department of Aboriginal Affairs. Mick Miller, pioneer community leader, eloquent foe of Queensland politicians. Kevin Gilbert, poet and author of the first major political work by an Aborigine. Kevin Cook, a pioneer of Aboriginal cooperative training. Essie Coffey, award-winning filmmaker from New South Wales. Justin Saunders, an outstanding stage and screen actress. Mawil Yantelaway, celebrated star of many feature films. David Gulpilil, film actor and dancer extraordinary. Self-determination is happening in many ways. This is Central Australia Aboriginal Media, the first radio network to be run by and for Aborigines in their own languages.
At the beginning, they couldn't believe that it was happening. I'd seen people cry when we first showed them how to find our radio, our station on the dial. I spent the first few weeks we were on air just going around the fringe camps, showing people if they got a radio, where they found it on the dial, and the people were just so overwhelmed.
But to hear their own language.
To hear their own language on the radio.
Good afternoon, time is 7 minutes past 1.
In 1986, a new television satellite will beam all the great milestones of Western civilization to the outback. Dallas, This Is Your Life, Sale of the Century. From the coming of the first settlers and their sheep to the miners and their bulldozers, the Aborigines have lost out. With the coming of this new satellite, will a venture such as this be smothered and they lose out again?
He didn't line it up properly.
The same determination that is keeping alive ancient languages has produced from virtually nothing in 1970 Aboriginal councils that are democratically based and legal and medical services that are informal, accessible and truly part of the Aboriginal community.
The long-term goal is self-determination, and the obstacle is what we call the Aboriginal industry. There are so many white people in Aboriginal affairs doing things that we can do, running our communities when our communities can run them themselves, and so that it seems almost impossible at the moment to do anything about that. But if you take a long-term view, we've come a long way in terms of achieving self-determination on the ground, in running our own communities and organisations, and in convincing Aboriginal people that they can do it, that one doesn't have to be reliant on the long socks.
It's like Big Brother watching, you know. Look, you do the right thing. If you don't, I'll clip you under the ears, you know. So our big white brothers prefer that we stick under their rules.
Their rules?
Their rules.
Do you think there'll ever come a time where you'll have your own rules?
Well, I don't care what rule they get. I've got my rule in my sacred site, which I keep, and I'm proud of it.
The Walpiri people of the Northern Territory have transformed this former mission at Bamyili into their own community, with a bus, a clinic, and a school where the first black teachers are qualifying.
I'm listening to the radio.
Yeah, I'm listening to the radio, yeah. And where am I go then? Where am I reckon I'm going?
I'm going to look like chicken. Then I'm going
Well, he allowed his picture, yeah, what him doing? Yeah, me get up from bed, what about here now? What about this picture here?
Buckingham Palace, scenes of Christmas snow. Education here is still white-controlled and has yet to look to the other side of the frontier, while the blacks are still asked to make all the compromises. At least they're no longer being taught that Captain Cook found them.
Do that again. Point to the word Christmas.
Far west of here are other resurgent communities where there are no compromises. These are known as outstations, where Aborigines run their own cattle and are self-supporting. There's little welfare, no TV and no alcohol. Several of them have shortwave radio and their own airstrips. 20 years ago, such a choice would have been unthinkable. At Yipperinya School near Alice Springs, the children of people who were once forced off their land by squatter farmers are taught their origins, such as the gathering of traditional food known as bush tucker, kangaroo, witchetty grub, wild onions. And this is how others regard the land. For the Aborigines, the history of mining in Australia is the story of brutal eviction without compensation. For example, at Mapoon in Queensland, the Aborigines refused to leave when the Queensland government awarded a lease to the giant Comalco company for bauxite mining. So armed police landed after dark, arrested the entire community, and burnt their homes, their church, their school and shops. That was 1963. There's no film record. Such atrocities were not news then. But by 1980, the Aborigines were waiting and organised. So much so that the police had to escort a drilling rig 1,500 miles to a sacred site at Nunkamba in Western Australia.
Stay off the road, you've been warned. Stay off.
What was significant about this was the white popular support for the Aborigines, which raises a universal question. Is it possible for the haves to restore to the have-nots an honoured place in their nation's history? What is tantalising about these events in Australia is that the answer to that question is not predetermined, not yet, and that there still seems a possibility for reconciliation between people of the first and third worlds sharing one country. In some respects, Australia denies itself sovereignty, for it's the most foreign-owned of any developed country. So what does land rights really mean? Who really owns Australia? This is freehold land owned by most ordinary Australians. That is the 90% who live in suburban towns and cities. And this is land leased by the pastoralists, many of them large foreign companies, and farmers whose forebears squatted on land in the 19th century. These are national parks where the wildlife can only be shot with the camera. And this is vacant Crown land, nothing to do with the royal family. It's land owned by the state and federal governments. And this is the land that the Aborigines have won back as a result of limited legislation in the 1970s. Most of it is barren desert, the kind of land whites don't want. Unless, of course, there's something rich underneath it.
We've got wastelands, wetlands, all swamps and all this type of business. And also, we own the Great Simpson Desert. We own the Stony Desert over here. We own only deserts and waste and wetlands. That's all we own. Yeah. And also, in South Australia, we own a place, what they call Maralinga lands. Now, we all, the infamous Maralinga. You know, that's all polluted with plutonium and all the byproducts of uranium.
Australia has the distinction of being the only country in the world to have supplied uranium for nuclear bombs, which its leaders allowed to be dropped by a foreign power on their own territory and their own people without warning. In the 1940s, the British were looking for somewhere to explode their new nuclear weapons. The central and western deserts of Australia were said to be ideal. Dr. Keith Locum, director of the Australian Radiation Laboratory, said, "There was the view in the back of everybody's mind that the land was unoccupied and likely to remain so. This view ignored the fact that an entire Aboriginal nation had lived on the land since before the arrival of Captain Cook. British history was conveniently repeating itself. More than 160 years earlier, all of Australia had been declared an empty land. At Maralinga and Emu Junction, between 1952 and 57, 9 nuclear bombs were exploded. Yami Lester was 12 at the time. His people received no warning.
This was early in the morning. I was up playing. Might have been around about 7. Sun was coming up, and it was a warm morning. And we heard this bang, and old people saying something, and when I heard the bang, and I just went on playing with other kids then. the black smoke come over. And that's what was dust storm, but it was too quiet for dust storm. And that just rolling above the trees, then pass over, and then after that, I don't know how many days after, but most of the people were sick, and we all got skin rash and diarrhea and sore eyes and red eyes, and you couldn't open it, and or you opened it and it was hurting, and tears and that all that. And I believe that some people died because of we didn't have any proper treatment. There's no white doctors or white nurses there. That's happened, I think, 1953. Then 57, I went blind then.
In Britain and Australia, a propaganda campaign was mounted to justify the tests. This was the news of the world in May 1957. Tests will harm no one. In the Daily Express, Chapman Pincher wondered who were the real opponents of Britain's harmless bomb tests. Could it be those who hate or envy the British? Could it be Jap business tycoons who are using underhand methods to beat Britain in the export markets? For many years, the Aboriginal people tried to tell the world what had really happened in Australia, but few listened. It was only when British and Australian servicemen who had worked on the tests began to suffer and die from cancers that the full horror of the bombs began to emerge. Finally, in 1984, the Australian government agreed to a Royal Commission. Patrick Connolly, who served at Maralinga with the Royal Air Force, said, "Occasionally we would bring the Aborigines in for decontamination. Other times, we just shoot them off like rabbits." Australia has offered its sovereignty to other countries while denying it to the Aborigines. The Americans today have a number of spy bases which are theirs to do as they wish. Here is the American ambassador accepting one of the bases almost as right.
Now, our friendly Australian landlords haven't yet demanded their rent. But we Americans want to always be good tenants. We want you to know that we pay our bills promptly. Here then, Mr. Prime Minister, I want to present you with one peppercorn payment in full for the first year's rent. I thank you very much.
Near Alice Springs and its sacred Aboriginal sites is the Pine Gap base, which tells the Americans what the Russians are doing in Europe. Not surprisingly, the Russians have indicated that Pine Gap is a prime nuclear target. A peppercorn is therefore a bargain price to pay for positioning Australia in the front line of a nuclear war on the other side of the world. The Prime Minister, Bob Hawke, has projected himself, or rather his media image, as truly a man of all the people. Indeed, when he came to power, his Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, Clyde Holding, spoke of land rights as a restitution for white Australia's genocidal past, a final healing of the wounds. A National Land Rights Act was to be drafted at last, one, it was hoped, without strings to snatch the land back. But mining was the catch. During the 1984 election campaign, powerful mining interests conducted an openly racist campaign which included TV commercials with a black wall built across Western Australia. In October, in the critical weeks before the election, the state's Labor Premier, Brian Burke, met Prime Minister Hawke. They talked about the problem of land rights and marginal seats and of being fair to mining interests. After the meeting, Hawke effectively cancelled Labor Party policy which would have given Aborigines the right to control resources on their own land. A starring role is said to be Bob Hawke's dream for the 1988 bicentenary celebrations, which for the Aborigines may well be a nightmare. This was Botany Bay in 1970. On the other side of the water, the whites were celebrating yet again the coming of Captain Cook. At the next celebrations, the Aborigines may not be satisfied simply with expressing their grief.
Well, every 26th of January I mourn in my heart, because as far as my experience with colonisation, I've pretended outwardly it's good. I've learned to speak the language that I was taught. I've learned to dress and live the way that made other people happy, but I had to sacrifice my desires, my ways, my culture.
You can go ahead and celebrate your 200 years, whatever, settlements. I'm just going to wander down the bush and do what I want to do.
Well, I don't see how Aborigines could have anything but antipathy towards the 1988 celebrations unless their sovereignty in this country had been assured. I mean, how on earth could Aborigines come to the party at all?
When are we going to celebrate justice? You know, when are we going to celebrate just giving back what was taken wrongfully?
It comes down to this. Aboriginal people will not survive unless we have real land rights, and that means having control over our land. The right to refuse entry to outsiders, the right to say no to mining if we have to, if we feel that it's too dangerous, and so on. We have to have that kind of control. If we don't have that control, it means the end of the longest living human culture and religion on this planet. That's what it means.
Nobody likes to see somebody lying down and taking it. The average Australian would give a lot of support to the Aboriginal groups who are going to stand up and take the fight to the powers that be to establish a very significant Aboriginal Australia. And there'd be many. The battle lines would be drawn up, but there'd be a lot of white Australians on the side of Aborigines who attempt to do this.
Is this perhaps the kind of national crusade that seems to have been lacking in this country for quite a long time?
How could it be possible with the people so decimated, over such a vast area? Decimated first by disease, then subjected to a systematic and not so systematic genocide in various parts. How could it be otherwise with the numbers so small and with the distractions and the forces against them so great? But when it does emerge, it should be, there'll be many people in Australia ready to help it.
In your lifetime, do you think?
I hope so. I hope so, yeah.
Are you hopeful or pessimistic about a reconciliation between white and black Australians?
I can't comment on that at the moment.
You're not sure?
Not sure. Otherwise I'd be telling you lies.
In a momentous vote in 1967, almost 90% of the Australian electorate gave the federal government special powers to legislate justice for the Aboriginal people. It was the greatest majority in Australian political history, and since then, some justice, some rights, some land, and some pride have been won back. And yet in this rich country, Aboriginal children remain sick and malnourished, and their death rate from simple, preventable disease is not very different from that of children in poor countries in Africa and Asia. This almost incredible situation is not a medical problem, but a political one. And the obstacles to overcoming it stem not from malevolence, but from a lack of political will to match sympathy with action. Support for the underdog has always been a powerful myth in Australia, in a white society with the humblest of origins. And like many myths, it's partly true. Radical reforms like voting rights, minimum wage and childcare legislation were pioneered in Australia. But when do the benefits of this noble and fragile tradition reach those whose extraordinary generosity of spirit has been expressed in this film? And what will happen in 1988 when 200 years of European settlement is celebrated? What version of events will be told then? An acceptable version, a compromised version, or the secret truth? It seems to me that until a committed policy of reconciliation, of real nationhood, is offered to the first Australians, those who came recently can never claim their own. In the first half of the 20th century, Japan changed from a feudal society to one of the world's leading industrial nations, a feat unparalleled in human history. In the second half of the 20th century, Japan's steel, ships, cars, computers and electronics dominate the world market. Japan has the highest literacy rate and the longest life expectancy of any nation ever. By the year 2000, Japan will almost certainly pass the United States in gross national product, making it the richest country in the world. You are more than likely to be watching this on a Japanese television set. If you're out, you may have recorded it on a video, Japanese, of course. And you may have checked the programs by your Japanese watch. Perhaps at the weekend you drove to the park in your Japanese car and took snaps with your Japanese camera. And yet most of us know very little about the people who make these things. Few of us have been to Japan, and even fewer speak Japanese, leaving only stark images and often patronizing racist views. In the space of one lifetime, these images have changed from Madame Butterfly to a bloodthirsty yellow peril to cheap imitators to a nation now considered by some to be almost invincible, even a model for us all. Japan is a nation of masks. Learning to live behind a mask is a prerequisite of much of Japanese civilization. This documentary will look behind the mask of 4 important areas of Japanese life: the way ordinary Japanese work, the conditions under which they live, the way children are educated, the extraordinary part played by women, and behind perhaps the most impenetrable mask of all, the subtle yet forceful way the Japanese establishment is today reclaiming a nationalism denied them since the Second World War. There are said to be 2 ways of looking at the truth in Japan: tatamai, which means truth publicly displayed, and hone, which means private truth. It is these 2 truths that have fascinated me since my first visit to Japan almost 20 years ago, but which have always left a certain sense of frustration. It's as if what you see and hear is not altogether real, or the whole story. For example, one of the inevitable questions asked in the West about the so-called Japanese economic miracle is, how can they do it with almost no natural resources and we can't? But is Japan really that different when it comes to the human cost of economic success? Or is the stress in this bold society merely one of many concealed truths? It's often difficult for Westerners to understand the scale of Japan's recovery following the war, for no nation, apart from the Russians, suffered such total devastation. 1 in 4 of all houses was destroyed. More than 60 square miles in the 5 major cities were reduced to ash and twisted metal. The atomic bombs leveled Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but it's not often realized that the firebombing of Tokyo caused much greater devastation. Under the American occupation of General Douglas MacArthur, a new constitution was formulated, which gave the defeated Japanese new freedoms. But who today are the beneficiaries of these new freedoms? The ordinary people of Japan who had suffered so terribly, or the great reborn companies like Mitsubishi, which had formed the industrial and financial base of the war?
"ナショナルのセンサー技術がこれを可能にしました。卵の反動トルクを指の圧力センサーが正確に読み取り、加える力を微妙に調節するのです。
This is the public relations image of today's Japan, a place of high-tech perfection, where even the robots have a soft touch. Where happy, obedient workers are employed for life, with exercises every morning and with company unions and company songs and company weddings, and when it's all over, an engraved company helmet, gold for some, silver for others. And for those whose loyalty has meant higher and higher productivity, a company funeral and a company grave right next to the boss. Well, that's the company image and our image of them. But there's another story, and one which affects the majority of ordinary people in Japan who are not robots.
The Ministry of Labor issues a lot of statistics about working conditions, but most of the statistics, for example, statistics on working hours and the length of the holidays and so on, excludes the workers who work for the companies which employs less than 30 people. And that means that about 42% of the workers are excluded from the statistics. But those are most unprotected, and those are receiving worst working conditions in Japan.
This man, Imbui Tai, runs a small factory near Tokyo. He's a subcontractor for Sony, Seiko and National. His female workers will not be found in any statistics. They're known as part-timers, a euphemism for women who work for less than £2 an hour, 6 days a week, and with no sick pay, no pension, and 3 days holiday a year if they're lucky. 40% of Japan's labour force are women, who receive less than half the pay and none of the fringe benefits of many men. And most Japanese businesses are like this, and not like Nissan, Toyota, and other giants which are often little more than glorified assembly lines, subcontracting most of their work to backstreet factories. And this man is about to go bust. Today in Japan, bankruptcies are increasing as never before.
The Ministry of Labor's law says 1 week working hours should be less than 48 hours, but most of those workers are working exactly 48 hours per week and receiving just 6 days annual leave, which is a minimum according to the labor standards law. Your annual wage increase depends on the assessment of the management, so that you can't take the holiday as you like, because the management regard those workers are disloyal to the company. So all the time you have to prove you are loyal to the company. I know many workers who have never taken any annual leave at all for more than 10 years. And probably he has very bad cold, but he goes to the office wearing white masks.
As the yen gains in value, Japanese exports are becoming dearer and dearer. This means that in an economy geared to exports and to high returns from high profits, the domestic market is being cut back. For the first time since the war, unemployment is a spectre, and like workers in Britain, the Japanese are finding that their trade unions are unable to protect them. The journalist and author Kamata Satoshi has many times probed behind the Japanese mask. His first book exposed conditions in the car industry after he'd gone undercover to work on an assembly line. Called Japan in the Passing Lane, it was a national sensation.
外国から見て一番わからないところっていうのは、日本の工場の中で労働者がどれだけ不自由になってきてるかってことが一番わからないことだと思うんですね。つまり自由に自分の意見が発言できないってことがあるわけですね。だからよくトヨタ自動車なんかで労働者が言うのは、会社の悪口を言うと労働組合に怒られるし、労働組合の批判をすると会社の職勢から怒られるということを言いますけど、そういう形でどこに向かってもですね、労働者が自分の本音を言うとか、あるいは異議申し立てをですねするとか。
Well hidden behind the mask is this place, Sanya. Sanya is a district of Tokyo that has not appeared on maps of the city since 1966. It's an embarrassment. Sanya is a place of flop houses, controlled by the Yakuza, Japan's mafia, and inhabited by unemployed and destitute men who crowd onto the streets in the early morning to fight for a day's work. These desperate men are rushing the office of a subcontractor, hoping to get a day's wage from which gangsters take their cut. Several attempts to organise unions have ended in bloodshed. In 1985, more than 200 people died on Sanya's streets. That such a desperate jobs market should exist at all in Japan raises far-reaching questions about the Japanese economy. The post-war labour laws giving workers the right to organise and negotiate were perhaps the most important in bringing democracy to Japan, because they meant that ordinary people could at last challenge the power of the huge companies that had controlled the economy and fueled the war. But in 1946, General MacArthur cancelled the right of public workers to strike, even to be elected to local government. He said Japan's stability was at stake. But what was really at stake was Japan's compliant role in American economic and Cold War strategy. Instead, company unions were formed and achieved high wages for elite workers, while the majority remained low-paid. The legacy of MacArthur's ban was the weakening of real trade union opposition in Japan. Thus, today, the outside world sees only the mask of a docile workforce and a consensus society.
You know, many of the myths the Japanese have about themselves are myths that they borrowed from us. The myth of Japan as a consensus society, well, that's an American invention. The Japanese have taken it over very, very joyfully because it fits in with some of the things they like the world to think about them, but it's an American invention. And it's another myth. This isn't a consensus society. Some boss tells them what to do, but before he tells them what to do, there's a certain amount of happy talking so that everybody feels that he's had his say. But it's not a consensus.
By privatising Japan's national railways, in effect asset stripping them, the government of Prime Minister Nakasone is determined to break one of the last unions to maintain its independence since 1945. Enforcing the old disciplines has become a crusade for Nakasone, and no detail is overlooked. For instance, these railway guards must now salute their superiors or face the sack.
必ず死体証拠で確認をしてください。それと基本動作はね、やはり節度を持って、励行をしてください。以上です。731M 平塚、780M 東京まで乗務いたします。電話点呼は722M です。以上です。読みします。
More than 70,000 workers have already been made redundant from the railways, and another 100,000 jobs are threatened. That's the equivalent of wiping out British rail altogether. The railway is at the heart of life in Japan because most Japanese are commuters, travelling up to 4 hours a day to and from work. They have no choice. Years of property speculation by the large companies have left no space in the cities for decent housing. Compared with its industrial development, housing in Japan is primitive. Almost half the homes still don't have flush lavatories, and some still don't have running water, and most don't have central heating. Parks, playing fields, trees, even the barest touch of green are rare. At the end of a train journey is this housing estate of almost identical ugliness to one in Britain. A dustman, Mr. Mazura Noda, his wife Katsuko and their 4 children live in what they call 4 rooms. The total space is 30 feet by 18 feet. As services are cut back, Mr. Noda is facing redundancy, and what will keep his family going is this piecework, which he and his wife do at night for a multinational company. It's a form of cheap labour familiar the world over. The Nodas are lucky if they can make £7 a day. This TV commercial from Mitsubishi House expresses the Japanese dream to own a real home. For most Japanese, the reality, of course, is very different. This is an estate of company flats provided at a price for the elite workers and their families who make cars for the Nissan Motor Company.
大企業がいいということは大企業の構成施設といいますけどその社宅がですね完備しているというのが大企業の魅力なんですね。ところが最近はその大企業の中のこの社宅もですねかなりこの管理が厳しくなってきて主婦が12週間開いたりなんかそういうこともできないとかですねつまり幼稚園の託児所を作るのもですね会社の規制がある。そういうふうな会社の総務課が社宅を管理しているということがあるんですね。もう一つで言いますと最近はその社宅政策から持ち家政策に変わってきまして前だったらこの社宅に入るのがすごく希望だったんだけど今は10年とかで期限を切ってですねその社宅からこの持ち家の方にですね誘導していってそのローンを会社が貸すという形になってるわけですね。だから余計その会社で縛り付けられて一生働かないとその住宅ローンも返せない。
This is Kawasaki, the world's biggest industrial city. Part of an industrial belt almost 100 miles long, it lies between Tokyo and Yokohama, much of it on land reclaimed from the sea. 1 million people live here in flimsy wood and cement houses, side by side with petrochemicals, liquefied gas, power stations, and thousands of small factories. In many ways, Kawasaki is Japan's invisible city. The tourists don't see it, of course, and neither do many of those foreign businessmen awed by the wonders of Japanese productivity and management, not to mention a workforce that is said to leap for joy every morning. There's not much leaping for joy here. Kawasaki is pollution-ridden, desperately overcrowded, and much of the equipment of the 3,000 subcontracting firms here is outdated, just as the conditions of many of the underpaid and unprotected workers are far removed from those extolled in the glossy brochures of the famous names that depend on them. And yet it is here that 2/3 of all of Japan's goods are produced. Mr. Amura Morisaku is president of the Kawasaki Sufferers Association. Mr. Amura needs 2 intravenous injections a day just to breathe. He is one of 400 officially recognized pollution victims being treated in this one hospital. In the last few years, there has been strict control of the emission of sulfur dioxide, which shows itself as soot and dust, but little has been done about nitric oxide, which is everywhere and invisible. Spend a few days here and your throat is permanently dry and your eyes sting. It's to Japan's credit that unlike most other developed countries, it at least recognizes pollution victims. But the unofficial number of sufferers is said to be 10 times higher than the government figure. Kawasaki alone may well have up to 50,000 victims of the economic miracle. These are old people playing croquet in what passes for a park in Kawasaki. Because Japan's rapid development has also led to a dramatic rise in life expectancy, the system is unprepared. There are pensions, but no free medical care and no supplementary housing or heating benefits. People must rely on their savings more than in any other developed nation, and many often fall prey to loan sharks. Today, for many Japanese, there is the growing realization that others may have been the beneficiaries of what ought to have been theirs.
Majority of the Japanese people work very hard out of economic necessity in order to buy a tiny little apartment house, in order to send their kids to a better school, and in order to keep up with other people in terms of clothing and other things. And when you look at each Japanese man, I do not think they are doing any extravagant things at all. They are very modest, you know. It's not because they want to work like mad dog. Possibly they have to. And the responsibility is on the whole society. For example, we have much longer lifespan now, but our pension starts from the age of 65, or in some cases from 60. And yet, the amount of pension paid by the government is so small that each person has to have substantial saving in order to have a very comfortable old age life. How do we save it? We have to work harder.
All I know is the way I feel. When it's free, I keep it alive. The road is long. There are mountains in our way, but we climb the stair every day.
This couple are being married in what is known in Japan as a Western ceremony. But as they weave their way through the guests, serenaded by Joe Cocker, they're performing a very Japanese ritual. They're giving thanks to the go-betweens who arranged their marriage. For a Western wedding is a mask. Of all the countries that have been bombarded by the Coca-Cola and Dallas culture, Japan has absorbed Western ways without being overwhelmed and undermined by them. But this poses extraordinary dilemmas.
The battleship Missouri becomes the scene of an unforgettable ceremony marking the complete and formal surrender of Japan. Admiral Nimitz escorts General MacArthur to the Missouri's veranda deck where the 20-minute ceremony is to take place. It is Sunday, September 2nd, 1945. The Japanese surrender party arrives. They are headed by aged Mamoru Shigemitsu, foreign minister of the Japanese surrender cabinet, who was wounded by a Korean patriot in Shanghai years ago and walks on an artificial leg.
The terms and conditions upon which surrender of the Japanese imperial forces is here to be given and accepted are contained in the instrument of surrender now before you. I now invite the representatives...
Since these scenes of capitulation more than 40 years ago, the Japanese have been subjected to an American constitution with a British-style cabinet and a constitutional monarchy, operated by American-style political parties. They have accepted Washington-imposed restrictions on their military and have geared their trade towards the West. Today, this enforced marriage is threatened.
And Army and Navy cameramen, and was specially flown...
In 1983, a 4.5-hour Japanese documentary called Tokyo Trial was shown to public cinema audiences in Japan. The film showed the Allies' trial of Japan's wartime leaders, including the highly dubious selection of those brought to trial. It set Japanese war crimes against the morality of dropping the atomic bomb and compared the aims and actions of Japanese imperialism with those of Western imperialism. Above all, it dared to ask, was Japan really as guilty as the West claimed? It was a revelation to many Japanese. At last, wrote one observer, Japan is coming out.
Accused Tojo Hideki, on the counts of the indictment on which you have been convicted, the International Military Tribunal for the Far East sentences you to death by hanging.
A lot of people now say
that our war contributed to the liberation of Asian people from the yoke of the rule by British, Dutch, etc. And but of course, it is not for the purpose of liberation of these people, but it was just to replace one empire with another. But you know, that's a tricky point, and a lot of people think that maybe we did something good in this respect, which I think is totally wrong. And now, even today, I think many people would accept if the voice is raised by the other Asian people that what you did to us was war of aggression. Then a lot of people would agree, accept this.
Look carefully at this man. He's the Emperor of Japan, whose forces have committed the appalling atrocities against British, Empire and Chinese troops and civilians, men and women in Hong Kong. These are the swine who bound and bayoneted our helpless soldiers in their hands. If these pictures serve to kindle a flame of vengeance throughout the civilized world, they will have served their purpose. Let the cry be vengeance, bloody vengeance!
Regardless of that kind of hysterical propaganda, Emperor Hirohito has few equals in modern history as a quick change artist. From warlord in the 1920s to friend of the British royal family in the 1930s. According to General Tojo, the wartime leader, no decisions were made without the Emperor's approval, and the Australian judge presiding at the Tokyo trial wanted him charged for war crimes and, if found guilty, hanged. But MacArthur intervened and absolved him of any direct responsibility for the war. Thus cleansed, he could be welcomed to Buckingham Palace by the Queen and become the symbol of a new Japanese nationalism. This is the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo, where many Japanese come to remember their fallen. Unlike their former allies, the Germans, there is little public guilt in Japan. Every soldier was told that after he'd sacrificed his life for his nation, his race, and above all for his emperor, his spirit would rest in this shrine as a god, and that the emperor himself would worship him. More than 2.5 million names are enshrined here, most of them from Japan's long war, which began with the invasion of China in 1931 and ended with the surrender on the battleship Missouri in 1945. The scale of this carnage helps to explain the strong anti-militarist feeling among many Japanese, a feeling that ambitious, pro-militarist politicians disregard at their peril. Former Imperial Navy Commander Ryogoro Suzuki was a cherry blossom pilot, better known as a kamikaze.
今でこそ言いますがね、我々はやっぱり国家だと思うんですよ。国家民族をね、生存させるということだろうと思うんです。これで、まあ国が滅びる時にはね、我々パイロットは生きていないから、おそらくね、生きていないだろうと、国家とともに滅びるだろうと。それならば生死を共にするということだと思うんですよ。
What makes the Yasukuni Shrine very different from an ordinary cenotaph is that among those honoured here are more than 1,000 war criminals, including 14 Class A criminals whose names were secretly enshrined in 1978. 7 of these were hanged by the Allies, including the Japanese wartime leader General Tojo, and they were among the heroic souls deified by Prime Minister Nakasone when he became the first Japanese leader since the war to worship here in his official capacity. It caused a great deal of controversy. There were public demonstrations in China where Japanese atrocities, such as the rape of Nanking, are not forgotten. In Japan itself, what sometimes seems like public indifference became an agonizing. For example, the brother of a corporal who died fighting for the emperor may have echoed the feelings of many Japanese when he complained about political manipulation of the memories of Japan's own victims of the war, its ordinary people. My brother's soul, he wrote, will never rest peacefully with General Tojo nearby. However, for many people, the Prime Minister's performance here, with its air of defiance, was a deeply symbolic act that would speed the process of re-examining the past, if not rewriting it, even whitewashing it. For the most conservative in the establishment that has ruled Japan for 40 years, it meant that the time for penance, for eating humble pie, was over, that Japan should no longer be a rich eunuch among the developed nations of the world, but there's a new Japan, powerful not only in its trading surpluses, but in its growing strategic role and its military might.
Article 9 of the post-war Constitution states, "The people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation. Land, sea and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained." The Constitution allows Japan to spend 1% of its gross national product on a self-defense force. Behind this mask is the second largest military power in Asia after China and the 7th largest in the world. In the same way that Japanese industry rolls out the goods of peace, it is tooled to roll out the goods of war. This military growth has been insidious, and many Japanese are unaware of it.
They meant that the ratio of military expenditure to the total GNP should remain the same. But as the GNP has grown up tremendously, the total amount or the absolute amount of the military expenditure has been growing up quite remarkably. But the ratio remained the same, and that deluded a lot of Japanese.
As the commercial and strategic center of the world transfers from Europe and the Atlantic to Asia and the Pacific, Japan's dominant position is clear. Next to China and the Soviet Union and overlooking all of Southeast Asia, Japan controls the straits through which the Soviet Pacific Fleet must pass from its home base in Vladivostok. Far from renouncing war, Japan today is host to 119 American military facilities and is America's unsinkable aircraft carrier in the East. Despite this, the Reagan administration wants Japan to completely rearm and to be a full regional power. Japan is vulnerable to pressure from Washington, and Prime Minister Nakasone has agreed to take part in the development of Star Wars technology. But does this spell danger for Japan's unique peace constitution and for the recent lesson of its history? And is this lesson of history understood by those born since 1945?
In history, we don't teach about World War II in Japan. It's like taboo. You don't talk about it.
But something about World War II is taught, isn't it?
Well, when it happened and we lost, that's all about.
No detail?
No.
Did you learn at school, for instance, about what the Japanese did in China, such as in Nanking?
No, never in school. I studied myself.
Why weren't you taught this, do you think?
Because it's embarrassment for them.
For who?
For older generation. And I think they feel very guilty, but they don't want to teach, or they want to forget about it.
The biggest taboo is the Nanking massacre in China in 1937, when an estimated 100,000 civilians were slaughtered by Japanese troops. In Japanese textbooks today, Nanking is a mere footnote.
この頃日本では言論界に政府の立場を積極的にサポートする言論人がかなり出てきまして、南京大虐殺の幻、これは幻の南京大虐殺ではないんですけれどもね、南京大虐殺という、話の中にはかなり幻の部分があると、イリュージョンの部分があるというような形で水を割ると薄めるこの主張が出てきている、そういうこととの絡み合いの中で検定がやはりなされているわけです。
In 1986, Professor Ienaga lost a 20-year legal battle to prevent government censorship of textbooks. It's an issue directly related to the rise of the new nationalism, especially under Prime Minister Nakasone, whose wider strategy is to convince the Japanese people that they should forget the negative past.
日本の教育では教科書があまり重く見すぎられていて、そこに書いてあることをそのまま覚え込むというふうに考えられていますので、教科書の内容を変えることで国民の一般のものの考え方を全部コントロールできるようになっている。そこが一番大問題だと思うわけです。
In Japan, some people think it is better not to teach certain things than to teach everything. And some of the atrocities, some of the invasions that Japanese imperial armies committed during the war are not fully conveyed to the younger generation. And they say that is out of consideration not to give too much of a cruel facts to the younger children. But I think it is a wrong attitude. I think it is much better to let students learn everything and then decide what is best for themselves and for the country.
Japanese education has always been rigorous, but in the Nakasone era, the schools are reflecting even more the old authoritarian ethic. The young, believes the Prime Minister, are becoming too soft, too pampered by the high-tech society. This is a kindergarten in Tokyo run by a liberally minded woman who allows the children a measure of free expression. It's of a type becoming increasingly rare in Japan. By the time these children are 10, many of them will be enrolled at a cramming school, known as juku. These have become huge financial enterprises in Japan.
We have a very strict entrance examination system, and even kindergarten kids have to prepare themselves to be admitted at one of the best grade schools. So if you are lucky and you start with this sort of first-class grade school, and then you might have a chance to be admitted at the first-class junior high school.
That's a pen.
The result is extraordinary pressure on young people in Japan. This is a cramming school preparing students for an English exam. It's 7 o'clock at night, and many of these youngsters have been on the go, reading, memorizing since early morning.
These are boxes.
Some are exhausted, but they go on, hoping to get not just a place in a university, but in the best university. Not just a good job, but one of the dwindling jobs for life.
These are hands. These are hands.
In school, children are encouraged all the time to do better and better. At home, they are encouraged by the parents to go to the better school. Therefore, they have to study harder and harder. And the pressure is really great. And though we are very smooth on the surface, in order to survive and have a good life in this society, you really have to be very competitive.
More than 35% of Japanese children go to university, compared with less than 5% in Britain. And they get there via these cramming schools. This is the welcoming ceremony at one of Japan's biggest and richest crammers, held in Tokyo's main sumo wrestling stadium.
Actually, I think for every Japanese, this competitive system follows you from cradle to grave.
Although Japan's rate of suicide among young people is far from the highest in the world, it comes in waves and is often related to the pressure of exams or to rebellion or bullying. This bullying, a Japanese phenomenon, took the life of 13-year-old Hirofumu Shigawa, who had to suffer a mock funeral staged by both children and teachers. Going against tradition, his grieving parents have brought public attention to school bullying. And yet the young people you see in the street appear confident, affluent, and gracious. There are no groups of young men looking menacing, no yobbos. And although they'll be dressed in Western clothes, their highly conformist displays of non-conformity will be distinctly Japanese.
Most of the young people are not very much interested in the emperor, but they don't see any point of criticizing him because they think that the post-war Japan gave these young people a good life. So as long as nation or the state or the emperor or the prime minister gives us good life, they will support it. But if we are asked to, for instance, if Mr. Nakasone tomorrow says that now we want to have big military forces, so young people have to be conscripted, oh, there would be a tremendous upheaval. Because those people, young people are depoliticized, they don't have strong loyalty to the state.
The most enduring mask is on the women of Japan. Since 1945, they've had some of the most favorable legislation for women in the world, and yet they've gained little by comparison with other developed nations.
In Japan, still, we women are expected to look prettier, speak soft, and behave well. Though we don't do that nowadays.
I think there's a high degree of success.
Well, as I said, women are not expected to express our opinion very blunt way. This is another element. We are expected to say things in a feminine way so that it will not hurt the ego of the possibly male counterparts.
This is a traditional wedding. He's a salesman, she's a bank teller. They're middle class. In many such couples, the woman will handle the family finances, perhaps receiving her husband's pay direct from his employer. If the man works for a large company, the wife probably won't see much of him, as most evenings and weekends he'll be expected to entertain customers or his boss. If the wife has a job, she'll probably have signed a pledge promising to leave when she gets married, or she'll be sacked when her first baby is due. Whatever her job, she will have been paid less in relation to her male counterpart than in any other developed country.
られない時点ですね。お嫁さんの顔を少し右へ起こします。はい、そうですね。そのままですよ。はい、僕ちゃんいいですか。はい、お兄ちゃん。はい。
どうしますか。
この辺りで。はい。
まだお二人でご一緒。
はい。はい、こちらです。
In April 1986, an equal opportunities law was passed. When I asked a Labour Ministry official why women were paid less than men, even less social security than men, I was told, well, you see, custom in Japan is stronger than law.
人並みに暮らしたいというですね気持ちがあって、それで自分は人並みに暮らしているんだというですねそういう幻想の中で生きてるとしかないんですね。だって経済的に見たって住宅ローンとか教育ローンに組まれてまして、それは全部パートと、残業でカバーしてますしね、そういう形で他のそのレベルから落ちたくない、落ちてはですねもういけないという必死の思いでみんな頑張ってるわけですね。だから落ちこぼれになるなっていうのが親の子供に対する願いであるし、親の方は自分はですね工場の中で苦しくても、家族が安泰であればいいっていう、そういう自分は犠牲になっても子供がちゃんと成長して大学に入って自分よりも豊かな暮らしをしてくれればいい。
But all of that may be at risk now. This is a dole office in Tokyo. Unlike in Britain, the dole begins to run out after 90 days. Unemployment stood at 1.6 million in 1985, but the unofficial figure is said to be much higher. In 1990, it will be almost 3 million, according to one estimate. In 1995, it could be almost 4 million. Finding occupation for so many middle-aged and elderly people may turn out to be Japan's most difficult challenge.
They don't object. That is really the heart of the matter. They take things, they accept things that to most of us would be intolerable. And acceptance of a very cruel regimen at the working place, be it a factory or be it an office. That's certainly very high on the list of things that they accept, and the point is exactly that. Are young people accepting it? Will they go on accepting it? Might there not be among their fathers a feeling that perhaps it hasn't been worth it? Japanese banks and insurance companies are absolutely gigantic and so rich, but the people aren't.
We do not feel very poor. We are poor. When you look at social capital, accumulation of it, very small as compared with your society. When we look at welfare system, welfare policies, very little is done. Working mother always have difficulty in finding a kindergarten to put their daughter in it. And when we have sick person at home, what do we do? Or old people, what do we do? There are not many public services available for that sort of people. Therefore, we have to protect ourselves. In that sense, we are very poor.
As the yen continues to rise, pricing Japanese goods out of markets they once conquered, Japanese workers may find that it's their jobs that are being exported now. Look carefully at your Japanese camera. It may be made in Taiwan. This is a great irony for the Japanese people as their industry moves abroad in search of higher profits and cheaper imitators of themselves.
Today, the facade of Japan is strong and confident, but the cracks reveal that many working people are quite unlike the happy stereotypes, and living conditions are poor in relation to the nation's wealth, and the young are trapped in a molding process which too often leads to tragedy. Today's Japan is vulnerable because it imports much of its food and most of its energy and is tied to the fortunes of the United States. If the American economy further weakens, causing anti-Japanese sentiment to grow in threatened American industries, restrictions on Japanese imports are likely, and the effects in Japan will be unpredictable. What are now ripples on a tranquil surface could become raging waves. Of course, Japan is luckier than Britain, whose history of imperial success gives modern British leaders an inflated sense of Britain's power and significance. Many Japanese are not burdened by such nostalgia. They know that their imperial adventures brought them only pain and suffering. And it's this awareness that is the key to Japan's survival. But despite all the pressures that they live under, it seems to me that their everyday kindness, modesty and grace remain unaffected. Of all their achievements in recent years, this may be their greatest.